What a joke! Who does your city lord manor think we are? Your father will snatch people from you guys. What can you, Mudong, do to me? Li Yuhan. Scrum. To one side for your father. Careful because I will squeeze you until you explode. Du Mingliang said with a cold laugh. Du Mingliang, you're so domineering. Going or not, doesn't seem like you have the final say, right? Lu Han said with a sneer. You all get lost to one side for your father. Our city lord manor is on the orthodox side. Little brother Yi Yuan should naturally go to the city lord manor first. Mudong said. Mudong came from the city lord manor, while Lu Han was the blood rainbow manor's messenger. The moment the three people met, they got into an argument with signs of striking at a word of disagreement. Even though the three families jointly founded the Heavenly Network Gathering, the struggle between themselves had never stopped before. This capital city, even the city lord manor, could not suppress the other two major powers. The havoc could be seen at a glance. The other two families did not have any respect for the city lord manor at all. Now Yi Yuan suddenly appeared. These three major factions naturally wanted to build a good relationship with him. This Riverluck capital city was a very sensitive place. Everyone fought each other and was also apprehensive of each other. For Yi Yuan to be able to take out so many void spirit divine pills at once, and also have Ning Tianping, this third-layered heaven divine lord, as a guard, they had no choice but to speculate about Yi Yuan's identity. The three families came to find Yi Yuan. They naturally had to investigate things. Even though Ning Tianping called Yi Yuan brother out of his mouth, that respectful attitude could not be concealed. People with a discerning eye could tell at a glance. Furthermore, such a young divine lord realm powerhouse like Ning Tianping, only a major force could groom him. This way, Yi Yuan's identity was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, how could ordinary forces be able to groom such a heaven-defying alchemist? Therefore, these three families were very polite toward Yi Yuan. If they were not wary of Yi Yuan's identity, with these three major forces domineeringness, how could they possibly talk nicely to Yi Yuan? They would directly capture him and be done with it. The three people were arguing unceasingly when Yi Yuan suddenly said, When have I said that I'm going back with you all? You all please return. I still have to refine pills at night, so I don't have time to be a guest. Want to buy medicinal pills? Please be early tomorrow. Not buying medicinal pills, don't waste my time. Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly circled around the three groups of people and went far away. The three people looked at Yi Yuan leaving blankly just like that. No one actually dared to go up and stop. Yi Yuan deliberately did so. The more unfathomable he was, the greater these guys would feel that he had a strong background. His strength plus cocky attitude was sufficient to make the three major forces not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. Yi Yuan coming to Riverluck capital city was just passing and could not stay for long. He could not be bothered to have any entanglements with the native forces here. Furthermore, in a place like this, the three major forces were all cunning foxes. If he really went, he would let the cat out of the bag instead. Hence, might as well just ignore them. Sure enough, the three sixth-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses, no one dared to make a move to stop. Yi Yuan swaggered away and left just like this. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their eyeballs popped. These three great factions domineeringly occupied Riverluck capital city. No one dared to provoke in the vicinity at all. It was said that these three great factions all had powerhouses supporting them at the back. They were not merely seventh-layered heaven divine lords. All in all, this Riverluck capital city was a large cake. Everyone wanted a piece. But such powerful three forces no one actually dared to make a move against. This origin deity realm brat. Clever people understood what was going on, dumb ones was only left with shock. The three major forces masters repeatedly exhorted them before coming for these three people to not easily offend Yi Yuan. In the end, Yi Yuan did not even pay attention to them. The three people exchanged glances, discovering that the quarreling just now was plain silly and could only turn around and leave. At the Sword Star Alliance Chief Li Xing was not surprised after listening to Du Mingliang's report. Alliance Chief, this boy is truly condescending. If not for your many exhortations, I'd really skin him just now, Du Mingliang said angrily. His strength was the well-deserving of being the number 2 person in the Sword Star Alliance. Normally, the wind and rain were at his beck and call. Today, he was actually ignored by an Origin Deity Realm kid. How could he not be angry? Li Xing's gaze flickered, but he asked, "Oh, Mingliang, do you think that kid's condescension could be feigned?" Du Mingliang shook his head and said, "Impossible. I've never seen before an Origin Deity Realm who dares to be so arrogant, completely not taking the 3 of us seriously. I old Du followed you for so many years. I still have this bit of eye prowess. Moreover, wasn't Lu Han and Mu Dong there too? Even if he can fool me, it's also not possible to fool the 3 of us at the same time, right?" Li Xing nodded when he heard that and said, "Then that's right. Only people who are accustomed to high-level powerhouses can disregard 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lords like this. This kid's background definitely isn't small. Forget it. If he's not coming, don't come then. As long as he doesn't go to the other 2, that will do." Du Mingliang said. "Then, that's it? It said that this kid can refine Level 9 difficulty Void Spirit Divine Pills. If he can be used by us, then wouldn't it be effortless for us to finish off the other 2 families?" Li Xing laughed in spite of himself when he heard it and said, "Finish off the other 2 families? You can forget about it. Once there's one among the 3 of us that falls, then the entire Riverluck capital city will definitely have to be reshuffled anew. The other 2 families are absolutely unable to escape. By sheer luck, it's been so many years. Do you old Du still can't see it clearly?" Du Mingliang was just a martial person and really could not understand the intricacies involved. How powerful the strength behind Sword Star Alliance was, only Li Xing himself knew. When Du Mingliang heard this, he was startled inwardly too. Li Xing smiled and said, "Don't look at how our 3 families fight and kill. In reality, we've maintained a relative restraint. Once this balance is broken, then the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine. Therefore, even though this kid is monstrous, he's not what we can afford to enjoy. This kind of monstrous alchemist can only be groomed by a super major force, and only they can afford to enjoy his ability." Pausing for a bit, Li Xing continued, "If my conjectures are right, this kid is very likely a genius disciple groomed by some imperial capital. He came out to train this time. That 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord kid is clearly not what ordinary major factions can nurture too. Furthermore, he might just be a cover, and there's still a true powerhouse lurking in the city. The suppression ancient heaven gate is about to open, so we'd best not bring up unnecessary ramifications." The more Du Mingliang listened, the more alarmed he got. Only then did he know how grim the situation in the city right now was. Similar scenes were playing out in the old lairs of the other 2 major forces. Regarding Yi Yuan's identity, they were similarly extremely suspicious. While Yi Yuan at this time already found a place to stay in the city and started to refine pills overnight. Those extremely difficult medicinal pills, those able to afford them were in the small minority after all. Billions of divine essence stones at every turn, even ordinary divine lord realm powerhouses could not possibly take it out too. Hence, the spirit medicines that he made Ning Tianping buy were all relative to some cheap medicinal pills. There were still 9 days left. It was enough for him to make a killing. "You, Du Mingliang, you came early enough." Early next morning, Mu Dong came to the Heavenly Network gathering, but he discovered that Du Mingliang was already queuing at the very front of the ranks. He waved his hand at that martial artist behind Du Mingliang and then directly cut the queue. No one dared to talk behind his back. Considering the strength of a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, plus the faction behind him. If anyone made idle talk, wasn't that courting death? The rules here were set by the three major forces. Du Mingliang saw Mu Dong and said coolly, "Didn't you come pretty early too? Reckon that Lu Han is going to reach too, right? After all, it's void spirit, divine pill, so who can be unmoved?" Mu Dong nodded his head and suddenly said with a sigh, "If I'd met Master Yi several tens of thousands of years earlier, how good would it be? How many years of bitter cultivation would this save me? Isn't that so? Now, this rank 3 divine pill is already not much use to. Truly a shame." Lu Han arrived and exclaimed. That martial artist queuing behind Du Mingliang wanted to cry but had no tears, and could only move another place back. However, this was not over yet. Apart from these three major forces, over a dozen more people came one after another. They were all middle-stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. These people were, without exception, all powerhouses of the major forces within the city. It was a pity for that person. He was queuing in the middle of the night since last night. In a short while, he was squeezed out of the first 20. Right now, the procession was pretty much arranged according to the power of the forces in the city. The stall owner had not appeared yet and the stall was empty. But everyone was very orderly, quietly waiting for the arrival of the stall owner. Before long, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and slowly stepped into the heavenly network gathering. Seeing Yi Yuan arrive, everyone had an excited look. Yesterday, there were quite a number of people who bought the medicinal pills. Some news naturally spread out already. The medicinal effects of Yi Yuan's void spirit divine pills indeed lived up to its reputation. A night passed, there were already quite a number of origin deity realm martial artists who broke through. Therefore, everyone looked forward to Yi Yuan's medicinal pills even more. After all, compared to the Divine Lord realm, the numbers of origin deity realm were still more. After tidying up, Yi Yuan gave Du Mingliang a glance and said coolly, "Begin." Then, "What medicinal pill do you want?" Du Mingliang was cautious as he said with a smile, "Little brother Yi Yuan, what level 9 difficulty medicinal pills do you have? Is there a vast sun universe pill?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "There naturally is, but the spirit medicines of vast sun universe pill is very hard to put together. I only have 2 on hand." But Du Mingliang was overjoyed the moment he heard and said, "Great! The 2 vast sun universe pills. I want them. Additionally, I still want 20 vast essence pills." Du Mingliang reported the names of quite a few medicinal pills in one breath. All levels of medicinal pills were involved. The martial artists at the back all listened until they were extremely shocked. Indeed loaded as hell. Calculating this total price, it was probably no less than 10 billion, right? But Mu Dong and Lu Han were indignant. Mu Dong said furiously, "Du Mingliang, don't let your appearance of eating be so ugly. Could it be that only your Sword Star Alliance has money?" But Du Mingliang smiled coldly and said, "Wanna blame? Blame that you didn't come earlier. If you were the first, would you buy up these 2 vast sun universe pills or not?" Mu Dong snorted coldly and said, "Don't give me that. Today you must leave. One for your father. Otherwise, let's showcase our true abilities." Du Mingliang sneered and said, "Fight then. You think I am scared of you?" The scene was dangerously explosive, with the air of coming to blows at a word of disagreement. Also could not blame them. A void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill virtually represented a divine lord realm powerhouse. Which faction could be unmoved? At this time, Yi Yuan frowned and said, "All right, keep making a row and I won't sell a single one." Seeing Yi Yuan fly off the handle, the 3 people indeed stopped. The martial artists at the back looked at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. What background did this Master Yi have to speak to 6th-layered heaven? Divine Lord powerhouses like this? They actually did not even dare to let out a fart. Yi Yuan paused for a bit and continued, "If you guys can pool together the spirit medicines, I can also help you guys refine. As for the fees, 2 billion will do." The moment Mudong and Lu Han heard, they could not help being overjoyed. Gathering 2 sets of spirit medicines with the strength of these 2 families was still doable. As for divine essence stones, they did not care at all. The 3 major forces had been entrenched in Riverluck capital city for many years, their foundation incomparably deep. Several billion was really no big deal to them. Finally, Du Mingliang settled the accounts. He spent a total of more than 12 billion divine essence stones. Little brother Yi Yuan, here's 12.1 billion divine essence stones, please. Count it. Du Mingliang handed the storage ring to Yi Yuan very respectfully. Mudong and Lu Han were also very gallant, each buying around 10 billion of medicinal pills. Ning Tianping's eyes became wide saucers at one side. This money was blown over by a strong wind, right? Yesterday was just a small-scale operation, so today was the main show. These 3 major forces added up were already more than 30 billion. At the back, there was still a long line of people waiting. Although these forces could not compare to the 3 great factions, they more or less had some background and were also people who did not lack money. On this day, Ning Tianping spent it counting divine essence stones. He felt that his head was already somewhat numb. This was really counting money until hand cramps. When this day ended, Ning Tianping counted it. A total of more than 110 billion entered the accounts. One day, more than 110 billion. Ning Tianping felt like his heart was about to jump out. Was there still this kind of operation? However, this was not over yet. In the following few days, all the places that sold spirit medicines in the city were raided by the 3 major forces. These 3 great factions pooled together the portions of 7 medicinal pills again. They requested Yi Yuan to take action to refine the vast sun universe pill. Without a doubt, among level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, the vast sun universe pill was the most popular and also the most practical. 10 days' time passed in an instant. In these 10 days, Ning Tianping deeply experienced Yi Yuan's powerful money-making ability. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency. This is really too crazy. 10 days' time, a short 10 days' time, we actually earned more than 400 billion. Over 400 billion. At the end of the tallying, Ning Tianping was happy until he almost went crazy. The profit of refining void spirit divine pills was too great. Just take the vast sun universe pill for example. Although its spirit medicines were rare, the total value was also just around 700 to 800 million. But Yi Yuan refining and selling it, it then became 3 billion. One vast sun universe pill added more than 2 billion worth of value all at once. Of course, Ning Tianping understood that only Yi Yuan, this kind of freak, could have such heaven-defying money-making ability. If it were others, even head elder Xian Yu and second elder Ruosu, they both did not have this ability, because they could not refine void spirit divine grade. Forget about void spirit divine grade, even purple spirit divine grade. They could not refine it. Therefore, the added value of the medicinal pills was naturally not that high. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm also dog-tired these few days. There are still a few days before the auction. These few days, let's go shopping in the heavenly network gathering. Whatever good things we encounter, let's buy them. Having money was capricious. These few days, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping only did one thing, which was to buy. Yi Yuan was unable to refine rank 4 divine pills currently and could only help Ning Tianping purchase some medicinal pills and natural treasures. Ning Tianping already cultivated to become a peak 3rd layered heaven divine lord now and already touched the bottleneck of 4th layered heaven. But without Yi Yuan's help, it was not easy for him to want to overcome this bottleneck. These natural treasures and materials were unable to refine into pills. The help to him was also limited. If buying some natural treasures could break through bottlenecks, the status of alchemists also would not be so lofty. 3rd layered heaven divine lord to 4th layered heaven was a big bottleneck. Even if Ning Tianping's talent was very high, wanting to break through under the circumstances of not borrowing external forces without 1,000 years, it was impossible. But Ning Tianping was not in a rush either. After all, his current cultivation speed was already very fast. And all this was thanks to Yi Yuan. He was already very satisfied. With sufficient divine essence stones on hand, Yi Yuan also began collecting some more valuable rank 4 spirit medicines and started to set about to researching them. In reality, regarding the study of rank 4 divine pills, Yi Yuan had long started. He had the world-suppressing steel, the utilization of time was 10 times of others. These 300 years' time, deducting away the outside world's time, Yi Yuan was equivalent to having spent more than 2,000 years. These 2,000 years, it was also impossible for Yi Yuan to blindly focus on how to create the cultivation method. Researching medicinal pills naturally became Yi Yuan's second choice. Presently, Yi Yuan's foundation was already extremely solid. Even without Dustless's guidance under his slow fumbling, he also had a tremendous understanding of rank 4 divine pills. But under Dustless's guidance, his improvement was even more inconceivable. If he could break through to the Divine Lord realm right now directly, refining level 6 or 7 difficulty rank 4 divine pills was nothing difficult. But the gap between divine Tao realms was too great. The realms could not be jumped to refine at will like in the mortal realms. Only if Yi Yuan broke through to the Divine Lord realm could he refine rank. For divine pills, rank for natural treasures were all very expensive. It was easily hundreds of millions of divine essence stones. 5 days' time, the two spent close to 100 billion. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency. This feeling of spending money is too awesome. Finally understand now why your cultivation is so fast.
Ning Tianping sighed.
With a loud laugh, Ning Tianping had always felt that he was a local tycoon, but compared to these few days he was simply a bumpkin. What was called spending money like water? This was called spending money like water. Spending 100 billion in 5 days, who had such boldness? To Yi Yuan, these divine essence stones were nothing more than tools to become stronger. As the saying went, even if money is gone, it can be obtained again in a flash. It was really too easy for him to earn money. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the past, I only purchased some rank 3 natural treasures and didn't feel that there was anything. Now only after buying these rank 4 materials do I know what's labeled as expensive. If I really want to spend, for 100 billion is also not enough to spend." Yi Yuan wanted to take part in the auction. That was why he did not dare to really let loose and buy too much. When he broke through to the Divine Lord realm, for 100 billion divine essence stones would be nothing to him at all. Buying some rank 4 spirit medicine back for him to research would probably not even be enough. One had to know that when Yi Yuan studied rank 3 divine pills, the divine essence stones expended was no less than several tens of billions. And this kind of expenditure ordinary Divine Lord realms could not afford it at all, let alone talk about origin deity realm. The two people were currently chatting in the inn when Du Mingliang came to visit. Paying respects to Master Yi, Du Mingliang's attitude toward Yi Yuan was very respectful. Even his term of address underwent a change. This kind of respectful attitude, he did not feign it in the slightest. The Void Spirit divine pills that Yi Yuan refined, the Sword Star Alliance, already issued a batch selecting some disciples with very good natural endowments to consume. The effects were surprisingly good. In the past, they had only heard of Void Spirit divine pills before but had never seen it before. Hence, they also did not know the effects of Void Spirit divine pills. But now, they finally witnessed the terrifying aspect of Void Spirit divine pills. Zhao Jian was the disciple who consumed the Vast Sun Universe pill, and he broke through to the Divine Lord realm within 3 days. This kind of breakthrough speed was simply inconceivable. Furthermore, Zhao Jian himself said that the medicinal effects of the medicinal pill were far from exhausted, and still needed a very long time to digest. Barring no accidents, it could last for 100 years. At that time, him breaking through to third-layered heaven Divine Lord was nothing difficult. This kind of medicinal effect, how could Li Xing and Du Mingliang not be astonished? As for the other medicinal pills, they similarly had magical medicinal effects. Hence, Du Mingliang was on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan now, and he was even more certain of Li Xing's judgment. Yi Yuan was definitely some extremely terrifying major forces disciple they could not afford to provoke. Of course, there was no need to provoke as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in a lofty manner, "What did you come to find me for?" Du Mingliang said, "Master Yi, the Alliance chief heard that you have the intention of participating in the River Luck auction. The Alliance chief specifically had me deliver to you the auction's supreme token. You can rely on this token to enter the auction's supreme area. Apart from this, our Sword Star Alliance will give up 5% of the commission for Master. This token, there's a total of 9 pieces tonight. Our Sword Star Alliance has 3. This is one of them." Yi Yuan was rather surprised. Giving up a 5% commission, that was a 5% discount. This was very seldom seen in auctions, because these auction goods were not owned by the 3 major forces. They were obtained by martial artists who took them to the Heavenly Network gathering to undergo auctioning. Heavenly Network gathering hosting the auction, they would draw a commission, considered as a labor fee. Giving up a 5% commission, this was letting the Heavenly Network gatherings profits become smaller. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would be surprised. Of course, those who really go and take part in the auction also would not care about these few hundreds of millions of divine essence stones. Most importantly, this was a status symbol. Presently, the major forces in the city were too many. Some foreign forces, even the 3 great factions, were very apprehensive. However, there were only a scanty 9 pieces of these supreme tokens. The degree of value could be seen at a glance. But he also did not show it and just said coolly, "All right, I'll accept it. Help me thank the Alliance chief." Du Mingliang hurriedly said, Dare not. Master Yi looks after our Sword Star Alliance a lot, so this is considered a small thanks of ours." Yi Yuan just nodded his head, considered to have acknowledged it. Witnessing the terrifying effects of Void Spirit Divine Pills, the Sword Star Alliance knew that these medicinal pills selling for 10+ billion were simply too damn cheap. Now, if these medicinal pills were placed on auction, forget about 3 billion, even 6 or 7 billion, everyone would probably fight until their heads were broken and bleeding. One medicinal pill creating a 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. It was extremely freaking worth it. Furthermore, the Sword Star Alliance should be the biggest beneficiary, because they bought 2 additional medicinal pills. After the spirit medicines were collected, they approached Yi Yuan again to refine another 2. Adding them up, it was for the most among the 3 major forces. A mere 5% commission was seriously nothing. When Mu Dong saw Du Mingliang, he was immediately annoyed. Preempted by this guy again. This time, the Sword Star Alliance really earned big. Mu Dong and Du Mingliang were the same, both here to deliver the supreme token. The conditions they gave were the same as the Sword Star Alliance, both 5% commission. Soon after, Lu Han arrived too. Calculating it, Yi Yuan had a 15% discount. The 3 families added together, this benefit was not small. 9 pieces of supreme tokens, Yi Yuan alone acquired 3 pieces. Something that costs 10 billion being 1.5 billion cheaper, this could not be said to not be great sincerity. In front of Heavenly Network Gathering's main hall, numerous powerhouses slowly entered. Those able to enter this place were basically all Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. For an Origin Deity Realm powerhouse, their net worth could not even buy leftover bits and pieces when they enter. Want to enter Riverluck auction, one would naturally need to verify capital. Without tens of billions of assets, one could not even enter the door. The guard stopped Yi Yuan and said, "Please show your invitation card." Yi Yuan was just about to take out the supreme token when a mocking voice sounded out by his ear. "Get lost. A measly little Origin Deity Realm also wants to enter the auction. Really overestimating your own ability." The one talking was a young man, 1st-layered Heaven Divine Lord. But behind him followed a fourth-layered heaven divine Lord old man. To be able to make a fourth-layered heaven divine Lord be an attendant. Clearly, this young man's identity was extraordinary.
Ye yuans brams furoed.
Really, wherever one went, there were posturing. Fools! You enter your auction. I enter my auction. What did I hinder you in? That young man handed over the invitation and said to the guard at the door, "Your heavenly network gathering is too careless. Why would you let just anyone in? An origin deity realm, what can he do if he goes in?" Even though Yi Yuan's void spirit divine pills caused a sensation throughout the whole city, those who had truly met him before were also just those few people. This guard clearly did not recognize Yi Yuan. The guard swept a glance at the invitation and hurriedly bowed and said, "Turns out that it's Melody Sun Imperial City's young patriarch Jing Lu." Pardon me, replying young patriarch Jing Lu, as long as one has the Heavenly Network Gatherings invitation card, they can enter the auction. There's no restriction in terms of realm. The guard's words made everyone incomparably surprised. That's Melody Sun Imperial City's young patriarch Jing Lu? I heard that he's peerless genius. When he was born, he was already initial stage origin deity realm, and he broke through to first-layered heaven divine lord realm at a mere 500 years old. I also heard before, it said that him breaking through to celestial deity realm in the future is virtually a certainty. Someone said softly, but heard that this young patriarch Jing Lu is also notoriously overbearing, frequently taking advantage of his influence to bully people. Clearly, Jing Lu's reputation spread far and wide. Many people had heard of him before. When Jing Lu heard the surrounding sighs of admiration, he was incomparably pleased with himself in his heart. He enjoyed these envious looks very much. You all wouldn't be bored until you issued an invitation card to an origin deity realm, right? Kid, do you have an invitation card or not? Jing Lu asked.
Ye yuan.
Yi Yuan was tickled by this guy and said with a smile, "Invitation card? Really don't have one." Jing Lu's face fell and he said domineeringly, "Don't have an invitation card? Why haven't you scrammed yet? Do you want this young master to send you rolling?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "How to roll? You roll one time for me to see." One? Jing Lu saw that Yi Yuan thought nothing of him, and his expression could not help turning dark as he said in a cold voice, "Reckless and blind thing. Mere origin deity realm dares to talk this way to this young master. Alright, this young master will let you know how to roll." Around them, quite a few people felt that Yi Yuan was very unwise. Strength was clearly lacking, yet his attitude was still so unyielding. This was not having a backbone, this was being tired of living. Done talking, Jing Lu released his aura. A foot kicked toward Yi Yuan's chest. Behind Jing Lu, that old man's aura locked onto Ning Tianping firmly. As long as Ning Tianping had a hint of reckless action, he would take action. But what surprised him was that Ning Tianping did not have the intention of moving at all. Instead, his face revealed a hint of a mocking smile. This foot carried world power. How could ordinary origin deity realm powerhouses be a match? The people seemed to have already seen the scene of Yi Yuan being kicked to death. However, just as that foot was about to kick until Yi Yuan's body seemingly teleported half a position. Bang! A heavy punch struck Jing Lu's face. This punch was caught off guard. Jing Lu directly flew out backward, rolled several hundred feet on the ground before stopping. This sudden turn of events was too sudden. Everyone all did not react. What did I see? An origin deity realm sent a divine lord realm flying with one punch. No, wait. My eyes must be failing me. This is impossible. Isn't it said that Jing Lu is a genius hard to come by in 100,000 years? Why is he so weak? What that kid used just now seemed to be spatial laws. My God, spatial laws. This scene was already familiar to Ning Tianping, but to others they were shocked to the core. An origin deity realm actually sent a divine lord realm flying with one punch. This was too subverting. It turns out that this is how you roll. The posture is really unsightly. I'm not going to roll then, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Jing Lu scrambled to his feet. The facial features on his face all shifted. His nose aching until tears kept flowing. His appearance extremely miserable. He roared at the old man. Uncle Huang, kill him for me. I want him dead. That old man's gaze turned sharp and he said in a cold voice, Young man, you're courting death. Yi Yuan ignored him, fished out the supreme token, and gave it to the guard. He said, I don't have an invitation card. I only have this. Can I go in? That guard's gaze turned intent and he said in great alarm, Supreme token, why your excellency. This lowly one had eyes but couldn't see. I have offended. Your excellency, sorry. The supreme token was the highest level invitation letter for the auction this time. The ones invited were all big shots. With his status, he could not afford to offend at all. Seeing this token, his heart could not help palpitating heavily. Uncle Huang was just about to fly off the handle when that guard suddenly said,
Coldly, halt.
This lord is one of my Riverluck capital city's most honorable guests. If you dare to attack him, it's becoming enemies with our three major factions. Uncle Huang and Jing Lu somewhat doubted whether their ears heard wrongly or not. A measly origin deity realm was actually Riverluck capital city's most distinguished guest? Jing Lu said in a solemn voice, You dare to speak to me this way? But that guard did not yield in the slightest as he said, Apologies, young Patriarch Jing Lu is naturally our important guest, but the higher-ups instructed that if anyone sees a guest holding a supreme token, we must receive them with the highest standards. If you dare to attack this lord, then I can only say sorry. Not just Jing Lu, even the others also looked at Yi Yuan with incomparable shock. They completely could not understand. How did a measly origin deity realm become the most distinguished guest? Humph! A mere second-layered heaven divine lord. What can you do to me? Uncle Huang, what are you still waiting for? Attack! The guard was merely second-layered heaven divine lord cultivation. Jing Lu did not take him seriously at all, directly ordering Uncle Huang to attack. But Uncle Huang hesitated. Before he came, head elder explained solemnly before to make sure never to come into conflict with the three major forces. Riverluck capital city was merely a capital city. If they did not have a certain background, how could they possibly stand tall? One had to know there were three imperial cities around Riverluck capital city. Among them included Melody Sun Imperial City. But these three imperial cities had very weak control toward Riverluck capital city. One could say that Riverluck capital city was an independent kingdom. Uncle Huang was not a silk pants like Jing Lu, so he was deeply aware of the seriousness involved. Killing an origin deity realm was easy, but they already said the words very clearly. Yi Yuan was the most honorable guest. One had to know, even with their status, they did not get the supreme token. The importance of this token could be seen at a glance. Uncle Huang said, Young patriarch, better forget it. The less trouble, the better. Let's go in. What did you say? Jing Lu somewhat doubted whether his ears heard wrongly or not. Uncle Huang actually yielded? Wasn't it just a measly capital city? What was he afraid of? Uncle Huang pulled Jing Lu to the side and whispered, Whatever there is, I'll tell you in a while. This place isn't a place to talk. Finished talking, he brought Jing Lu along and directly entered the auction venue. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely surprised and started guessing Yi Yuan's identity one after another. Very clearly, Melody Sun Imperial City did not dare to provoke Riverluck capital city, while Riverluck capital city did not dare to provoke Yi Yuan. Calculating this way, Yi Yuan's identity was big until it was a little frightening. Just what origin was this origin deity realm young man? In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, Isn't this Master Yi Yuan? Haven't you gone in yet? The auction is going to start in a jiffy. Yi Yuan took a look, feeling that he was a little familiar. It should be a powerhouse who bought medicinal pills back then. This powerhouse clearly did not know what happened just now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Going in right now. A small accident happened just now." That powerhouse smiled and said, "Then let's go in together?" Yi Yuan said, "Please." Haha. To be able to walk with Master Yi Yuan. This Lu is extremely honored. Done talking, the two people entered side by side, leaving behind everyone, with shocked faces. Wasn't that the Soaring Sky Gang's gang leader, Lu Changtian? He's a six-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse. He was actually so respectful toward that young man. I remembered the medicinal pill shop that caused a stir in the entire city. These past few days, the stall owner seemed to be called Yi Yuan. It's actually him.
No wonder. No wonder.
Even the three major factions have to queue up obediently in front of him. Heh. Young Master Jing kicked a metal plate this time. Yi Yuan and Lu Changtian entered the main hall. A middle-aged man came up to greet them. When Lu Changtian saw the arrival, his expression could not help changing. I didn't expect that Alliance Chief Li actually appeared in person, Lu Changtian said with a respectful bow. Alliance Chief Li was naturally the Sword Star Alliance's Alliance Chief. Li Xing. Lu Changtian did not expect that for the sake of this auction, Li Xing actually showed up in person. Li Xing smiled and said, "There are a few important people here tonight. This Li has no choice but to come." Master Yi Yuan, there was a little unhappiness. Just now, it was all our Sword Star Alliance who failed to look after well. Master Yi, please don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Lu Changtian had a look of astonishment. What kind of status did Li Xing have? He was actually so meek and humble. Toward an origin deity realm, this Yi Yuan's identity seemed to have an even greater background than he imagined. Yi Yuan had never seen Li Xing before, but hearing the two people's conversation, he knew that this was the Sword Star Alliance's alliance chief. Some small fries always like to jump around. No worries, Yi Yuan said, coolly. Actually, Lu Changtian did not know that Li Xing was also extremely shocked. In his heart, Yi Yuan, an origin deity realm, actually sent the first layered heaven divine. Lord Jing Lu flying with one punch. How could he not be shocked? Perhaps this was a true genius. Compared to Yi Yuan, Jing Lu, the so-called genius, was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He was forever only able to see that tiny patch of the sky. Celestial deity? So what if celestial deity? In the eyes of Empyreans and heavenly emperor powerhouses, celestial deities did not even count as ants. Li Xing said, "Younger brother Lu, I won't accompany you anymore. Please go ahead. Master Yi Yuan, I'll bring you to the Supreme Box Room. That place won't be disturbed by outsiders." Lu Changtian had an awkward look as he said with a smile, "You guys go ahead." This auction venue had a total of 4 regions. Heaven, Earth, and Man, 3 levels. There was also a region that was normally not open to the public, that was the Supreme Area. But this time they actually opened up the Supreme Area. What astonished Lu Changtian even more was that an origin deity realm actually entered the Supreme Area. One had to know, with Lu Changtian's identity and status, he could only enter the Earth rank region today too. Li Xing led Yi Yuan to a box room in the Supreme Area. The space inside the private room was very large, the decors extremely extravagant. There was a simple and archaic wooden table in the center. One look and Yi Yuan knew that it was made from 9 profound heaven spirit wood and that it was a priceless treasure. On the table, various styles of pastries and spirit tea were neatly arranged. By the side, there were even 4 extremely pretty maids serving on one side. In front, there was a massive light screen projecting the scene from the auction below in its entirety. All in all, every little bit here evidently showed the inhabitant's status. Master Yi Yuan, you be inconvenienced a bit and stay in this number 4 Supreme Box Room for the time being, Li Xing said. Yi Yuan had a face like an old well devoid of ripples. It was as if unmoved by all these He just said coolly, "I've troubled alliance chiefly, you go and busy with your own things." Li Xing said with a smile, "All right, then this Li will take his leave. If Master Yi Yuan has any needs, let these maids go and notify me." Finished talking, Li Xing took his leave and left. After going out, Du Mingliang came up to greet and whispered, "How was it, Alliance Chief?" Li Xing's expression was slightly dark as he said, "Indifferent whether granted favors or subjected to humiliation, style of talking uncommon, impressive in bearing. His background is definitely not small. Such a person isn't what we can build connections with. Just send him away properly and that will do." Du Mingliang was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that the Alliance Chief's appraisal toward Yi Yuan was actually so high. These were naturally deliberately shown by Li Xing they all for Yi Yuan to see. Displaying martial strength outside the door was not a dispute caused by personal feelings, but that he wanted to let the three major forces know that his origins were extraordinary. How could an ordinary faction possibly groom an origin deity realm martial artist who could jump realm and defeat a divine lord realm? His goal was very simple. It was the boundless heavenly soul stone. If let people know that he merely came out of a low-level imperial city with his means, it would definitely attract a lot of covetous eyes. Even though he was not afraid, he could forget about getting the boundless heavenly soul stone. Since that was the case, he might as well feign an unfathomable appearance. He would let everyone think that his background was extraordinary. This way, there was naturally no one who dared to touch him. However, Yi Yuan also deeply sensed Riverluck capital city's complexity. Behind the three major forces, there was definitely a celestial deity powerhouse manipulating everything. Furthermore, this celestial deity powerhouse was not even an ordinary celestial deity powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no way that even Melody Sun Imperial City's young patriarch did not dare to be insolent here. Before long, in the light screen, an old man slowly walked up the stage and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, this old self is Jian Jintao. I was invited by Riverluck capital city to take on the role of host of this auction. Everybody rest assured, the things auctioning this time this old self has already inspected them, they are all genuine goods. Furthermore, this old self believes that the auction articles in time definitely won't disappoint everyone." After the old man finished his self-introduction, someone immediately exclaimed below the stage, "Jian Jintao, could it be a member of the Jian family?" Jian Jintao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "That's right. This old self is precisely Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's descendant, a disciple of the Jian family." Finished talking, the aura on Jian Jintao's body released.
A mystérieux aura.
Reverberated amidst the hall. Profound Secret's divine essence. It's really a member of the Jian family. Once profound secrets appear, the genuine and the fake are immediately distinguished. Turns out that Elder Jian is a member of the Jian family. Pardon me? Pardon me. Haha. With Elder Jian here, we can rest assured. When everyone saw this mysterious divine essence, they immediately paid their respects to the old man. To actually invite the descendant of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets looks like the things this time is really very good, Dustless suddenly said. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Oh? Is this Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets very powerful?" Dustless said, "More than powerful. He can observe the destiny of what's under the heavens, talk about the life and death of martial artists, differentiate the truth and falsehood of myriad things, and is one of the most mysterious and most terrifying existences among transcendent heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's art of observing aura is unparalleled under the heavens. See that divine essence? That's called Profound Secret's divine essence. Only Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and his descendants can cultivate this kind of divine essence, similar to a bloodline inheritance." Yi Yuan said in surprise, There's still such a mysterious divine essence? Dustless nodded and said, if Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets says that someone can become a Heavenly Emperor, that person will definitely become a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. If he says someone will die halfway, that person is bound to meet with a premature end, as long as it's things that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets predicted. It has never been wrong before. Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. He did not expect that there was actually still a powerhouse who discerned heaven's secrets so thoroughly. What Yi Yuan did not know was that just a little earlier Tao ancestor life quietly arrived at Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' manor. Profound Secrets, 500 years ago, Heavenspan Mountain's abnormality. What do you think about it? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Tao ancestor life a very meaningful glance and said with a smile, life, it's not like you don't know my rules. Matters regarding the Heavenspan Mountain, I'm completely ignorant. If outsiders were to know that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually talk to Tao Profound Life like this, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Tao ancestors were high and above, showing disdain upon the world. Even transcendent Heavenly Emperors were ants in front of them too. But this Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually did not have the least bit of respect toward Tao Ancestor Life. Tao Ancestor Life frowned and said, this I naturally know. I just wanted to ask you if the time has come or not. When saying this, Tao Ancestor Life had a solemn look, as if encountering an earth-shaking matter, something that could make a Tao Ancestor powerhouse so visibly moved naturally would not be that simple. Profound Secrets heaved a sigh and said, you've experienced the last epoch. You naturally have an idea in mind. This kind of thing, is there still a need to ask me? Everyone says that Tao ancestors can live forever, but that's just because they don't live long enough. In this world, what can live forever is probably just the Heavenspan Mountain, right? Or maybe even the Heavenspan Mountain isn't undying and indestructible too. This kind of thing, who knows? Tao Ancestor Life's expression changed. Profound Secrets' words poked his sore spot. The world all said that Tao ancestors were above worldly considerations, but they did not know that Tao ancestors had Tao ancestors' hardships too. In that case, it's really coming? Tao Ancestor Life said in a low voice. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, oh, old May, so many years have passed, you still haven't gotten over it? Life and death are decreed by fate. It's not what you and I can control. Tao Ancestor Life's expression flickered incessantly, and he said with a sigh, saying is easy but doing it is difficult. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave him a glance and suddenly said, on that day, I observed the celestial phenomena at night. In the south, purple chi surged to the sky. An abnormality is bound to happen. But this heaven's secret, I can't perceive it. Tao Ancestor Life's gaze turned intent. His figure suddenly disappeared.
First universe.
Before long, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Tao Ancestor Life. Tao Ancestor, Heavenly Emperor Vast Universe said respectfully. Heavenly Emperor Vast Universe was slightly fearful in his heart. It was rare for the Tao Ancestor to summon him one in a million years. What was this? Today? Tao Ancestor Life nodded and said, you immediately send people to the south and search carefully for me. See in this recent 500 years what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. I don't want anything left out. Understand? Heavenly Emperor Vast Universe hurriedly said, yes, this subordinate understands. This subordinate will go and send people right away. In front of everyone, it's the appetizer that the auction this time is, starting with Divine Tao Rank 5 Martial Technique, Heavenly Profound. Divine Sword. This martial technique is very powerful, one can cultivate all the way to Celestial Deity Realm. Each level cultivated, one can virtually sweep across all in the same rank. The base price is 10 billion. Each increment has to be no less than 500 million. Jian Jintao was clearly very experienced with this kind of auction because of his vast experience, stirring up the atmosphere at the scene with a few sentences. Divine Tao rank 5 martial techniques were martial techniques created by at least celestial deity powerhouses. The power was naturally extraordinary, and this cultivation method was clearly even more extraordinary. Jian Jintao used sweeping across those in the same rank to describe it. It clearly let the auction liven up all at once even more authoritatively. Very soon, this Divine Tao rank 5 martial technique was sold at a price of 16.5 billion. Yi Yuan was not interested in this. No matter how strong the martial technique, it was also not as good as what was suitable for him. Clearly, the Misty Sword Art was the most suitable for him. The Misty Sword Art that was based on the Chaos Heavenspan canon was something no martial technique could replace. Sweeping across those in the same rank was merely a joke in front of Yi Yuan. His current combat strength could already kill the majority of first-layered Heaven Divine Lords. Same rank? To Yi Yuan, there was only jumping realms. Uncle Huang persuaded ardently before Jing Lu realized River Luck Capital City's remarkableness and also understood what their threat meant. Jing Lu was arranged in the Heaven Rank area, which was also a private room. It was just that the private room was far lacking compared to the Supreme area. Young Patriarch, our goal this time is the boundless heavenly soul stone. If the divine essence stones aren't enough when the time comes, what should we do? Uncle Huang said. Jing Lu waved his hand and said full of confidence, "No worries, we brought 120 billion this time. It's enough to win the bid for the boundless heavenly soul stone. The boundless heavenly soul stone is useful to the divine lord realm, while its value to the celestial deity realm isn't that much. The price won't be too high. This is a complete divine Tao rank 5 martial technique. Our Melody Sun Imperial City obtaining it is also akin to adding wings to a tiger. Who dares to say anything?" Uncle Huang saw Jing Lu's aloof and indifferent appearance and could not help letting out a sigh and no longer urged. He knew this young patriarch's temper. Say any more and he would get angry. The price of 16.5 billion already exceeded the value of this martial technique. Uncle Huang felt that it was not worth it. It was just that these words, he did not dare to say it. Afterward, several more things were auctioned. The final transaction prices were basically all above 20 billion. The good things tonight were truly a lot, but these things were not indispensable to Yi Yuan. He could not muster up much interest. I believe that tonight quite a number of people are aiming for an auction item. This piece of boundless heavenly soul stone was discovered in an ore lode. Not only is the chunk extremely big, but it's also very pure. This old man has already appraised it. It's most suitable to use to help 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords and half-step celestial deity powerhouses to comprehend Heavenly Tao. This piece of boundless heavenly soul stone, the base price is 28 billion. Each increment is no less than 1 billion. Now start bidding. 35 billion. The moment Jian Jintao's voice faded, someone immediately raised by 7 billion divine essence stones. Uncle Huang was slightly disappointed at the side. This young patriarch Jing Lu was still too young, no patience at all. Auctions, this sort of thing, what was play was psychological warfare. How was competing on the volume of voice? 37 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion. Jing Lu directly added another 10 billion. Everyone became quiet. In a few bids, the price of the boundless heavenly soul stone directly doubled. This stance of being determined to get it really cowed quite a number of people. However, this was clearly not the final outcome. With such a sucker placed there, how was there a reason to not cheat him? Suddenly, a 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Powerhouse shouted, 51 billion. Jing Lu's face fell. He was still pleased with himself for a while when he saw that he stumped everyone earlier. He did not expect that, in a blink of an eye, someone raised the price. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. 52 billion. That person said coolly, 53 billion. Jinglu was enraged until his face was livid, and he continued, 60 billion. This time, that martial artist did not increase the price anymore. He said, smiled faintly and said, I don't want any more. Better give it to him. The moment Jinglu heard, his face could not help revealing a smug look, and he said with a cold smile, fighting with this young master, can you afford to contend? Jinglu's voice was not concealed. Everyone in the room heard it. Those present were mostly clear-headed people. Everyone's faces revealed a knowing smile. He slightly used a bit of trick, and he directly increased by 10 billion. Uncle Huang could not bear to look straight ahead, but he could not speak up to warn either, his expression crumbling. Jian Jintao smiled slightly and said, 60 billion. Is there still higher than 60 billion? If there isn't, this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone will belong to the heaven number 5 room's guest. Everyone was silent. Everyone felt that the boundless heavenly soul stone already exceeded its original value, and that it was clearly not worth to make a move anymore. Right at this time, a faint voice sounded out, 100 billion. This made everyone feel surprised. Among the audience, someone immediately whispered, 100 billion. Someone actually offered 100 billion to buy a piece of boundless heavenly soul stone. Isn't this being a sucker? At this time, an extremely experienced person explained, heh, a little interesting. This isn't a sucker, but an expert. Amen? What do you mean? Clearly, this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone, guests in heaven number 5 room and supreme number 4 room are determined to get it and absolutely won't allow the slightest accident. But supreme number 4 room's guest has never made a move. He was waiting to see how much his opponent had. Now his opponent is clearly only left with the heaven number 5 room's guest. And at this time he raised the price to 100 billion all of a sudden. It has probably already reached heaven number 5 room's limits. This way he can save divine essence stones to the greatest degree, because heaven number 5 room exposed too much. That person said in shock, there's actually still this kind of strategy? That's of course. At times, auctions will encounter this kind of situation. Some people are aiming at an item. No matter what, he has to win the bid. This time, the tactic becomes very important. You look, heaven number 5 room still wants to increase the price, but he already can't increase it anymore. When Jinglu heard this offer, his expression immediately became incomparably ugly. He brought a total of 120 billion out. Right now, he was only left with 103.5 billion. Yi Yuan's price quote directly pushed his limit. He was unable to increase the price anymore. Gritting his teeth, Jinglu yelled, 103.5 billion. Then in the next second, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said indifferently, again, 105 billion. Bang! Jinglu smashed the tea table in front of him with a palm and said angrily, damn it, this person is a lunatic, right? To actually spend over 100 billion to buy a piece of boundless heavenly soul stone. Uncle Huang let out a sigh and said, young patriarch, forget it, that person is the same as us, hell-bent on obtaining the boundless heavenly soul stone. Jian Jintao also did not expect that this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone could be sold at such a high price. This piece of boundless heavenly soul stone belongs to the guest in the supreme number 4 room, Jian Jintao announced. He was very curious just who was in this supreme number 4 room to actually play with auctioning tricks to such a high degree of perfection. Actually, when Jinglu called out 60 billion, he estimated that Jinglu's limit was roughly 100 billion. But he had immersed in this for many years, his experience being exceedingly rich. That was how he had this estimation. That supreme number 4 room's guest actually had such judgment too. Presumably he must be an expert. Jian Jintao thought in his heart, this supreme number 4 room is rather interesting. In a while I must broaden my experience. The following auctions had nothing to do with Yi Yuan anymore. Even though the cost of buying the boundless heavenly soul stone far exceeded his expectations, he did not feel that there was anything. As long as it could preserve Mu Lingshua's life, forget about 100 billion, so what even if 1 trillion? There were quite a number of forces present that came from celestial deity factions. The last few auction items could only be used by celestial deity realm powerhouses. The competition was also abnormally fierce. These things were too far away for Yi Yuan. Moreover, Yi Yuan did not lack them either. As long as he broke through to the Divine Lord realm and opened up the purple Extreme Hall's second level, the good things inside were definitely too many to count. After the auction ended, Yi Yuan went backstage to pay with divine essence stones. He did not expect that Jian Jintao was actually already waiting there. Jian Jintao saw Yi Yuan, his gaze involuntarily turning intent. He did not think that such a veteran bidding technique actually came from such a young person's hands. Elder Jian, Yi Yuan said with Jian Jintao with clasped hands. Toward this heavenly emperor profound secrets, Yi Yuan was still very interested. He very much wanted to understand what kind of heavenly Tao laws could let them cultivate such mysterious divine essence. Jian Jintao smiled and said, "Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. I really didn't expect that Supreme Number 4 Room's guest was actually such a young man." At this time, Li Xing suddenly appeared and said, "Hoo, Elder Jian isn't aware. Master Yi isn't an ordinary young man." Jian Jintao was slightly surprised and looked towards Li Xing and said, "Oh? How is he not ordinary?" Li Xing smiled and briefly recounted Yi Yuan's situation. In his heart, Jian Jintao was wildly in shock. He said somewhat disbelievingly, "Alchemy godly, you can't simply say this kind of words. This old man has lived to this ripe old age and could be said to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I've also not seen before Void Spirit Divine pills more than a few times." Li Xing smiled and said, "This matter, Riverluck capital city's people are all aware. Moreover, how could this Li dare to talk rubbish in front of Elder Jian? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' lineage proliferated, their family extremely massive, and they were scattered all over the heavenspan world. Jian Jintao was merely a very distant offspring of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. But even so, no one dared to underestimate Jian Jintao too, because no one dared to underestimate the Jian family. Jian Jintao was incomparably shocked in his heart and unconsciously revolved divine essence, applying it on his 2 eyes, and looked over toward Yi Yuan. "Arg!" Jian Jintao suddenly screamed miserably, covering his eyes with both eyes. Li Xing could not help turning pale with fright when he saw the situation and hurriedly said, "Elder Jian, what's wrong with you?" Jian Jintao put down both hands tremblingly. The surrounding people all got a big shock. It was only to see his 2 eyes tightly shut with 2 rows of bloody tears flowing down the corners of his eyes, looking incomparably grim. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this kind of situation would appear and said worriedly, "Elder Jian, are you all right?" Jian Jintao slowly shook his head and said, "This old self is inept and incurred little friend Yi Yuan's ridicule." Titanic waves surged in Jian Jintao's heart. His profound spirit chaos formula was already cultivated to peak 4th level. His art of viewing aura was also grand completion rank 4. However, he actually suffered such a terrifying backlash with one glance. The grandeur of this boy's destiny was simply appalling. "Elder Jian, you used the art of observing aura on Yi Yuan just now?" Li Xing seemed to have understood something and could not resist asking. Jian Jintao knew that he could not hide it, so he said with a bitter smile, "Hearing what you said just now, this old self was somewhat curious, so I utilized the art of observing aura. I didn't expect that this old man was inept and actually suffered a backlash." Li Xing said in shock, "Elder Jian must be joking. Within the boundaries of these 3 imperial cities, who doesn't know that Elder Jian's art of observing aura is extremely accurate?" How can you be inept? At this time, another two figures walked over. They were City Lord Chai Rong and the Blood Rainbow Manor's Manor Lord, Wang Chao. When they saw that Jian Jintao's 2 eyes were flowing with bloody tears, they turned pale with fright and said, "Elder Jian, what's wrong with you?" Li Xing briefly explained the situation. The two people's gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of astonishment. Looks like their judgment previously was indeed not wrong. "Elder Jian, I wonder what color Master Yi Yuan's destiny is?" Chai Rong asked. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' art of observing aura was not a secret. Person's destiny could be divided into 7 levels. When observing aura, it would show different colors. Red aura was the weakest, while purple aura was the most prosperous. Normally, those able to reach purple aura, as long as they did not fall, breaking through to the true God realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. That powerhouse who left behind the suppression ancient heaven gate had once been viewed by the Jian family's art of observing auras, and the person had the most prosperous purple aura. Jian Jintao smiled bitterly and said, "This old man didn't see anything at all, but this old man reckons that little friend Yi Yuan's destiny is likely the imperial aura." He only took one look and blinded himself.
Impérial aura.
The 3 great powerhouses shuddered all over. Imperial aura they had also heard before. It was just that in River Luck, capital city, this kind of remote place, it was impossible for imperial aura to appear at all. Because people who have imperial aura appear could be said to have a heaven-defying destiny, and they were all able to step into the Empyrean realm in the end. Being a heavenly Empyrean, that was already a powerhouse that stood at the very summit of this world, an existence that they needed to look up to, and also an existence that could not be reached for life. Could it be that this young man in front of them could achieve the Empyrean realm in the future? Dustless already told Yi Yuan these, so Yi Yuan also understood the meaning of
Impérial aura.
But he was not interested in this. What he was interested in was Jian Jintao's cultivation method. Yi Yuan suddenly cupped his fists and said, "Elder Jian, Yi Yuan has a presumptuous request." At this time, these few people's perceptions of Yi Yuan were somewhat different again. A future Empyrean powerhouse, was he not worth them fawning on him? Jian Jintao slowly nodded and said, "You say?" Yi Yuan said, "Elder Jian, can you display your divine essence again?" Junior wants to experience it personally. Jian Jintao was rather surprised but did not refuse it either. Hence he revolved the profound spirit chaos formula and released his divine essence. Carefully sensing the divine essence that Jian Jintao released, Yi Yuan trembled all over. This divine essence was indeed incomparably mysterious. More importantly, Yi Yuan actually sensed a hint of chaos divine essence concept from Jian Jintao's divine essence. This made him incredibly shocked. Every martial artist's divine essence would have subtle differences because of the differences in the cultivation method they cultivate. Some divine essences were suited to cultivate sword Dao martial techniques. Some divine essences were suitable to cultivate fire martial techniques. But those able to cultivate out a trace of chaos divine essence was one of a kind. The world is so vast. Looks like I've underestimated the heroes of the world. This Jian Jintao is merely 9th layered heaven divine lord, and he's already so powerful. I wonder how powerful that heavenly emperor Profound Secrets is. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Dustless said, "Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets has lived for God knows how many tens of thousands of years. He's the transcendent heavenly emperor with the longest lifespan. There's even a legend that he had once fought for the position of Dao ancestor before but failed in the end. This kind of existence naturally can't be placed in the same category as ordinary people. Those kinds of existences are all powerhouses who approach great Dao. Cultivating chaos. Divine essence isn't anything strange." Yi Yuan said, "Looks like my path isn't wrong. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, that kind of powerhouse is also pursuing chaos divine essence. Just that their chaos divine essence is far from as pure as mine. Witnessing Jian Jintao's divine essence, Yi Yuan became even more certain of his path. What he wanted to do right now was to find the direction of the next step. Many thanks, Elder Jian. The profound spirit chaos formula is indeed profound and inscrutable. Yi Yuan admires. Yi Yuan said sincerely. Hoo, that's the grace that's bestowed by ancestor. We only learned a bit of smattering, not worth mentioning. If little friend Yi Yuan is free, there's no harm taking a trip to extreme light Imperial City, Jian Jintao said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right, I'll definitely pay a visit next time. In a corner of the street, Jing Lu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Uncle Huang, that kid keeps refusing to come out. He definitely bought something. Supreme Region, those who would buy the boundless heavenly soul stone is only him. After the auction ended, Jing Lu was unwilling to accept it. He suspected that the one competing with him was Yi Yuan, so he stood guard outside. Uncle Huang also nodded when he heard it and said, very likely. I inquired. Before, he collected myriad longevity heavenly soul stones previously. Bidding with young patriarch for the boundless heavenly soul stone is within reason. Jing Lu's gaze was dark as he said in a cold voice, no way, I can't stomach this, Uncle Huang. I'm going to kill him. Firstly, it avenges the enmity previously. Secondly, it's also to snatch the boundless heavenly soul stone. For Father. Missing this time, Father will have to wait for no idea how many years before having a chance to break through to celestial deity realm. Uncle Huang frowned and said, young patriarch, while that's right, the three major forces are clearly partial toward him. It's not easy for us to act. I also didn't say to kill him in the city. When the suppression ancient Heaven Gate's inheritance is over, he'll definitely leave Riverluck capital city. At that time Jing Lu had a vicious expression as he did a beheading action. Uncle Huang thought about it and said with a nod, young patriarch's words are reasonable. It's just that I'm afraid that this kid's background isn't small. If we want to kill him, we'd better be fully prepared. Jing Lu nodded and said, Amen, you ask Father for help right now. Have him send more experts over. An origin deity realm kid to dare challenge this young master. This young master will let you know what's called despair. Yes, young patriarch, Uncle Huang said. On this day, the north of the city suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. Several hundred rays of light suddenly projected down from the sky, shining on the earth as if spotlights. Spirit circle projection. It's the spirit circle projection. The suppression. Ancient Heaven Gate is now open. This phenomenon made the martial artists in the city seethe all at once. For a moment, those martial artists ran wild all at once, speeding out of the city frenziedly lest they get left behind. In the wilderness to the north of the city, a stone gate stood erect and tall. In front of the stone gate, circles of light appeared on the ground. The martial artists fought with each other, attempting to enter the light circles. As long as one can last 100 breaths in the light circle, they can obtain the recognition of the suppression ancient heaven gate and enter inside, obtaining the inheritance. All get lost for me. Those who bar me, die. This light circle is mine. Bang! For some time, countless fervent gazes looked towards the suppression ancient
Heaven Gate.
They all hoped to enter inside and obtain the inheritance. However, there were only merely several hundred seats. The competition was unusually fierce. In midair, countless divine essences, countless without restraint, looking incomparably gorgeous. Horrifying powers of law undulated in the sky. Martial artists fell from time to time. The scene was extremely tragic. However, the truly powerful existences had not made a move yet. The ones who rushed over now were all small fries. Your Excellency, these guys are crazy. It's really terrifying.
Ning Tianping
said emotionally. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "This kind of lucky chance is sufficient to change one's life to bottom-level martial artists. They naturally have to do whatever it takes." Ning Tianping said, "Fortunately, this suppression ancient heaven gate has a bone age limit. Otherwise, it would really have nothing to do with us anymore." This suppression ancient heaven gate seemed to be searching for a successor. Hence, the skeletal age was restricted to under 5,000 years old. Those over 5,000 years old, even if they occupied the light circle, they would be rejected too. With Ning Tianping's strength, he was already an outstanding talent among those below 5,000 years old. Hence, him occupying a light circle was virtually a sure thing. Otherwise, once those middle-stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouse took the field, what has it got to do with the others anymore? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's almost time. Let's go." Ning Tianping smiled slightly, his figure rushing out. Yi Yuan followed closely behind and was actually not much slower than Ning Tianping. "You all look, there's actually an origin deity who wants to occupy a light ring. Is he courting death? Ha ha ha, truly. There are all kinds of birds once a forest is big. Amen? Hang on. Why can an origin deity realm fly? It's really so. I got it, he must have comprehended spatial laws. My God. Truly monstrous. So what? Whoever prevents your father from obtaining the inheritance, your father will take his life." Yi Yuan was seriously too conspicuous among a group of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, immediately drawing people's attention. Under Ning Tianping's protection, Yi Yuan directly occupied a light circle. Then, Ning Tianping also occupied a light circle in the vicinity. Ning Tianping's strength was too powerful. Few were his match. "Brat! Get lost for your father." Not long after Yi Yuan landed and occupied a light circle, a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord rushed over towards Yi Yuan domineeringly. Occupying a seat was not the end. One must be able to hold for 100 breaths before they could obtain the suppression ancient heaven gates. Recognition. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, the Junyi sword suddenly attacking. Rumble. That martial artist was directly blasted flying by Yi Yuan with one sword. Originally, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon. So they were all raring to have a go. This sword of Yi Yuan stunned everyone at once, making them not dare to make a move without careful consideration. This spirit circle, this Yi wants it. Those who are not convinced come and fight me. Yi Yuan stood upright with his long sword, unparalleled and domineering. Even though he was just origin deity realm, his aura surged to the sky and actually gave those martial artists tremendous pressure. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. How can this kid be so strong? An origin deity realm could actually overpower a first-layered heaven divine Lord with one sword. I heard that there was an origin deity realm who defeated Melody Sun Imperial City's young patriarch Jing Lu a few days back. This must be him. The moment everyone heard, their expressions could not help changing greatly, revealing looks of apprehension towards Yi Yuan. For some time, there were already quite a few people who wanted to beat a retreat and compete for other spirit circles. Everybody attack. He's only one person. I'll see how many people he can block. Suddenly, someone in the crowd fanned the flames. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and looked at that person. That person was none other than precisely Jing Lu. Those martial artists being incited by Jing Lu were indeed moved. An origin deity realm kid also wants to occupy a spirit circle. Dream on. Everybody, attack together. Sure enough, over a dozen first-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses actually charged over towards Yi Yuan in unison. Occupying a spirit circle, one could not move anymore. Otherwise, precious time of occupying a spirit circle would not be counted anymore. Therefore, every person who occupied one must have the strength that surpassed people, because they were all living targets. Clearly, Yi Yuan seemed much weaker among them. Seeing this scene, Jing Lu was very pleased with himself in his heart. So what if you can jump realms and battle I don't believe that you can fight over a dozen divine lord powerhouses alone. Offended this young master. And you still want to obtain the inheritance? Dream on. Done talking, Jinglu raised his long sword and also rushed over toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, Yi Yuan was surrounded by enemies in all directions. He laughed coldly and said with disdain, "Want to bully the weak with numbers? Then you all have to be prepared for death." Regarding Yi Yuan's threat, they naturally did not take it to heart. After all, Yi Yuan was just an origin deity realm. Over 10 of them, they did not believe that they could not force Yi Yuan out. Buzz! Those dozen over people were currently arriving swiftly when suddenly, with a series of whooshes, all of them fell down from the air. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan's sword energy came out. Those few powerhouses who rushed in front were all swept by it, their bodies being riddled with wounds by the sword. Energy. Origin magnetic laws. My God. How can this kid's means be so many? Spatial laws, origin magnetic laws, how can this kid comprehend so many? Obscure laws. Too strong. First-layered heaven divine lords are not his match at all. Yi Yuan's methods had astounded everyone. Under the gaze of thousands of divine lord realm powerhouse, he alone swept away over a dozen people. First-layered heaven divine lord realm powerhouses did not have the strength to retaliate at all in front of him. This kind of strength was already considered a top powerhouse among first-layered heaven divine lords. Such a person naturally had the qualifications to obtain a spot. Who else is still unconvinced? You can all come. This Yi will receive you. All. Yi Yuan stood with his sword brandished, his gaze like a torch, aura imposing. Those powerhouses finally retreated. You quickly run. This guy is too strong. The martial artists who survived stumbled and crawled away. Jinglu was suddenly assaulted by the origin magnetic field just now and did a dog-eat-shit tumble. Fortunately, he charged a little later and was not hit by the sword. Otherwise, he would be a corpse right now. Looking at Yi Yuan's invincible figure, Jinglu was full of fear and resentment. How could there be such a freakish person in this world? How could someone's talent be even greater than his? Right at this time, Yi Yuan's gaze passed through the crowd and cast at him. Jinglu's entire body turned stiff as if being hit by a paralyzing hex. Not daring to move in the slightest. The killing intent in Yi Yuan's eyes was not disguised in the least bit. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. Finally, all of the powerhouses retreated. Yi Yuan's place became a forbidden place. Even those second-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses were not willing to come and provoke Yi Yuan too. Not that they were afraid of Yi Yuan, but that there were soft persimmons to need. Why should they pick a hard persimmon? All around, bloody battles happened repeatedly. Quite a number of young geniuses perished, their Tao disappearing. But Yi Yuan stood proudly. No one dared to come up and provoke anymore. Finally, the fights became fewer and more sparse. The spirit circles each fell under someone's ownership. But those who obtained spirit circles, most of them were third-layered heaven divine lords and second-layered heaven divine lords. The number of first-layered heaven divine lords were very few. After Jinglu was frightened away by Yi Yuan, he also found a succor and forcefully occupied a spirit circle. 100 breaths of time passed. One spirit circle after another emitted traces of dense mist. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt that a wisp of his divine sense involuntarily broke free of his body, flying toward the suppression ancient heaven gate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of light broke free, flying into the suppression ancient heaven gate. Those martial artists who failed to snatch the spirit circles could only see. These people enter to search for treasures off with their eyes with envious looks. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and he entered a vast starry sky. Is this the legendary suppression ancient starry sky? Indeed magical. Each star represents a treasure. The brighter the star, it means the more powerful the treasure. Still waiting for what? Come on. Treasure in front, the martial artists all lost composure. taking action one after another, flying over toward those stars. Those slightly darker stars, they did not take fancy on them. They were all aiming for those brightest few stars. It was just that they flew halfway and their figures were unable to advance and
in animo.
Heh, really overestimating their own abilities. How can truly powerful inheritances be what the average person can obtain? Dustless said. Disdainfully, the soul-suppressing pearl was integrated inside Yi Yuan's divine sense and was also brought inside. Yi Yuan said, "Wonder to which step I can walk to." Dustless stroked his beard and said, "Hoo-hoo, with this old man around you'll naturally get the best." Yi Yuan could not help smiling when he heard it. It was said that this inheritance was left behind by a true god powerhouse. But the soul-suppressing pearl was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure. Dustless did not take it seriously at all. The means of true god powerhouses are indeed inconceivable to actually be able to create such a region of consciousness space. It's just that no idea what the strongest inheritance here is. Yi Yuan said, "The strongest inheritance is naturally not here, but in the depths of the starry sky." Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled at Ning Tianping and said, "Tianping, let us go and join in the fun too." Heh, all right. I also want to see where my potential lies,
Ning Tianping
said with a smile. Finished talking, the two people leaped and headed over toward the vast starry sky. Damn it. Just a little bit more move for me. A second-layered heaven divine lord martial artist struggled until his face reddened to the ears, but his body was unable to advance an inch. But he was only several hundred feet away from a very dazzling star. Right at this time, two figures lightly walked by him, incomparably relaxedly, forming a fierce contrast with him. Ning Tianping saw that that star was very bright and could not resist reaching out to fish it over. That martial artist glared and roared furiously. "That's mine. You're not allowed to snatch." Ning Tianping said with an amused look. "Is your name written on it?" That person could not help choking when he heard it, but he was fiercely unwilling to submit in his heart. Comparing people, it was really odious. This region of starry sky, the deeper in, the higher one's talent naturally was. He already used all of his strength to arrive here, but it now seemed like a joke. Ning Tianping carefully sensed it a bit, but his brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Your Excellency, this is a divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. It seems to be pretty good." That martial artist's entire body trembled, the unwillingness in his eyes even stronger. Who knew that? Yi Yuan said coolly. "Just a divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. Can only bring one thing out from here. Throw it away." "Oh!" Ning Tianping casually threw it very obediently. That star returned to its original spot. That martial artist was utterly stunned by these two people's conversation. This was also too casual, right? That originally thick unwillingness turned into astoundment at this time. Divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method, they did not even take fancy on it. One had to know divine Tao rank 5 cultivation methods were easily the price of 1 or 2 billion. That martial artist had tears coursing down his face, thinking to himself, "You guys shouldn't toy with people like this, might as well directly take it away." This was also too hurtful, right? Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping did not stop at all, directly leaving, while that martial artist was still desperately crawling forward, hoping to be able to reach that divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. It was just that no matter how hard he strove, he was always lacking that little bit. Several hundred martial artists, everyone had their own goals, but those able to reach rank 5 cultivation methods were originally already scanty few. As for even deeper, they were unable to arrive there at all. Ha ha ha. Peak rank 5 cultivation method, Crimson Light 9 brilliance. Divine art. With this cultivation method I can cultivate all the way to the peak of the celestial deity realm. In the starry sky, a voice suddenly sounded out loud, seemingly very excited. Not far away, some martial artists cast envious gazes. Indeed worthy of being a genius known to definitely step into celestial deity realm, to actually be able to obtain a peak rank 5 cultivation method. Sigh. The disparity between anyone is too great. Barring no accidents, the cultivation method that Jing Lu obtained will probably be the best this time, right? Hearing the sighs of admiration coming from everyone, Jing Lu was extremely pleased with himself, because in the starry sky he walked right at the forefront. Clearly, his talent was the greatest. Melody Sun Imperial City's apex cultivation method could only cultivate to the third-layered heaven celestial deity realm. Therefore, without a special fortuitous encounter, Jing Lu's final realm would stop here too. But now it was different. This set of Crimson Light 9 Brilliance Divine Art was sufficient to support him to cultivate to the peak 9th layered heaven celestial deity, only a step away from the true God realm. Jing Lu believed that with his talent, he could absolutely cultivate to the 9th layered heaven celestial deity realm. Right at this time, 2 figures came over, seemingly very relaxed. Amidst everyone's amazed stare, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping strolled over leisurely and arrived beside Jing Lu very quickly. Ning Tianping gave Jing Lu a glance and said disdainfully, "A mere divine Tao. Rank 5 cultivation method, look how excited it made you." Useless. Toward Jing Lu, Ning Tianping did not want to have any favorable impression. Seeing him show off, he could not resist giving him a blow. When Jing Lu saw these 2 people, the joy from a moment ago immediately disappeared in a flash. Looking at the 2 people's appearance, it seemed like they still had the strength to spare, while he was already powerless to move forward. Humph! What are you showing off for? The further in front, the greater the resistance. I don't believe that you guys can still advance much, Jing Lu said with a cold smile. Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see, Ning Tianping said with a sneer. Yi Yuan shot Jing Lu a glance lightly and said, "Come on, just a frog at the bottom of a well, no need to care about him." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and continued forward, leaving behind the black-faced Jing Lu. Sure enough, the resistance in front became greater and greater. Before long, Ning Tianping was unable to advance anymore. The tremendous resistance made it hard for him to take a single step. "Your Excellency, I can't move anymore,"
Ning Tianping sighed.
However, he did not have the intention of being unreconciled to it. Ning Tianping knew that for him to be able to walk until here was entirely his Excellency's credit. With his original talent, he was probably not even as good as Jing Lu. Yi Yuan glanced around and said with a nod, "All right, you stay here. I'll go further and take a look." The end of the starry sky was a stretch of darkness. An unfathomable aura emanated from the darkness. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly taking a step out. Entering inside the darkness, a powerful repulsive force hit him head-on, as if going to push his entire person out of the darkness. Walking all the way until now, Dustless did not give him help. He relied on his own strength to arrive here, but his strength was clearly inadequate in front of a true god. A powerful soul force surged out. Yi Yuan felt the pressure on his body suddenly reduce, since things that entered this place were only wisps of martial artists. Consciousness, this repulsive force naturally acted on the martial artists' consciousness, but the soul-suppressing pearl was too domineering in this regard. Even a true god had to kneel in front of it. Just like that, Yi Yuan slowly moved forward, entering the boundless darkness. It's only because you didn't break through to the Divine Lord realm. Otherwise, there's no need for this old man's help at all, and you'd be able to enter this space, Dustless said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That true god powerhouse should be looking for a Divine Lord realm successor, that's why he'd do so, right? Most likely he also didn't think that there's actually an origin deity realm who could walk. Until here." Dustless nodded and said, "That's natural. Divine Lord realms create a world. That's a true deity realm powerhouse. Before Divine Lord realm, accurately speaking, one is just a quasi-deity. Hence, he didn't consider origin deity, realm martial artists at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Pity that I've been unable to open up a world and let him down." Dustless smiled and said, "A true god powerhouse's inheritance is merely a minor assistance to you. Only true god mystic treasures, these things, still, have some help to you." While chatting away, a starry sky vortex suddenly appeared ahead, being incomparably bright. "This is the true inheritance, right?" Yi Yuan took a step out and arrived in front of the starry sky vortex in an instant. However, right at this time, a horrifying aura came from within, making Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. This horrifying aura was extremely powerful, even making Yi Yuan's consciousness almost collapse. A massive figure appeared above that cluster of starry sky, looking down at Yi Yuan with a gloomy cold gaze. This gaze seemed to be somewhat angry and a little disappointed. That enormous figure said, "I didn't expect that the first one to walk until here is actually just an origin deity realm kid. It really disappoints this seat too much." A gentle force instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up, making Yi Yuan recover to his initial most state. He looked at that massive figure and said coolly, "This suppression ancient Heaven Gate inheritance was left behind by Senior, right?" Yi Yuan's consciousness only trembled for a bit and recovered back to its original state. This made the other party rather surprised. After being slightly surprised, he shook his head and said, "You have some skills, but your talent is too poor. Skeletal age already 500 over years old, and actually still haven't broken through to the Divine Lord realm. You aren't fit to obtain my inheritance." This powerhouse clearly had an extremely high requirement toward the successor's talent. Hence, the moment he laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he denied Yi Yuan's qualifications to become his successor. One had to know the 500 years old Jinglu was already almost second-layered Heaven Divine Lord, and he could not even meet his requirements. Even though Yi Yuan walked until here, his realm was too low. He turned his nose up at him too. Yi Yuan was not angry and said with a faint smile, "This Yi already walked until here. Whether I get the inheritance or not isn't Senior's call." Insolence. The powerhouse was greatly enraged when he heard it. Pointing a finger out, the starry sky changed colors. A majestic and powerful will instantly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. What entered this place was merely a wisp of Yi Yuan's divine sense. The target of that powerhouse's attack was naturally this wisp of divine sense, too. However, it was as if Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to it and did not have the intention of resisting at all. Even though this powerhouse only left behind a trace of remnant thought, he was also a true god realm powerhouse no matter what. Eradicating an origin deity realm divine sense was too easy. However, when this burst of powerful will arrived in front of Yi Yuan, terrifying energy vortex suddenly appeared. That powerful will was directly swallowed up by this surge of energy vortex. When the powerhouse saw the situation, his expression changed drastically. Pupils constricting, he said in shock, This is an Empyrean spirit treasure. A true god powerhouse's knowledge was naturally not what the average martial artist could compare to. This horrifying energy undulation, only an Empyrean spirit treasure could emit. There was actually an Empyrean spirit treasure on this origin deity realm kid's body. Moreover, it was even an extremely rare soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I wonder if I have the qualifications to be the successor." The powerhouse's expression flickered incessantly. He never dreamed that he would actually be threatened by an origin deity realm kid. No, not threatened. A soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure was simply his nemesis. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, blotting out his existence was simply as easy as turning his hand over. Forget that he was just a wisp of remnant thought currently. Even in his heyday, he was also not an Empyrean spirit treasure's match. The powerhouse suddenly looked up at the sky and said with a sigh, "Truly, tiger landing in a plane." Looks like my Mo Li Fei's big enmity, it has no luck to be avenged. Kid, do it. Exterminating this seat, you can naturally take away the inheritance. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This Mo Li Fei seemed to have a deep hatred. That was why he would set up the suppression ancient heaven gate here and attempt to find a successor to help him get revenge. Senior, you misunderstood. Actually, I'm not very interested in your inheritance. I just came in to take a look. If you really need a successor, I have a suitable candidate, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Mo Li Fei was taken aback when he heard that and soon after laughed in spite of himself and said, "Yeah, you are in possession of a soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure, so why would you take fancy on this seat's inheritance? But who is the suitable candidate that you speak of?" Yi Yuan smiled. "Right in this stretch of starry sky, Senior should be able to sense it, right? He's the closest to this place right now." Who Yi Yuan said was naturally Ning Tianping. Mo Li Fei's brows furrowed slightly. His remnant thought flitted out, immediately seeing the Ning Tianping who was currently struggling bitterly. Him? Although his talent is pretty good, he's still a little off from this seat's requirements. Mo Li Fei shook his head and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior doesn't seem to have a choice now, but I can assure Senior that he's absolutely the most suitable candidate. If Senior has any grievance unrequited, you can entrust it to him. He can definitely help Senior to fulfill your dying wish." Facing an existence like Yi Yuan, Mo Li Fei completely had no temper at all. Indeed, under this kind of circumstance, Yi Yuan finding a pretty good successor for him was considered giving him a lot of face already. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan wanted to directly eliminate him, he would not be able to resist at all. But Mo Li Fei still shook his head and said, "You don't know how powerful my enemy is. He might very likely already be an Empyrean powerhouse by now. Even by obtaining all of my legacies, the hope of revenge is also very bleak. He won't be able to shoulder it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He can do it, because he has me as a friend." Mo Li Fei's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan, being rather surprised. This kid gave him a strange feeling in all aspects. Moreover, for an origin deity realm to be able to own an Empyrean spirit treasure, this in itself was a matter beyond comprehension. Seemingly making an extremely great resolution, Mo Li Fei reached his hand out toward the void and beckoned. Ning Tianping was currently desperately trying to reach a star, but all of a sudden, he seemed to be sucked away by a black hole, immediately disappearing. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Mo Li Fei and Yi Yuan. "Why, Your Excellency, what's going on here?" Ning Tianping said with a baffled look. This existence in front of him gave him an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. That kind of power made even his soul shudder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This senior feels that you're pretty talented and wants to take you in as a disciple. Hence, he summoned you here." Ning Tianping was dazed and said in surprise, "Take me in as a disciple? Your Excellency, shouldn't it be taking you in as a disciple? He has another teacher and is already not suitable to be my disciple anymore. This seat wants to take you in as a disciple right now. Are you willing?" "Montak," Li Fei suddenly said. "Oh, of course I'm willing." Ning Tianping blurted out. Got to be joking. A true god powerhouse wanting to take him in as a disciple. This was a great lucky chance. So how could he possibly refuse? Mo Li Fei said in a solemn voice, "Obtaining my legacy, you have to take revenge for this seat. Are you willing?" Ning Tianping's gaze turned intent and involuntarily looked over towards Yi Yuan. Only after getting Yi Yuan's affirmation did he nod and say, "Disciple is willing." Mo Li Fei reached his hand out and beckoned. That cluster of starry star vortex turned into several light dots and flew over. "These few things are Master's legacy items," Mo Li Fei said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked over, only to see those few dots of starlight turn into several treasures. A cultivation method, 2 martial techniques, as well as several medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, looking at one of the martial techniques, revealing a look of interest. Mo Lifei said, "This Starry Night Vast Cloud art is a peak rank 6 cultivation method. It is sufficient for you to cultivate to become a peak true god. These two sets of martial techniques, one of them is called Star Moon Life U0026 Death Sword, and the other is called 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. Especially this 3 Lives Nirvana Seal, it's exceedingly profound and hard to learn. Master only comprehended until the 2nd level seal art back then. This set of seal art is divided into a total of 3 seals. They are, respectively, Nirvana Seal, Life U0026 Death Seal, and 6 Paths of
Reincarnation Seal.
Cultivating to the limit, one can sweep across those in the same rank. Jumping realms to battle will be a cinch. Hearing Mo Lifei's introduction, Ning Tianping was excited until his heart was virtually about to jump out. Although he had not cultivated it yet, the power of these few things he could completely sense it. Especially this 3 Lives Nirvana Seal, it seemed to even transcend the scope of true God, could be said to have boundless power. With these few cultivation methods and martial techniques, the tiny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was no longer able to constrain him. He was going to spread his wings, soar high, and venture into this outside world. Senior, this set of 3 Lives Nirvana Seal, can you borrow this junior to take a look? Yi Yuan suddenly said. He felt that this martial technique was very extraordinary and was very interested in it. A conflicted look appeared on Mo Lifei's face. But he still nodded and said, "Take it and see then." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, senior." In front of Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan behaved very humble toward Mo Lifei. After all, from today onward, Mo Lifei was Ning Tianping's master. He did not want to let Ning Tianping have any misunderstanding. However, Mo Lifei was clearly very wary of Yi Yuan. Regarding Yi Yuan's request, he naturally had no reason to not satisfy it. Mo Lifei reached his hand out and pushed. The 3 Lives Nirvana Seal arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a curious look, divine sense prying into it, and started inspecting. Mo Lifei did not pay attention to Yi Yuan and continued saying to Ning Tianping, "Your talent is pretty good, but the cultivation method that you cultivate is a little too low grade. Master will help you refine the cultivation method right now and let you change it to the Starry Night Vast Cloud art." Ning Tianping said excitedly, "Many thanks, Master." Although Mo Lifei was a wisp of remnant soul, his means were clearly very powerful. He started to guide Ning Tianping little by little and refined his divine essence anew according to the Starry Night Vast Cloud arts method. In the process of refining, Mo Lifei also nodded slightly. This disciple that Yi Yuan recommended, while still barely satisfactory, was indeed a moldable talent. Yi Yuan suddenly felt like he was situated in hell, his entire person's life force rapidly dissipating. This is the Nirvana Seal? Tempering and advancing, nirvanic rebirth. This set of seal art is so profound, Yi Yuan said emotionally. Yi Yuan immersed in the seal art, reminiscing his previous life and current life, these 1,000 years, and actually had a feeling of great enlightenment. Wasn't his life a life of nirvanic rebirth? How many times of facing despair, and also how many years of relying on his own efforts? Nirvanic rebirth. Amidst this profound divine inscription, Yi Yuan's consciousness became more and more empty and finally resulted in a quiescence. Amen. Mo Lifei was currently guiding Ning Tianping to refine his divine essence when he suddenly felt that Yi Yuan's life force was currently rapidly disappearing. This kid actually wants to forcefully comprehend the Nirvana Seal. He's courting death here. Mo Lifei turned pale with fright and was about to go and interrupt Yi Yuan's comprehension. Master!
Ning Tianping hurriedly shouted.
Amen. Mo Lifei looked at Ning Tianping doubtfully. Ning Tianping said, "Master, rest assured, His Excellency won't mess around. His Excellency's talent is hundreds, thousands of times better than mine. Even if the comprehension fails, there won't be any danger to his life too. Let him be. Mo Lifei laughed in spite of himself and said, "Do you really think that a true God realm skill is so simple? If it is that simple, don't know how many people in this world can break through to become a true God already." But Ning Tianping said firmly, "I don't know about others, but His Excellency definitely can. Spatial laws are known as the supreme laws that are the hardest to comprehend in this world. But His Excellency only used 100 years' time and comprehended 2 layers of heaven." Mo Lifei's gaze turned sharp, incomparably shocked in his heart. As a true God powerhouse, he was clearer than others how difficult spatial laws were to comprehend. This kid in front of him actually only used 100 years' time and comprehended 2 layers of heaven? Was this a joke? Just as he was in shock, the Yi Yuan who originally already returned to quiescence, his aura suddenly became strong. Suddenly, Yi Yuan abruptly snapped open his eyes and flagrantly fired out a
Cell.
rumble. The entire region of starry sky started trembling. The stars in the distance suddenly became dim. What happened? Could it be that this stretch of space is going to collapse? Quickly run. The Divine Lord Realm powerhouses who were still outside choosing treasures. After seeing this scene, each and every one of them was frightened until they turned deathly pale. Once the space collapsed, they would have to be buried inside. Even if it was just a wisp of divine sense, it would cause tremendous damage to their main body too. Wanting to break through in the future would no longer be possible. Mo Lifei's gaze revealed a panic-stricken look as he said in shock, "See, comprehended. I spent several thousand years before comprehending this first seal. He only used this short while and is already at grand completion. Yes, this first seal of the Nirvana seal, Yi Yuan already fully mastered it, cultivating to the realm of grand completion. Life and death reincarnation, suddenly an epiphany in one move. This set of seal art was simply tailor-made for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was abnormally high to begin with. Coupled with his bumpy journey and setbacks during his life, his experiences were far from what the average person could compare to. This Nirvana seal, he directly comprehended it. When Ning Tianping saw that Yi Yuan had a sudden epiphany, he could not help saying with great joy, "Congratulations, Your Excellency." "Master, what did I say just now? His Excellency is very impressive, right?" Mo Lifei appeared slightly embarrassed as he smiled, extremely shocked in his heart. He even turned his nose up at Yi Yuan earlier, feeling that Yi Yuan's talent was too inferior. Only now did he know how ridiculously wrong he was. This kind of comprehension ability was simply astounding. Ho! Little friend, Yi Yuan's comprehension ability is truly terrifying. For your master to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's truly a blessing, Mo Lifei said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I entered the state of sudden epiphany by chance, comprehending the Nirvana seal. You guys carry on. I'll consolidate this set of seal art." Under Mo Lifei's guidance, Ning Tianping's cultivation method was converted very quickly. When his cultivation method was finished converting, it would also be equivalent to familiarizing with this starry night vast cloud art cultivation method once. Cultivating in the future would also yield twice the results with half the effort. "Master, you said that you're burdened with a deep-seated hatred, but you still haven't told me who your enemy is," Ning Tianping suddenly asked. Mo Lifei let out a sigh and said, "Wait till your strength is sufficient. Then, Master will naturally tell you." Ning Tianping nodded his head. He also knew that his current strength was too weak, and talking about taking revenge was still too early. "Master, this disciple and His Excellency will be leaving for the Heavenspan Mountain right away. Come together with us," Ning Tianping said with a look of anticipation. The pure-minded Ning Tianping felt that Mo Lifei was very good to him. These few days, quite a bit of teacher-student relationship was also nurtured between the two. Now, Mo Lifei already gradually recognized this disciple. Just as Yi Yuan said, this disciple did not disappoint him. But more importantly, it was his faith in Yi Yuan. Hearing Ning Tianping's invitation, Mo Lifei was rather moved, but he shook his head very soon and said, "Master won't be going, you guys go ahead." Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through Mo Lifei's thoughts, took out a ring, and said, "Senior, I have a spirit void ring here. You can shelter yourself inside. The two of your teacher and student have just formed ties separating. Henceforth is too cruel. Moreover, Tianping's cultivation in the future still needs senior to guide." Mo Lifei's gaze turned intent and he said, You actually still have a soul-type mystic treasure." This ring was shockingly a soul-type divine lord mystic treasure too. Although compared to the soul-suppressing pearl, it did not even count as trash. There was still no problem for Mo Lifei to shelter himself inside. Mo Lifei was merely a wisp of remnant soul currently, with not much life force left. He left behind numerous contingencies in this suppression ancient heaven gate, in order to preserve his remnant soul. But once he left this place, his life force would dissipate rapidly. This spirit void ring was a soul-type divine lord mystic treasure in the purple extreme hall. Either way, Yi Yuan had no use for it, so gifting it to Ning Tianping was just right. The moment Ning Tianping understood the situation, he could not help being overjoyed as he said, "Haha! Great! Master, we can leave this lousy place. Don't you worry. Disciple will definitely cultivate hard and strive to help Master take revenge soon." Mo Lifei was agitated in his heart and said with a nod, "All right, then I shall shelter myself inside this spirit void ring." He was inexplicably shocked in his heart. The secrets on this kid called Yi Yuan were truly too many. Even though it was just a divine lord mystic treasure, soul-type divine lord, mystic treasures were exceedingly rare. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had a second of such a treasure on him. Above the wilderness outside the suppression ancient heaven gate, the powerful spiritual energy storm gradually dissipated. Jing Lu was in high and vigorous spirits. He obtained the Crimson Light 9, Brilliance Divine Art. After coming out and converting his cultivation method, he touched the second-layered Heaven Divine Lord bottleneck very quickly, and actually directly broke through. Indeed well deserving of being young patriarch Jing Lu. This kind of talent is truly rare in the world. It's said that he broke through to first-layered Heaven Divine Lord for less than 50 years and actually broke through to second-layered Heaven Divine Lord already. Obtaining a Divine Tao Peak Rank 5 cultivation method this time, he'll likely become a peerless powerhouse in the future. The people were all sighing with amazement at Jing Lu's talent. The speed of his cultivation was indeed too fast, causing people to marvel in wonder. Right at this time, 2 rays of light shot out of the suppression ancient heaven gate and returned to the spirit circle. "It's Master Yi Yuan. I heard that he entered the depths of the starry sky this time. Wonder whether he obtained a Divine Tao Rank 6 treasure or not." Might not. Rank 6 treasures are very rare. Even if they entered the depths of the starry sky, they might not be able to obtain it either. Quite a number of people were all guessing just what kind of harvests Yi Yuan gained. But Jing Lu's expression turned dark and he came up to greet them. "Yi Yuan, you postured with me previously and looked down on a peak rank 5 cultivation method. I wonder what you obtained." Jing Lu said with a cold smile. Toward this arrogant fellow, Yi Yuan could only be speechless. He just said, coolly, "What has what I obtained got to do with you?" Jing Lu did not get angry either and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan, I want to challenge you. If you lose, I don't want your treasure either. Bring it out for everyone to take a look. Do you dare or not?" Jing Lu was certain that Yi Yuan definitely obtained some kind of important treasure and was afraid of displaying it and being coveted by everyone. What he wanted to do right now was to force Yi Yuan to show the treasure and draw everyone's hostility. He did not believe that nobody was unmoved. Jing Lu's little scheme, How could Yi Yuan not perceive it? He looked at Jinglu with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You already broke through to become a second-layered heaven divine lord. Challenging me, an origin deity realm. Your skin is really thick." With Yi Yuan saying so, there were indeed quite a number of people who gestured and pointed, very disdainful towards his actions. This was a blatant bullying people. However, Jinglu was clearly long prepared and said with a smile, "You're not an ordinary origin deity realm. Your strength is even stronger than the vast majority of first-layered heaven divine lords. Now you also obtained a precious treasure in the suppression ancient heaven gate. Jumping another realm to battle is also not impossible. This is also too shameless. Yeah, although we're very curious about what treasure Yi Yuan obtained, this kind of shameless words still makes people perspire in shame. An origin deity realm jumping realms to defeat a first-layered heaven divine lord is already freakish to the extreme, but to further defeat a second-layered heaven divine lord, how is this possible?" Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed when he heard it and said, "You really want to know what treasure I obtained?" Jinglu smiled and said, "That's of course. Not just I think everyone wants to know. I'm merely helping everyone speak their mind." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll grant your wish." The moment Jinglu heard, he could not help revealing a smile of his trickery. Succeeding. He did not believe that with his current strength Yi Yuan could still beat him. "Make your move," Jinglu said with a confident face. Yi Yuan smiled, the divine essence in his entire body rousing. A mysterious and profound seal condensed and formed very quickly. Sensing that horrifying energy undulation, Jinglu's expression suddenly changed. Nirvana seal. Yi Yuan injected all of the divine essence in his body and brazenly fired a seal out. Careful, young patriarch. From far away, when Uncle Huang saw Yi Yuan's seal, his face similarly revealed a look of great shock. It was only to see his figure suddenly dash out, wanting to save Jinglu. However, he was too far away. Yi Yuan's Nirvana seal arrived in an instant. Netherkill Extreme Light Sword. Seeing such a terrifying seal art, the scent of death hit him head-on. How could Jinglu still dare to slight it? The moment he made his move, it was his strongest attack. He was risking his life to counterattack, breaking through to become a second-layered heaven divine lord. The power of his sword techniques naturally increased greatly too. But in front of Yi Yuan's Nirvana seal, it still somewhat paled in comparison. This Nirvana seal gave people a very strange feeling, like it was an envoy who hooked the soul. Very terrifying. Rumble. The two attacks collided together like comets. Poo work. Poo work. Yi Yuan and Jinglu flew out backward at the same time. Ning Tianping's expression changed and hurriedly went up to catch Yi Yuan, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, are you all right?" Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine, go." Ning Tianping was shocked inwardly and immediately did not dare to stay, bringing Yi Yuan, figure speeding away like lightning. Young patriarch. Uncle Huang also rushed over, but Jinglu's situation was clearly not too good, life force rapidly dissipating. It looked like he could not survive anymore. Everyone present was incomparably shocked. Dead. My eyesight isn't failing, right? Young patriarch Jinglu died just like this. What seal art is that? To actually be able to kill a second-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse. Can't be that this seal art is the treasure he obtained in the suppression ancient heaven gate, right? Uncle Huang's eyes turned blood red, his gaze revealing a murderous look as he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan, if I don't kill you, I'm not human." Finished talking, he put away Jinglu's corpse, turned into a stream of flowing light and chased after fourth-layered heaven divine lord. His strength was far stronger than third-layered heaven divine lord, practically equivalent to a major realm. His speed was far from what Ning Tianping could compare to. Ning Tianping sprinted madly. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura catching up from the rear, and his expression could not help changing. Your Excellency, that person caught up. Yi Yuan's complexion was pale. His injury was not serious, but that nirvana seal's consumption on his divine essence was too terrifying. His entire person seemed to be wrung dry. One had to know, Yi Yuan's divine essence could not compare to ordinary people. When battling, in terms of endurance, he was even stronger than first-layered heaven divine lords. Even so, him using one nirvana seal move nearly drained him into a human jerky. This move could only be used as a trump card. Otherwise, firing this move out, he would be directly invalidated. But the power of this move also indeed surpassed imagination. It was even stronger than the misty sword art. Ignore him. I'll recover divine essence first, Yi Yuan said. Kid, you were too reckless. With your current strength, provoking such a powerful opponent. Isn't this courting death? Mo Li Fei suddenly said. Yi Yuan just smiled palely and did not speak. But Ning Tianping said, just a fourth-layered heaven divine lord. His Excellency still hasn't taken him seriously. Mo Li Fei could not help choking. Could it be that this kid still had other methods? But just now, when Yi Yuan fired out the Nirvana seal, Mo Li Fei was deeply astonished. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's divine essence was actually able to support the Nirvana seal. That kind of power was truly terrifying. The three people you chase, I ran 10,000 miles in a flash. River Luck. Capital city became smaller and smaller. Right at this time, several figures suddenly appeared at the horizon. The moment Uncle Huang saw, he could not help being overjoyed as he called out, Xiang Yunfei, Sun Qing, Zheng Shan, stop that boy for me. They killed young patriarch. These few people were precisely Melody Sun Imperial City's reinforcements. When the few people heard Uncle Huang's yell, they involuntarily trembled all over, hurriedly stopped Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping no longer had a way out, being pincered in front and from the rear. Finally, the four people formed an encirclement ring. Huang Hai, what's going on? Is what you said just now true? Xiang Yunfei looked at Uncle Huang and asked in a solemn voice. Huang Hai's expression was very ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, talk again after this matter is over. After killing these two villains, this old man will naturally take my own life to offer an apology. Xiang Yunfei trio's heart sunk to rock bottom. It seemed like young patriarch Jing Lu really died. Jing Lu's status in Melody Sun Imperial City was too high. The impact of his death on Melody Sun Imperial City was too great. Saying that it was an earthquake was also not overboard. Xiang Yunfei's two eyes narrowed, looked at Ning Tianping and said in a cold voice, you killed young patriarch? Do you know what kind of consequences you have to bear? Not him, it's that origin deity realm kid. Huang Hai interjected. The three people's expressions changed. Sun Qing said angrily, Huang Hai, do you take us to be 3-year-old kids? Can an origin deity realm kid kill young patriarch? Huang Hai said in a solemn voice, if it was that kid who made a move, could this old man not be alert? It's because it was too unexpected that this old man couldn't save young patriarch in time. Moreover, young patriarch was killed in a direct confrontation by that origin deity realm kid after breaking through to second-layered heaven divine lord. What? The three people spoke in unison, their eyeballs almost popping out. They felt that Huang Hai was simply telling bald-faced lies. Origin deity realm. Forget about killing in direct confrontation. Even sneaking attacking, it was also impossible to kill a second-layered heaven divine lord. Huang Hai knew that they did not believe and said in a solemn voice, this matter was personally witnessed by thousands of people. Can this old man still talk nonsense? Enough crap. After capturing these two punks, I'll tell you guys more in detail. The three people were incomparably shocked in their hearts, but locked onto Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan from far away. Kid, Cripple your divine sea right now and surrender without resisting. Can make it painless for you, Xiang Yunfei said coldly. Yi Yuan had long swallowed divine essence recovering medicinal pills. At this time, his divine essence already recovered a little. Hearing Xiang Yunfei's words, Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Was your head pressed by a door? Why should I cripple my divine sea?" Jing Lu provoked me, time and again, and already had killing intent towards this young master. Not killing him. Do I wait for him to come and kill me? Seeing Xiang Yunfei 3 people, how could Yi Yuan still not understand what was going on? This Jing Lu clearly called for reinforcements to come and kill him. Xiang Yunfei said with a cold snort, "Razor-tongued, since that's the case, then this seat will personally take action and let you suffer the anguish of purgatory on earth, so as to comfort young patriarch's spirit in heaven." This Xiang Yunfei's strength was the strongest, a 5th-layered heaven divine. Lord Powerhouse. At this time, him attacking in a violent rage, the impetus was extremely horrifying. Smacking a palm out, the powerful world power seemed to be like a large mountain crushing over. Damn it! You punk can really make trouble. Only at the origin deity realm. And you attracted such a powerful opponent. Forget it, you guys quickly. Escape. This seat will risk my life to help you all escape. Mo Lifei heaved a sigh and was about to use the last trace of his remnant soul's power to cover the 2 people's escape. But Yi Yuan said, "Senior, don't have to do so. It's still not the end of the road yet. Tianping go." Rumble. After a huge rumble, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping vanished. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, "Amen? Where are they?" Swoosh. A stream of flowing light suddenly sprang out, directly flying past Xiang Yunfei. Spatial flying type mystic treasure. Chase. We mustn't let him escape. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed greatly. Lifting his hand, it was a palm. Attack again, slamming solidly on the purple extreme hall. However, the purple extreme hall did not budge an inch. Huang Hai's expression changed too, his figure moving swiftly, world power, crushing over toward the purple extreme hall crazily. For great middle stage divine lord realm powerhouse attacking, how shocking. Was the impetus? The berserk world power stuck to the purple extreme hall tightly, slowing down the speed. Pummel it brutally for me. When their divine essence stones are exhausted, I want to see if he comes out or not. Xiang Yunfei shouted loudly. Therefore, the 4 people each executed their means, bombarding over towards the purple extreme hall frenziedly. Within the purple extreme hall, Yi Yuan was completely unruffled, quietly, recovering divine essence. Rumble. From the outside, massive booming sounds could be heard. Even Ning Tianping's expression changed slightly too. For middle-stage divine lord realms, among them there was even a 5th-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse. This attack was too horrifying. The divine essence stones supporting the purple extreme hall's defense were also being consumed wildly. This time it was different from that incident at the fiend-calling ridge. That time it was the few celestial deity powerhouses who took the enemy too lightly and did not investigate carefully at all. That was how Yi Yuan smoked through. But this time, the purple extreme hall was right under Xiang Yunfei's eyelids. Even if turned into a speck of dust, it was also impossible to hide from them. Mo Lifei looked at this large hall with incredible shock as he said, Could this be a true god mystic treasure? Ning Tianping nodded and said, "That's right. This is a spatial flying type. True god mystic treasure. But His Excellency hasn't completely refined it yet. Right now, he can't unleash its full functions. Otherwise, those few at the outside are nothing to be feared at all." Mo Lifei was speechless. He discovered that he could not see through this Yi Yuan more and more. This guy's trump cards were simply endless. Each time he thought that it reached the most dangerous time, Yi Yuan always had a backup move to settle everything. Mo Lifei suddenly said, "But with the intensity of their attacks, can our divine essence stones hold out. Ning Tianping smiled and said, Master, you don't have to worry. His Excellency recently earned 400 billion divine essence stones at Riverluck, capital city. Although he spent 200 billion, there are still 200 billion left. If they want to use up the divine essence stones, let them deplete it then. Mo Lifei opened his mouth, shocked until he could not speak. An origin deity realm having 400 billion divine essence stones on him. This was too demoralizing. After a bout of wild bombardment, the four people were tired until they were almost collapsing. But the purple extreme hall still did not budge an inch. Damn it! Just how many divine essence stones do they have to actually be able to hold on until now? Xiang Yunfei said in a deep voice. Huang Hai said, I don't know how many divine essence stones they have, but it's a lot. This time it was originally to help eldest young master to purchase the boundless heavenly soul stone, but it was intercepted by this kid. He spent 110 billion to buy this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone. The moment Sun Qing heard, he said gloomily, Why didn't you say so earlier? Huang Hai said, What can be done if said earlier? This spatial flying type mystic treasure is clearly extraordinary. I reckon that it's at the very least celestial deity mystic treasure too. We can't breach the defenses at all. Now, there's only exhausting their divine essence stones entirely, and then use a powerful attack to shock them to death. Xiang Yunfei's gaze stirred and he said with a nod, What old Huang said is, right. The only plan now is to drag it out with him. This kid killed young patriarch, so we must capture him. Moreover, putting aside other things, this treasure is clearly extraordinary. As long as it can be brought back, it's enough to compensate for this incident of young patriarch's demise. No matter what, definitely can't let him leave. We have to pester this flying mystic treasure endlessly and mustn't let it break free of control. The few people nodded one after another when they heard it. Once the purple extreme hall broke free of their control, it would be able to shake them off. Instantly, the four people rested for a while, recovered divine essence, and bombarded the purple extreme hall wildly again. However, the purple extreme hall stability made them somewhat despaired. They unleashed all of their abilities, but they were still unable to deplete completely the purple extreme hall's divine essence stones. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's divine essence finally completely recovered. Your Excellency, you finally recovered. These few fellows are pestering the purple extreme hall endlessly. We can't escape, Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If they want to pester, let them pester then. Do you wish to experience the feeling of being a tycoon for once? Ning Tianping's eyes swiveled and he said excitedly, Of course I want. Yi Yuan said, If you want, cultivate well and quickly break through to become a fourth-layered heaven divine lord. Ning Tianping said with an excited look, All right. After converting to the starry night vast cloud art, Ning Tianping already touched the threshold of fourth-layered heaven divine lord. Breaking through realm was just a matter of sooner or later. The moment Yi Yuan said it, Ning Tianping immediately understood what Yi Yuan wanted to do. He was also rather curious just how many divine lord mystic treasures Yi Yuan had on hand. Detonating initial rank divine lord mystic treasures previously, Yi Yuan's divine essence could barely manage to accomplish it. But middle rank divine lord mystic treasures were far more stable than initial rank. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping could not do it. But as long as Ning Tianping broke through to fourth-layered heaven divine lord, everything would naturally happen naturally without extra effort. Hence, Ning Tianping started close seclusion to cultivate, assaulting fourth-layered heaven divine lord. Outside, those four people clearly decided to drag it out with Yi Yuan too, taking turns to bombard the purple extreme hall. Yi Yuan's divine essence stones were also being consumed at a rapid rate. But 200 billion divine essence stones were sufficient for them to exhaust for very, very long. In a blink, more than half a year passed. On this day, Ning Tianping suddenly opened his eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered over wildly. All around him were divine essence stones. They were sufficient for him to break through to become a fourth-layered heaven divine lord. Ha ha ha! Finally broke through, Ning Tianping said excitedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right. Even faster than I imagined." Ning Tianping said with a loud laugh, "Your Excellency prepared so many resources for me, coupled with the cultivation method that Master gave me. If I still don't break through, I can go hit my head and die. Come, these bunch of guys chased us for over half a year already. Let's vent this frustration properly today." Yi Yuan casually threw him a few divine lord mystic treasures and said with a smile, "Go on, feel free to detonate them. I'll ensure your safety." Ning Tianping chuckled and said, "All right." Xiang Yunfei, they all actually almost could not hold on anymore. But making them leave right now, they were unwilling to either. Do these two punks really plan on being cowardly turtles for the rest of their lives? Sun Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Just how much divine essence stones do they have? When will this come to an end?" Zheng Shan said with a dejected look. Xiang Yunfei's gaze was grim as he said, "Truly damn it, with the intensity of our attacks, even hundreds of billions of divine essence stones should be depleted entirely." Suddenly, Huang Hai's gaze turned intent, like he discovered a new continent, shouting excitedly, "Out! They are out! Ha ha ha, they finally can't hold on anymore." The other three people focused their eyes and looked, and they were immediately greatly aroused. Sure enough, Ning Tianping came out. "Ha ha ha! Kid, your divine essence stones are finally running out, right? This half a year's time. The few of us brothers have been unbelievably stifled. Brothers, we must service this boy properly today," Xiang Yunfei said with a hideous grin. "Isn't that so? If I don't vent it a bit, your father will become a crazy person," Sun Qing said. This kid actually broke through. A little interesting, abusing him like. "This will be more interesting," Zheng Shan said with a cold smile. "A fifth-layered heaven divine lord and 3 fourth-layered heaven divine lords, such a lineup naturally would not be scared away by a fourth-layered heaven divine lord." But Huang Hai's expression was slightly dark as he said, "Where's Yi Yuan? That punk didn't dare to come out and let you come and seek your doom." "Heh, seek my doom? Right, sending you all to death. Dealing with the few of you, this young master alone is enough. How is there a need for His Excellency to take action?" Ning Tianping said with a cold smile. Ning Tianping's words drew a burst of derisive laughter from the four. "Ha ha ha! What did I hear just now? Brother Xiang, he's dealing with the four of us alone. I'm so scared," Sun Qing said with a loud laugh. The other three people also had mocking looks. Clearly they heard a very hilarious joke. A fourth-layered heaven divine lord kid, dealing with even one of them was enough for him to choke on. To actually brag about going 1 versus 4, this was clearly a joke. Xiang Yunfei said with a smile, "Then let's take a look at how much capability this kid has." Xiang Yunfei signaled the other three with his eyes. The three people understood and immediately closed in, surrounding Ning Tianping in the middle. With this, he would be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. Ning Tianping did not have the intention of escaping at all. Allowing them to surround him, Xiang Yunfei laughed savagely. Suddenly, a palm struck Ning Tianping. At the same time, the other three people were also waiting in full battle array, not giving Ning Tianping a chance to dodge. They were forcing Ning Tianping to clash head-on with Xiang Yunfei, 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord and 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This was very life-threatening. However, Ning Tianping laughed coldly and advanced instead of backing down. There was suddenly an additional bracelet in his hand. It was shockingly a middle-rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Xiang Yunfei's gaze turned intent and he said in pleasant surprise, "Middle Rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. What Xiang Yunfei himself used was still an initial rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Seeing the middle rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure, he was naturally very moved. Ning Tianping had a mocking look as he said, "You like it? Then it's all yours. Explode for me." At this moment, Ning Tianping's divine essence poured into that bracelet. Frenziedly, a horrifying aura instantly burst out. Xiang Yunfei was still wildly ecstatic earlier, but in the next second, his hair stood on end. "You lunatic, you'll die too," Xiang Yunfei roared. However, it was already too late. Rumble. That bracelet was directly detonated by Ning Tianping. Half the sky was blown, until it shook. That horrifying aura could virtually flatten a mountain. Xiang Yunfei was blown until he flew out backward, unable to maintain his figure in the air at all. The other three people were also caught off guard by this sudden change, being affected to a varying degree. This kid is simply a madman. He thinks that this way it can blow this old man to death. Xiang Yunfei vomited fresh blood wildly as he bellowed angrily. He did not expect that Ning Tianping was actually so determined, exchanging for his serious injury at the cost of his life. Detonating mystic treasure, this kind of thing could be said to be the last resort. Want to affect the other party, one must approach with his own body. If you detonate at a place very far from him, by the time the explosive force affected the other party, he would have long vanished without a trace. That was suicide, not mutual destruction. Now that Ning Tianping detonated the mystic treasure, Xiang Yunfei naturally thought that he was already dead. But right at this time, a cold voice sounded out in his ears. "Can't blow to death? Then one more time." Ning Tianping's voice seemed very excited. Clearly, he detonated to his heart's content just now. No need for any flashy play, no need to practice whatever martial technique. Just blow up, blow up, blow up. Tycoons were awesome. Rumble. Another Divine Lord Mystic Treasure exploded. Xiang Yunfei had yet to react in time and was blasted flying again. It was only to see his figure keep tumbling in the air, smashing onto the ground heavily, being knocked out cold. A powerful fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord was brought down by two claps of thunder just like that. The other three people's scalps tingled, turning tail and running. However, they already suffered considerable injuries. How could they be as fast as Ning Tianping?
I detonate?
"I'll blow you to death. Didn't you guys chase to your heart's content? Feels good now, right? Amen?" Horrifying energy undulations came from the sky from time to time, akin to peals of muffled thunder. Before long, Huang Hai three people were already blown into smithereens, not even leaving behind residue. "Ha ha ha. It's really too awesome. Your Excellency, this feeling of being a tycoon is really refreshing. Don't care what cultivation method you have. Don't care what martial technique you have. Blast one by one just like that. Everything is leveled to the ground." Ning Tianping had lived for so long, it was his first time feeling what was called as a true tycoon. Even in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City in the past, he also could not possibly scatter money like it was dirt in this manner. Divine Lord Mystic Treasures, even if you had hundreds of billions, you might not be able to buy so many too. How could he crush all the way like now? Of course, if there wasn't Yi Yuan acting in concert by the side, helping him avoid the explosions with spatial laws, one Divine Lord Mystic Treasure could blast him to death already. How could it be so refreshing? Detonating 5 to 6 middle-rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasures in a row, it directly exterminated a group of middle-stage Divine Lord powerhouses. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Without middle-stage Divine Lord cultivation, you can't even detonate a middle-rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Therefore, cultivation is still the most important." Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Haha, what your Excellency said is true. I was just making a joke. Seeing you use this kind of method to blow people up the last time, it felt incomparably refreshing. Now that I experienced it myself, it's indeed freaking amazing." Ha ha ha. What jumping realms to battle. In front of detonating divine Lord Mystic treasures, it was really weak to the max. To divine Lord realm powerhouses, divine Lord Mystic treasures were as precious as their lives. However, Yi Yuan actually casually used them to detonate. It was truly extravagant to the extreme. Swoosh! Ning Tianping was currently being pleased with himself when suddenly, a figure on the ground dashed into the distance with extreme speed. Ning Tianping's expression changed and he said angrily, "That guy actually didn't die yet. He was feigning death just now." That figure was none other than precisely Xiang Yunfei. He suffered 2 waves of explosions in a row just now but did not know what to do. Now, seeing Ning Tianping relax, he immediately cast a secret art to escape. While talking, Ning Tianping was about to go and chase after, but Yi Yuan stopped him and said, "He used a secret art so you can't catch up. Leave him be." Ning Tianping was very remorseful and angry and said dejectedly, "It's all my fault. I was too careless." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He suffered heavy injuries and also cast a secret art. Even if he can recover, he's unable to return to the peak anymore either, equivalent to being a cripple. Now that the trouble is resolved, let's go." Ning Tianping nodded his head and returned to the Purple Extreme Hall. Dejectedly, Purple Extreme Hall turned into a stream of flowing light and sped like the wind into the distance. Without several Divine Lord Realm powerhouses restraining, the Purple Extreme Hall's speed was swift to the extreme, vanishing at the end of the sky in a blink. A baleful gaze looked in the direction the Purple Extreme Hall disappeared and said in a cold voice, looking at their direction, "Could it be that they are going to the Heavenspan Mountain?" Really failed miserably at a simple task. Didn't expect that this kid actually had such means. However, not avenging. This enmity, Xiang Yunfei, is less than human. This is the Heavenspan Mountain? Yi Yuan looked at that enormous mountain that towered into the clouds in the distance, feeling like his entire divine soul left his body. Everyone said that seeing once was better than hearing it 100 times. The name of the Heavenspan Mountain could be said to be resounding like the roar of thunder. Before this, Yi Yuan had imagined the appearance of the Heavenspan Mountain countless times before, but seeing it now, he was still shaken to the core. Everyone said that the Heavenspan Mountain contained all of the Heavenspan world's Tao. It was indeed not false. That mountain was clearly in the distance, but Yi Yuan actually could not see clearly. It was as if there was a cloud of mist obstructing the eyes, unfathomable. He suddenly felt like he was treading on air, the feeling of corroborating great Tao, his entire person drifting over to the mountain.
Ye Yuan.
Don't look anymore. Yi Yuan was currently spellbound when a thunderous voice suddenly sounded in his ear, startling him awake. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, cold sweat instantly drenching his clothes. What's going on? Yi Yuan said with lingering fear. You save that kid first. His divine soul is almost separating from his body. Dustless said. Yi Yuan was startled inwardly. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Ning Tianping's divine soul was already almost floating out of his body. Tianping, come back! Yi Yuan shouted sharply. Ning Tianping's divine soul suddenly returned to position. Why, Your Excellency, what's with me?
Ning Tianping sighed.
Dustless said. You guys are lacking in power and lost yourselves in front of great Tao. Rashly viewing the mountain will cause the divine soul to leave the body, be swept into the vortex of great Tao, and be ground to dust. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked and relayed it to Ning Tianping. The two people felt lingering fear, indeed well deserving of being the Heavenspan Mountain. One glance and it could seize people's souls. Mo Lifei also said, Sigh, you brat. I haven't had time to say, and your divine soul already left your body. He did not have Dustless's divine soul shocking means. Repeatedly shouting and yelling earlier, Ning Tianping did not hear it at all. Ning Tianping sucked in a deep breath and said, The Heavenspan Mountain indeed lives up to its reputation, saying that it gave birth to the entire Heavenspan world is indeed not fake. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, as if a bolt of lightning flashed across in his mind. He seemed to have grasped something. However, it also seemed like he grasped nothing. This inspiration fleeted past in a flash, swift until he did not capture it at all. That kind of feeling was like 10,000 ants gnawing on his little heart, abnormally itchy and hard to endure. Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you? Ning Tianping discovered Yi Yuan's peculiarity and could not resist asking. Little punk, shut up. He seemed to have comprehended something, so don't disturb him, Mo Lifei said. Ning Tianping was uncertain what it meant, but also hurriedly shut his mouth. Yi Yuan frowned and pondered hard, but just could not grasp that fleeting flash of inspiration. Finally, Yi Yuan still let out a long sigh. Kid, did you comprehend something? Dustless said. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. I seem to have touched that layer of windowpane paper just a little bit more, but I'm just unable to poke through. Dustless' eyes lit up and he said, no need to rush. Looks like this trip was really right. When you reach the Heavenspan Mountain, perhaps all of your doubts will be resolved completely. Yi Yuan nodded his head, thoroughly convinced of this too. Your Excellency, are you still all right? Ning Tianping saw through Yi Yuan's out of sorts. Clearly, his sudden epiphany failed. Yi Yuan already adjusted his state of mind, patted Ning Tianping's shoulder, and said with a smile, if I can break through to the Divine Lord realm, you'll be noted as having rendered the first meritorious service. Ning Tianping's gaze turned intent and he said in pleasant surprise, Your Excellency, did you finally found the opportunity to break through just now? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, although it was just a brief instant, there are finally some ideas. Ning Tianping laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, when your Excellency breaks through to the Divine Lord realm, go back and let that bunch of fellows all shut up. He knew how much Yi Yuan suffered in these few hundred years and also admired the might of Yi Yuan's mind at the same time. If it were an ordinary genius, they would probably have long abandoned themselves to despair. At this time, a group of Divine Lord realms sped over from the distance. In the group, a youth in a white shirt said with a disdainful look, Senior Apprentice Sister, there's actually still an origin deity realm who wants to go to the Heavenspan Mountain, truly overestimating his own ability. The person in the lead was a very beautiful girl. That girl's white dress fluttered. Her ethereal aura coiled around gracefully, akin to an otherworldly fairy maiden. It was just that the aura radiating off her body kept people 1,000 miles away, very cold and detached. The woman gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with slightly furrowed brows, The Heavenspan Mountain is a forbidden place for those under Divine Lord realm. Aren't you aware? This kind of place isn't for you. Yi Yuan sized the girl up, also slightly surprised in his heart. This girl's age was similar to his, and she was actually a 9th-layered heaven Divine Lord powerhouse already. This talent, placed in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, would simply one-shot everyone. Even Ning Tianping, this self-boasted genius, also had a feeling of being ashamed of his unworthiness when seeing this cold and beautiful woman. The disparity was too great. After experiencing the initialmost shock, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, with a smile, many thanks for the reminder. However, this he naturally has a reason to insist on going. Although what this girl said was not pleasant to the ear, Yi Yuan could still make it out anyway. This girl was just reminding out of goodwill and did not have the intention of mocking. Rather, that young man had a look of disdain. But this group of people's strength was indeed powerful. They were all young, but each person's strength was even stronger than Ning Tianping. One had to know, Ning Tianping was already more than 1,000 years old. In terms of talent, the gap between both parties was too great. What reason is there to insist on going? Merely that you're unable to break through and want to come to the Heavenspan Mountain to try your luck. over 500 years of bone age and unable to break through to the Divine Lord. Realm, your talent is too poor. There are no idea how many country bumpkins. Like you come here every year. They were all crushed into minced meat by the Heavenspan Mountain. If you're willing to seek death yourself, we naturally can't stop it either, said T. White Shirt Guy. The moment Ning Tianping heard, he flared up and said angrily, "What the hell? Do you know? If not because of some reason, His Excellency would have broken through to the Divine Lord realm as far back as 300 years ago. It was still good if he did not explain. The moment he explained, the white shirt man was even more contemptuous as he said, turns out that already stuck at grand completion origin deity realm for 300 years. 300 years and can't even break through to the Divine Lord realm, still take yourself to be a genius? Heh heh. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. See our senior apprentice, Sister Choling? She already broke through to the Divine Lord realm at the age of 100. Presently, 400 years have gone by and she's already 9th layered. Heaven Divine Lord. Coming to the Heavenspan Mountain this time, she plans on breaking through to Celestial Deity realm in one stroke. You know how great the disparity is already, right? Ning Tianping could not help choking when he heard this. He actually could not find the words to refute the other party. This kind of genius was what he had to look up to all his life. In just 400 years, she cultivated from being a 1st-layered Heaven Divine Lord to a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This kind of cultivation speed was simply horrifying. The white-clothed girl frowned and said, "Bai Qing!" The white-shirt man saw Lung Choling get angry and immediately shut up. Lung Choling looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "That's all I have to say. Goodbye." Finished talking, Lung Choling brought along the group of junior brothers and sisters and they headed for the Heavenspan Mountain. His Excellency, they are also too arrogant,
Ning Tianping sighed indignantly.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "They had good intentions too, so just let them be." Bai Qing, before coming out, Master repeatedly exhorted us to keep a lower profile. Geniuses are plentiful like clouds at the Heavenspan Mountain. There are also quite a number stronger than us. Take heed not to be arrogant and complacent. Have you forgotten all of it? Lung Choling's brows were slightly furrowed, clearly somewhat displeased with Bai Qing. When Bai Qing saw Lung Choling get angry, he said respectfully, "Bai Qing knows his mistake. But each time we come to the Heavenspan Mountain there are always some hillbillies who overestimate their ability. It really puts me in a bad mood seeing them." You told him the pros and cons, right? He still didn't appreciate it, truly courting death. Lung Choling said, "Everyone in the world has a heart that leans toward the Tao. Other people's lives are other people's. If he isn't willing, forget it. No need to force it. He and we are not people in the same world to begin with." Bai Qing smiled and said, "Heh heh. Senior apprentice sister's words are reasonable. That kid just now couldn't even break through to the Divine Lord realm for 300 years. His potential has probably been exhausted already, so it will be like this for this lifetime. Yet he still doesn't give up and comes to the Heavenspan Mountain to seek death." Lung Choling did not speak. Clearly, she also agreed with Bai Qing's words. "All right, don't delay anymore. We have to hurry to Southfoot Town before dark," Lung Choling said. In the evening, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping walked into Southfoot Town. Southfoot Town was at the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain. The Heavenspan Mountain was God knows how many tens of thousands of miles tall, and how many tens of thousands of miles in circumference. The Heavenspan Mountain could not be climbed as and when someone wanted to. Every other year, the Heavenspan Mountain would form passageways leading straight up the mountain. Martial artists must pass through these passageways before they could ascend. The Heavenspan Mountain, going up from other places, would be directly blotted out by heavenly Tao, no matter how powerful your strength was. Therefore, the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain formed one small town after another. Firstly, it was to provide a resting place for martial artists. Secondly, it was also in order to manage these martial artists and not let them cause trouble. This place was the closest place to heaven. Getting into a fight would ruffle heavenly Tao, sending down heavenly punishment, sparing not even chickens or dogs. According to legend, there had once been a martial artist who got into a fight in order to vie for the qualification to scale the ladder to heaven. In the end, heavenly punishment descended, wiping out all of that batch of martial artists. At the foot of the mountain there were numerous such small towns, but the towns where each major realm belonged to were separate, because the passageways where they entered the Heavenspan mountain were different. This Southfoot town only had Divine Lord realm powerhouses. Ha ha ha, Junior Sister Lung, we're really connected by heart to actually meet here. Zhuohan, who's connected by heart with you? Stay further away from me. Junior Sister Lung, don't keep people 1,000 miles away like this. Don't be like this. This place is Southfoot town, you can't attack others. Get lost. The moment he entered, Yi Yuan heard a guy and a girl arguing. One of them was that Lung Qiuling. The other was a man called Zhuohan. His strength was similar to Lung Qiuling. He had the appearance of a sticky candy, pestering Lung Qiuling endlessly and not letting go. Yi Yuan gave a glance and did not have the intention of going to provoke, walking straight towards a large hall in the center of the town. Lung Qiuling was currently irritated. Suddenly seeing Yi Yuan, she quickly walked over to stop Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You still came in the end." Yi Yuan gave her a glance, nodded, and said with a smile, "I said it before, I have a reason to be bent on coming." Lung Qiuling let out a sigh and said, "You aren't familiar with this place, right? Come. I'll bring you to go and collect the number plate." Yi Yuan was just about to reject but saw the pleading look that Lung Qiuling cast. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. This was using him as cannon fodder. He also did not expect that this iceberg beauty would actually condescend to beg him. A beauty begging, it was naturally hard for Yi Yuan to refuse. Moreover, along the way previously, Yi Yuan could also feel this iceberg beauty's good intentions. Therefore, he changed his mind and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to. Trouble Fairy." 1. At this time, Zhuohan came to the side, looked at Yi Yuan full of killing intent and said coldly, "Another origin deity realm who came to court death. Junior Sister Lung, are you deliberately finding this kind of trash to spite me? It's useless." While he said that it was useless verbally, Zhuohan already put Yi Yuan in the list of must-kills. Lung Qiuling was just about to speak, but Yi Yuan said, "Liking Fairy Lung, one can't use this kind of endlessly pestering method. Like this, you'll only make her dislike you more and more." Zhuohan's gaze turned cold and he said, "What this young master does isn't your turn, an origin deity realm trash's turn, to come and teach." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing. He said to Lung Qiuling, "Fairy Lung, this kind of condescending fool, better stay further away from him, save that he defiles your eyes." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Lung Qiuling and was about to leave. Zhuohan's gaze turned cold, blocked right in front, and said coldly, "Kid, you try saying it one more time." The powerful pressure of ninth-layered heaven Divine Lord instantly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. With a difference of a major realm, the pressure of ninth-layered heaven Divine Lord was sufficient to make Yi Yuan seriously injured and vomit blood. Lung Qiuling was caught by surprise too, not expecting that Zhuohan would attack at the drop of a hat. But when she turned to look, she discovered that Yi Yuan was perfectly fine, and said coolly, "Don't make a spectacle of yourself anymore. Do you dare to attack here? Don't think that ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord is very powerful, because I discovered that saying that you're a fool is somewhat praising you. Get lost." Suddenly, two iron-armored people came out from no idea where, with the auras on their bodies very horrifying. One of them said coldly, "Troublemakers, kill without amnesty." Those two people's entire faces were covered in the suit of armor, but that deep and gloomy gaze made Zhuhan feel akin to falling into an ice cellar, his body instantly drenched in sweat. The two people's bodies emitted a horrifying aura. Even Lung Qiuling's complexion turned slightly pale too. Zhuhan forced a smile and said, I just wanted to scare him, didn't want to really attack. The armored person said coldly, warning once. If the offense is repeated, kill without amnesty. Finished talking. The armored person's gaze stopped on Yi Yuan for a moment, then turned around and left. Lung Qiuling similarly used an astonished gaze to look at Yi Yuan. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually completely unmoved under the pressure of a ninth-layered heaven divine lord. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that under those two armored people's powerful auras, Yi Yuan could still maintain his composure. Those two armored people's strengths were at least celestial deity realm too. Yi Yuan was actually completely fine. Yi Yuan gave Zhuhan a glance and said disdainfully, Idiot! Fairy Lung, let's go. Lung Qiuling nodded and left with Yi Yuan. Looking at the two people's distant back views, Zhuhan said in a cold voice, Punk, when we leave Southfoot Town, I'll definitely make you die very horribly. Just now. Thank you very much. Even Lung Qiuling's thanks seemed a little cold. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Fairy Lung is too courteous. Lung Qiuling said, Seems like I dragged you into the water. With Zhuhan's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, he probably would not let you go so easily. Yi Yuan said coolly, Since I dared to promise Fairy Lung, I'm naturally not afraid of him. An origin deity realm saying this kind of words sounded somewhat comical. She felt that Yi Yuan had a feeling of knowing what to do, but she did not know why. No matter what, consider it that I owe you a favor. Take this sword. In the future, if there's any need, you can come to Thousand Sor Imperial Capital to find me. Lung Qiuling handed Yi Yuan a small and exquisite jade sword. It was very exquisite. This jade sword was crystal clear. Holding it in the hand felt penetratingly cold. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of refusing either and said coolly, All right, then I'll accept it. That sticky candy has already been shaken off. Fairy Lung, go back earlier and rest. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of going to find Lung Qiuling, but in order to set Lung Qiuling's mind at ease, he still accepted it. By the side, Ning Tianping was incomparably shocked. He did not expect that an iceberg beauty like this, a proud daughter of heaven, actually took the initiative to gift Yi Yuan something. What shocked him even more was that Yi Yuan actually wanted to chase away such a sophisticated great beauty. Lung Qiuling was clearly very surprised too. In these 500 years, it was still her first time encountering such a person. Even if others knew that there was no hope, they were eager to stay a while more with her as well. But this guy in front of her actually wanted to chase her away. Amen, thanks. With Lung Qiuling's temperament, she naturally would not say that she wanted to stay, directly taking her leave. But in her heart, she kept feeling a little uncomfortable. Walking halfway, she suddenly turned around again and said to Yi Yuan, Oh, right, I urge that you'd best not go to the Heavenspan Mountain. Since remote antiquity, there has never been an origin deity realm martial artist who could come down alive. Pausing for a bit, she added, No matter how prodigious, it won't work. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks for Fairy's reminder. This Yi Yuan will be careful. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Lung Qiuling knew that he did not take it in at all, and could not help being somewhat annoyed and irritated, turning around and leaving. Sending Lung Qiuling away with his eyes, Ning Tianping said with a look of lament, TSK, my lord is my lord. Seeing such a beauty and you're not moved no matter what. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly, My own relationships are a mess, so how can I be in the mood to be moved by other women? The moment Ning Tianping heard this, his gossipy heart immediately poured out like a flood, asking fervently, Oh, your excellency actually has a lover and There's more than one. I've never heard you mention it before. Yi Yuan said huffily. Don't inquire about what you shouldn't ask. The two people saw Lung choling off with their eyes and arrived at a large hall in the middle of the town. Entering the hall, inside the hall was very empty. There was only a person, sitting lazily in front of a bed, drinking away from a wine flask. Heh, another origin deity realm who came to seek death. Kid, give you an advice, the Heavenspan Mountain isn't some fun place. Go back to where you came from, that person said without even turning his head around. This drunkard was in a state of drunkenness, but Yi Yuan could not fathom his limits. Many thanks for senior's advice. However, the Heavenspan Mountain, this junior must go, Yi Yuan said firmly. The drunkard said with a snicker. Heh, reckless and foolish punk, but you're late. The number of plates this year had already been fully issued before you came. If you want to enter the Heavenspan Mountain, wait another year. Yi Yuan was speechless. This was too unlucky, right? He just missed the last train? Yi Yuan did not give up and said with clasped hands, Senior, can you make a little exception? His voice had yet to fade when two figures dashed out from no idea where, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. The piercing cold killing intent made Yi Yuan's brows furrow slightly. Ha ha ha. Kid, what do you take my place to be? Go, still not going, I won't be courteous. The drunkard waved his hand as he drank. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and was just about to leave when suddenly, his expression changed. Heh, not meeting for several million years, you, this old drunkard, are putting on such a pompous front. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the hall. What surprised Yi Yuan was that Dustless actually revealed his figure. That drunkard's expression changed. He put down the alcohol flask, staring fixedly at Dustless. The drunkard said in a solemn voice, You all leave, without my instructions. You're not allowed to come in. Yes. The two armored people answered him and directly vanished on the spot. Yi Yuan also said, Tianping, you go out first and take a walk. Ning Tianping was shocked inwardly, but he still answered and left the hall. Clearing the venue, the drunkard suddenly stood up. Looking at Dustless with a look of disbelief, he said, You're really Lord Dustless. Dustless smiled and said, Who can it be if not me? Ha ha ha. The drunkard suddenly lifted his head to the sky and laughed hard. Tears running down his old face, he said, Heaven has eyes, Lord. Dustless, you're actually still alive. The old drunkard cried and laughed, appearing very crazy. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being shocked in his heart. He did not expect that this old drunkard was actually Dustless's old acquaintance. Dustless looked at the old drunkard and also had a melancholic expression. Clearly, many memories were brought back. After a bout of madness, the old drunkard hurriedly said, Lord Dustless, please sit. Dustless was merely an illusionary figure, but the old drunkard was very respectful toward him. Dustless was not polite either, sitting onto the bed. Dustless looked at the old drunkard and he said with a smile, Looks like, these few years, you've been doing pretty well. The old drunkard smiled bitterly and said, Lord Dustless, you're mistaken. Hate that I failed to live up to expectations, that's why I drown my sorrow in alcohol daily. These several million years, I've always cultivated bitterly, wanting to take revenge for Lord Immortal Grove. But I can't even break through to the Empyrean realm. These few years I also took the time to go and find Lord Immortal Grove's small world before. But he hid it too well, I couldn't find it at all. Dustless sighed and said, You had the heart, but you don't need to go and find anymore, because Immortal Grove already has a successor. The old drunkard's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. For so many years, the old drunkard held down the fort at Southfoot Town. The geniuses he had seen before were too many to enumerate. Yi Yuan was far too lacking compared to them. The old drunkard said with a doubtful look, It's him, Lord Dustless, with all due respect. This kid looks very ordinary. He's unable to break through to the Divine Lord realm, and that's why he came to the Heavenspan Mountain, right? Can't even break through to the Divine Lord realm. How can he avenge Lord? Immortal Grove. Dustless smiled and said, the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing Pearl both acknowledged him as their master, so it won't be wrong. As for being unable to break through to the Divine Lord realm, it's not convenient for me to expound on the reason, but it's absolutely not a problem of talent. You just have to know that his future accomplishments are far above immortal Groves. The old drunkard was extremely surprised when he heard that. Yi Yuan looked plain and ordinary without any special aspect. However, Dustless's appraisal of him was actually so high. Lord Immortal Grove's talent. The old drunkard was all too clear. A little fellow who could not even break through to the Divine Lord realm could compare to him? The old drunkard nodded and said, since he's the person that Lord Dustless picked, I, an old drunkard, naturally have nothing to say. But Lord Dustless, you're also aware, origin deity realms going to the Heavenspan Mountain. There's no return. This is no joke. Dustless smiled and said, you old drunkard, how can this old man let him go and court death? You rest assured, he'll be fine. The old drunkard sized Yi Yuan up with a curious look, wanting to see what was different from him, but looking here and there, he could not perceive anything no matter what. Dustless was naturally not worried about Yi Yuan. He refined a small portion of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. As long as he did not seek death, the Heavenspan Mountain's heavenly Tao would not crush him. Even without the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan's strength was already comparable to a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. It was sufficient to resist the pressure of the Heavenspan Mountain already. It was just that this strength, if Yi Yuan did not act outsiders naturally, could not tell. Coming out from the old drunkard's place, Yi Yuan had a confused look. So, Dustless briefly recounted the matters of the old drunkard. It turned out that the old drunkard was a servant that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove took in during his early years. Immortal Grove saved his life back then. He followed Immortal Grove and was loyal and devoted to Immortal Grove. But later, because of various reasons, the old drunkard left Immortal Grove and became the manager of Southfoot Town. Dustless making Yi Yuan come to Southfoot Town was naturally because of this consideration. Back then, when the old drunkard heard that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove perished, he had once cried for 3 days and nights. He resolved to take revenge for Immortal Grove, but his strength was too weak. That was why he drowned his sorrows in alcohol every day. Immortal Grove's enemy was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. How difficult was it to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? Several days later, it just happened to be the 1-year date. On the Heavenspan Mountain, a beam of light slowly extended out and landed on the ground outside the small town. All of the martial artists going to the Heavenspan Mountain gathered in the wilderness. They all held a wooden plaque in their hands. This was the sequence number plates issued by the old drunkard. People without a wooden plaque were not permitted to go up the Heavenspan Mountain. This was not the Heavenspan Mountain's rules. It was just a rule of Southfoot Town. Zhuohan swept a glance and suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan did not have a wooden plaque in his hands. He instantly understood something. Haha. Kid, you don't even have a wooden plaque. So what did you run here for? I almost forgot. We took the last few pieces of wooden plaques that day. You guys came after us. So, you still got to wait a year. Ha ha ha, Zhuohan said with a loud laugh. He burned with rage that day and did not notice this matter. Recalling it now, they just happened to have received the last few pieces of wooden plaques. That Yi Yuan naturally did not have a wooden plaque on hand. Lung Choling they all were slightly earlier, Zhuohan they all followed closely behind. Then later it was Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping. Zhuohan's loud laughter immediately attracted the attention of many people. I got it. You came to see junior sister Lung. Hohu, do you think that this young master couldn't tell that she used you as a shield? You wouldn't think That she's really interested in you, right? Stop trying to strike out of your league. You and she are not in the same world at all. An ant like you will never understand the disparity between you guys. Give up. Zhuohan shot Yi Yuan down without any consideration. No way, right? An origin deity realm actually wanted to punch above his weight and pursue Leng Qiuling. Really overestimating his own ability. Doesn't take a piss to look at his own reflection at either. Hehe, another origin deity realm who came to court death. Going to the Heavenspan Mountain, he won't even have his life anymore, yet still want to pursue beauty Leng. Clearly, Leng Qiuling was very famous. The Divine Lord realm martial artists. Present, there were quite a number of people who knew her. Hearing Zhuohan said so, they immediately mocked Yi Yuan heavily. People had this kind of psychology, what they could not obtain, they were even more reluctant to see others obtain. Although there was nothing between Yi Yuan and Leng Qiuling, Zhuohan's words made him become the target of public scorn. Leng Qiuling clearly heard Zhuohan's words too and immediately flared up and said angrily, Zhuohan, say any more nonsense. Do you believe that I'll tear your mouth? But Zhuohan smiled and said, Junior sister Leng, could it be that I said wrongly? You wouldn't really have fallen for this kid, right? Leng Qiuling's expression turned cold and she said, That's none of your business. Yi Yuan secretly heaved a sigh. Leng Qiuling saying this kind of words wasn't it making things more vague? Sure enough, quite a few people used even weirder expressions to look at Yi Yuan. Some gazes were rather unfriendly. If looks could kill, he would already have been killed countless times. Idiot, stop simply guessing. I came to go up the Heavenspan Mountain. Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhuohan's expression turned cold and he said in a great rage, Punk, you're very gutsy. If you have the capability, hide in Southfoot Town for the rest of your life and don't ever go out. I want to see how you go up the Heavenspan Mountain without a wooden plaque. Do you think that Southfoot Town's guards are all useless? At this time, the old drunkard brought 2 armored people and walked over here. While drinking alcohol, the old drunkard said, hazy-eyed from drinking, Those with wooden plaques in their hands, line up in order for me. Those watching a show did not dare to dawdle at this time, immediately lining up properly according to the number plates. While Zhuohan looked at Yi Yuan with a smug look, prepared to see him get shot down. Everyone knew that this old drunkard's strength was unfathomable. Once he was unhappy, the consequences were rather terrifying. Indeed, the old drunkard headed over to Yi Yuan's side staggeringly. Zhuohan sneered in his heart and said, Fool who doesn't know life from death. See how you still be arrogant. Best that you provoke the guardian to flare up and kill you. An abominable brat. The old drunkard gave Yi Yuan a drunken and bleary-eyed glance, smiled, and suddenly said to the 2 people beside him, The 2 of you, give the 2 of them the wooden plaques. Those 2 people were stunned, wondering if they heard wrongly. Zhuohan's expression changed too, uncertain of what was going on. Why, Your Excellency, what did you say? The old drunkard's expression turned cold. Those 2 people seemed to have had their throats stuck, expressions becoming very ugly. The old drunkard said in a cold voice, I said, give the 2 of them your wooden plaque. Don't you understand? This time they heard it clearly. These 2 people were Zhuohan's junior apprentice brothers. They used pleading eyes to look over at Zhuohan. Zhuohan had a stunned look too, completely not understanding what happened. He stepped forward and said to the old drunkard carefully with clasped hands, Your Excellency, clearly we came first. So why should we give up the wooden plaques? The old drunkard said indifferently, Your father asked you to give, so give. What's with all the nonsense? By the side, the others were astounded faces too, completely not understanding why such a thing would happen. What's going on? I came to Southfoot Town several times already and have never encountered such a thing before. Yeah, it has always been first come, first served. Why can those 2 punks cut in line? Could it be that they are that Lord's disciple? Doesn't look like it either. Lung Qiuling's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan in extreme shock. She discovered more and more that she could not see through this boy who was as old as her. Talent was clearly very poor, yet revealed all kinds of bizarreness. Surrounding him, Zhuohan was thunderstruck by the old drunkard's words until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. It was still his first time encountering such a thing, and he was completely baffled. If it were others, he would just swallow it. Yet, this person was Yi Yuan. Hence, he toughened his scalp and said, "Your Excellency, I'm unconvinced." "Be based on what?" The old drunkard said coolly. "Based on what? Based on that this Southfoot town is managed by this father of yours. The words that your father said are, the imperial decree. Your Excellency, I came from Heavenly Water Imperial Capital. My grandfather is..." Zhuohan was just about to report his background when the old drunkard's aura suddenly released. Zhuohan's complexion turned white all at once. Kneeling on the ground with a thud, the old drunkard said in a cold voice, "You dare to threaten me? Forget about Zhuo Shilong. Even if Jisun came, he'd have to tuck his tail between his legs. And behave here too." The old drunkard's aura was too horrifying. Those divine lord realm powerhouses all turned white as a sheet. They could not withstand the old drunkard's powerful pressure at all. "Humph! Put away your pride is utterly worthless in front of this old man. Although one can't make a move under the Heavenspan mountain, dealing with little babies like you guys, just one look is enough." How did the old drunkard still have any drunkenness at this time? He had the solemn air of an expert. Even Yi Yuan felt an enormous pressure. Indeed, him killing Zhuohan was as simple as pinching an ant to death. He did not need to make a move at all. "Why, Your Excellency, we will give them." Saying these few words, Zhuohan seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body. The old drunkard withdrew his aura and said with a cold snort, "Little baby, who doesn't know any better? Didn't Zhuo Shilong teach you how to behave before you go out?" The pressure on everyone suddenly lightened, all looking at the old drunkard in horror. Only then did they know how powerful this guy who guarded Southfoot Town was. Zhuohan gnashed his teeth in hatred inwardly but did not dare to show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. He could sense that this old drunkard would really kill people. Furthermore, the other party did not attach any importance to his grandfather, Zhuo Shilong, at all. Also, who was Jisun? That was Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's city lord. Regarding the background of these towns at the foot of the Heavenspan mountain, there were different versions. Some say that they were controlled by some transcendent heavenly emperors. Some also said that they were controlled by Tao ancestors. But without a doubt, behind them were existences that could not be provoked. Those two Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's disciples handed the wooden plaques to Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping extremely unwillingly. Ning Tianping received the wooden plaque, waved it in front of Zhuohan, and said with a smile, "You look, we have wooden plaques now." Zhuohan was infuriated. "Be smug. You guys just be smug. See whether or not you'll get crushed to death by Heavenly Tao after you go up the Heavenspan mountain." Zhuohan could only use this kind of method to console himself. Actually, it was not considered consoling either. He felt that Yi Yuan would definitely be crushed into minced meat if he went up. The old drunkard gave Zhuohan a glance and said coolly, "To dare provoke the prestige of the Guardian, these two people are not allowed to climb the Heavenspan mountain within 3 years." Zhuohan's expression changed, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at the thought of the old drunkard's horrifying strength, he forcefully swallowed the words back into his stomach. The more he said, the more this old drunkard would definitely jest. Zhuohan was not stupid, he naturally knew propriety. It was just that he did not understand why such a powerhouse would take care of an origin deity realm like so. Those two people had aggrieved looks, about to cry. Two mighty gods fighting, the two of them little goblins suffered. Yet, they did not even have a place to reason it out. The old drunkard said coolly, "In this place, this old man is the law. Whatever I have you do, you just care about doing it obediently. Now start." Climbing the mountain, those two armored people stood at the forefront of the ranks and started letting people up the mountain. Each person had to show their wooden plaques before they could pass through. Yi Yuan said to the old drunkard with clasped hands, "Many thanks, senior." The old drunkard took a swig of alcohol and waved his hand, indicating for them to go up. Seeing Yi Yuan's figure disappear into the passageway, a hint of worry flashed across the old drunkard's eyes too. Even though Dustless pledged in all seriousness that Yi Yuan would be fine, this was the Heavenspan Mountain after all, the world's most powerful existence and also the most terrifying existence. Yi Yuan was Lord Immortal Grove's successor after all. If he died just like this, then hope would really be completely extinguished. As soon as they entered the passageway, everyone seemed to have been stripped away of something and could no longer fly. A group of divine Lord Realm powerhouses seemed to have returned to when they were mortals. The entire Heavenspan Mountain was like an enormous prison, while they were like birds in a cage. Shuahan used a hateful gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Punk, don't be smug too early. Entering this passageway, there's no turning back. You'll be crushed into minced meat by Heavenly Tao's pressure." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Idiot, you'd best take care of yourself first. Your jumping up and down appearance is really like a clown. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. If you're unconvinced, come and hit me. I'll tell you, the Guardian can't leave Southfoot Town. If you have the capabilities, don't ever leave here." Shuahan said angrily through gnashed teeth. How could he dare to attack? They had already entered the passageway now. Once he attacked and provoked Heaven's punishment, he would die until not even dregs remain. In this place, there was no need for the Guardian to come forward to suppress at all. These people, none of them dared to attack. Very soon, everyone approached the passageway's entrance. The pressure on everyone also suddenly increased. The aura of Heavenly Tao became stronger and stronger. That horrifying aura made people feel like they were restrained in a river of Heavenly Tao, unable to extricate themselves. But the more it was like so, the more everyone was able to draw close to Heavenly Tao, feel Heavenly Tao's aura, and also break through easier. Of course, the Heavenspan Mountain was not almighty. Some people could consecutively break through realms here, while others could not break through at all. This had to depend on the individual's talent. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping walked at the back, feeling the increasingly powerful Heavenly Tao aura. Even Ning Tianping started to get worried too. He was a little worried whether or not Yi Yuan could withstand this kind of Heavenly Tao pressure. Everyone got out of the passageway one after another, but no one left. They all wanted to see how Yi Yuan, this origin deity realm martial artist, would be crushed into meat paste by Heavenly Tao. Lung Qiuling's hand clenched into a fist, showing the anxiety in her heart. No idea why, she was very worried about Yi Yuan, worried about seeing that bloody scene appearing. Zhuahan and his junior apprentice brothers naturally wanted to see Yi Yuan get crushed into meat paste the most. Zhuahan had an excited expression as he kept saying while looking at Yi Yuan, D. His junior apprentice brothers also looked at Yi Yuan hatefully with excited faces. Reckless and blind thing, see if you don't die. Seeking death. Own self wants to court death. Nobody can stop. Best if he dies until not even dregs remain. Amidst everyone's curses, Yi Yuan's foot finally stepped into the Heavenspan Mountain. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. The lesser Heavenspan Mountain within his body emitted a series of roaring sounds. A burst of inspiration rushed to his head, making Yi Yuan have a feeling of sudden epiphany. That shackle which stopped him for 300 years was finally unlocked by him at this moment. At this moment, Yi Yuan practically wanted to sing at the top of his voice. This invigorating feel simply could not be described using words. The changes within Yi Yuan's body. Outsiders naturally could not feel it. Chuahan only saw Yi Yuan's entire body shudder, as if he could not bear heavenly Tao's pressure. He and his junior apprentice brothers had looks of anticipation, waiting for Yi Yuan to be crushed. However, Yi Yuan still stood there. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said with a faint smile, "What are you guys looking at? Watching me get crushed into minced meat by heavenly Tao? No such thing." Chuahan, Leng Qiuling, as well as all of the Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, all doubted whether they saw it wrongly or not. Yi Yuan was very relaxed at this time. How was there no hint of pressure on him at all? Rather, it was they themselves who felt the heavy pressure. "WWI? Are you totally fine? You were clearly.
Xu Wuhan.
Had an expression like he saw a ghost, looking at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at him as if looking at an idiot. He said with a smile, "Clearly what? Faked for you to see you took it for real? Said that you're an idiot. It's really not false at all." Chuahan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said furiously, "Impossible! The Heavenspan Mountain is the forbidden land for origin deity realms. Nobody has ever survived here. There's no way that you're completely fine." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Footsteps moving lightly, he walked up the mountain. He was calm on the surface, but actually titanic storms already raged within his body. The lesser Heavenspan Mountain seemed to have produced some kind of resonance with the Heavenspan Mountain and started quaking wildly within his body. At the same time, the preliminary form of the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's fourth level cultivation method also slowly took shape in Yi Yuan's mind. The fourth level cultivation method was totally different from the first three levels. In terms of complexity, the first three levels added together also could not match half of the fourth level cultivation method. This was the reason why Yi Yuan kept failing to create the fourth level cultivation method, but it was not the primary reason. Looks like this trip to the Heavenspan Mountain was really right. If I didn't come here, I probably can't create the fourth level cultivation method for the rest of my life. This place is the summit of the world.
Ye Yuan secretly
Sighed in his heart. Ning Tianping's words before the Heavenspan Mountain gave birth to the entire Heavenspan world made Yi Yuan have a flash of inspiration, seemingly grasping something, only all the way until now, when he truly set foot on the Heavenspan Mountain, did he understand what that sentence meant. Only now did Yi Yuan know that he had been going in the wrong direction all along. He attempted to go and open up a small world according to everyone's cultivation train of thought. But the Chaos Heavenspan Canon which he cultivated did not reach the point of opening up a small world at all. His divine sea still had a possibility of improving further. Therefore, to Yi Yuan, the fourth major realm was not Divine Lord Realm. If other martial artists knew Yi Yuan's cultivation method, they would definitely be unbelievably shocked, even scoffing in contempt, treating Yi Yuan as a different kind. This was the path that everyone in the Heavenspan world cultivated. So how could it possibly be subverted? But the reality was that it was subverted by Yi Yuan. Other people's divine seas were already fixed when they reached origin deity realm due to the limitations of cultivation method, unable to break through anymore. Reaching the limits, one must open up a small world before they could take a step further, becoming a higher existence. However, Yi Yuan's path was not like this. His Chaos Heavenspan Canon was much stronger than martial artists of the same rank, resulting in him having the strength to battle with first-layered heaven Divine Lord, even second-layered heaven Divine Lord powerhouses when he was at origin deity realm. Others were not able to do this at all. What Yi Yuan had to do was to continue devouring spiritual energy crazily, growing his divine sea, all the way until his divine sea was fixed, unable to break through anymore, and at that time open up a small world in one stroke. That way, his strength would be countless times stronger than others. The later he opened, the more powerful his strength would be, because at that time the small world that he opened up others were not able to imagine it at all. At that time, how powerful the small world would be, Yi Yuan could not say for sure right now, but he had a feeling that it might be able to reach the boundary of Tao ancestor. This was the path that he had to take. Tianping, you comprehend by yourself. Don't need to care about me anymore. Yi Yuan's calm voice drifted over. Ning Tianping had an excited look. He knew that Yi Yuan definitely found the turning point to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Over 300 years of unrelenting hard work. Finally, it was all for this day. Even he felt that it was very not easy. Lung Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan's back view in disbelief, feeling extremely incredulous. It was still her first time hearing that an origin deity realm could survive within the Heavenspan mountain. If it was merely surviving, she would not be to the extent of being so shocked. The crux was that Yi Yuan was too calm, as if this place was his home. Just who is this guy? How could he accomplish this? Lung Qiuling said with her heart filled with shock. Immediately, she shook her head hard and said to Bai Qing and the rest, "Let's go. It's not easy to take a trip to the Heavenspan mountain. Let's not waste any longer and hurry up and go comprehend heavenly Tao." Coming to the Heavenspan mountain once was very not easy. They could not stay on indefinitely. Once the time limit was up, they would be kicked out of the Heavenspan mountain. Hence, every minute and every second at the Heavenspan mountain was very precious. They could not continue to be shocked anymore. Shuhan gritted his teeth, used a very baleful gaze to look at Yi Yuan, and said coldly, "Let's go. I must break through to the celestial deity realm this time. I'm going to let this punk die without a burial ground." Divine Lord realm martial artists could climb as high as 10 miles. Past this height, it was out of the bearing range of Divine Lord realm martial artists. Even taking a step out would be crushed into dust by heavenly Tao. Existences such as Zhuohan and Lang Qiuling, the height that they could scale, already infinitely approached 10 miles. Once they broke through the shackles, they would be able to scale new heights, becoming a celestial deity powerhouse. But even in the Heavenspan mountain, this was also not an easy matter. How much heavenly Tao one could comprehend, that depended on the individual's talent. But being so close to heavenly Tao like this, for the likes of Lung Qiuling to break through, it was just a matter of time. To geniuses of their level, celestial deity realm had never been a fatal bottleneck. Yi Yuan's climb was very slow. It could be said to be a step at a time. In other people's view, his footsteps seemed to be rather strained. Actually, he was carefully sensing Heavenspan mountain, feeling the resonance between the lesser Heavenspan mountain and the real Heavenspan mountain. Coming to the Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan cannon was already suddenly enlightened. At this time, he was structuring the entire 4th level cultivation method. Bit by bit, just like building a house, first put up the framework, then add the bricks and tiles little by little, and finally form a sturdy and reliable house. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless was also shocked to the core. I really don't know just how this 4th level cultivation method would look like after it's completed, but looking at it now, it seems to be different from normal cultivation methods. This kid, I really can't see through more and more. Zhuohan's movements were very rapid, catching up to Lung Qiuling in a few steps. "Junior sister Lung, don't you understand my feelings for you yet?"
Zhuohan
said unresignedly. Originally, he held Yi Yuan in utter contempt. He felt that Lung Qiuling was spiting him, but now he finally felt threatened. This Yi Yuan was far from as simple as he showed. Lung Qiuling gave him a glance very indifferently and said, "Zhuohan, give up on it. You and I, it's impossible. Right now, we're at the Heavenspan mountain. I hope that you don't disturb my cultivation." Zhuohan's expression changed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "That punk is still climbing the mountain. I don't believe that he won't get crushed to death by the heavenly Tao." After experiencing the initialmost shock, these Divine Lord realm powerhouses all found their places and started comprehending heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan paused briefly every 3 steps. He had a prolonged pause every 5 steps, his mind revolving rapidly. He must walk this path entirely before he could corroborate a complete cultivation method. Just like that, one day passed after another. No idea how long had passed. Either Yi Yuan finally walked to the summit of 10 miles. All around, every section of distance, there were many martial artists, concentrating deeply on martial Tao. No one knew that Yi Yuan already walked to the peak of the Divine Lord Realm. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's heart stirred, conceiving the idea of going to the next level to take a look. Ahead was a stretch of fog. Even if Yi Yuan stood in front of it, he could not see through what was after 10 miles too. Not hesitating at once either, Yi Yuan directly took a step out, walking into the fog. Buzz! Powerful heavenly Tao pressure instantly descended on Yi Yuan's body. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally felt the terror of the heaven-span mountain. That powerful heavenly Tao pressure was as if it was going to destroy the world, crushing his entire person. Such a large commotion immediately startled the powerhouses at the summit of 10 miles. When Leng Qiuling saw Yi Yuan had half his body stepped into the fog, her entire body involuntarily shuddered, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief. After the shock, Leng Qiuling immediately felt something amiss and exclaimed, He actually walked to the summit of 10 miles. No, wait, what's he trying to do? Zhuohan saw it too. His immediate reaction was the same as Leng Qiuling. This kid, an origin deity realm, actually walked to the summit of 10 miles. How is this possible? Why didn't heavenly Tao pulverize him? Zhuohan said with an unresigned look. But very soon, he discovered something amiss very quickly. Immediately, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Ha ha ha. Kid, this is called heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell has no gate yet you want to barge inside. An origin deity realm actually dares to enter the fog realm. You're courting death. Zhuohan let out a huge laugh as if already seeing the sight of Yi Yuan being crushed into a meat pancake. But right at this time, Yi Yuan, who already had half his body buried in the fog realm, suddenly stretched his head back again. He said to Zhuohan with a faint smile, Idiot, you're really noisy. Don't leave if you have the guts. Wait for this young master to come back and teach you how to behave properly. Facing Yi Yuan's threat, Zhuohan did not take it to heart at all, saying with a sneer, Idiot thing, do you really take this heaven-span mountain to be a shop opened by your family? To dare walk into the fog realm you're dead for. Sure. This young master will wait right here. Come back if you have the guts. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, Gutsy. Then you wait. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around, took another step out, his entire person stepping into the fog. When Leng Qiuling saw the situation, she could not help turning pale with fright and cried out, Yi Yuan, don't. Hearing Leng Qiuling's cry, Zhuohan's expression became incomparably ugly. This concern was entirely emitted beyond her control. Why was this iceberg-like woman brutally harsh to him? But she cared so much. About that boy? Zhuohan smiled coldly and said, Don't yell anymore. Those who enter the fog
Realm will definitely die.
Even if you broke through to the celestial deity realm, you also can't pass through from the fog realm. This point you should know better than me. He is dead for sure. One. Leng Qiuling did not go and look at Zhuohan at all. She was repulsed by this person to the extreme. But she knew that what Zhuohan had said was correct. Even a genuine celestial deity powerhouse also did not dare to pass through via the fog realm and enter the next realm's territory. But Yi Yuan did it. If it was to say that Yi Yuan still did not die by entering the heavenspan mountain with origin deity realm, this was a miracle. Then now it was absolutely impossible for a miracle to appear. Breaking through to the celestial deity realm at the summit of 10 miles, one would be transported out of the heavenspan mountain very soon. Only next time could they enter the layer above 10 miles by passing through the celestial deity realm's passageway. However, Yi Yuan passed through just like that. No one knew what was there in the fog realm, but it was safe to say that no one had ever returned alive before, including some celestial deity powerhouses, who were very curious and attempted it. As Zhuohan and the rest expected, after entering the fog realm, Yi Yuan could be said to struggle to stride forward. Crack, crack, crack. In the fog, some tiny electric snakes were flying all around. That horrifying energy undulation. Even when Yi Yuan saw it, his heart palpitated too. However, these electric snakes wandered around, but not one landed on Yi Yuan's body. At this time, currently the lesser heavenspan mountain quietly suspended between Yi Yuan's eyebrows, emitting the power of heavenly Tao. It was also precisely the lesser heavenspan mountain that supported him to enter the fog realm. You, kid, are really crazy enough, Dustless said with a sigh. He naturally knew the prowess of this fog realm. Yet Yi Yuan walked inside. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The lesser heavenspan mountain and heavenspan mountain originated from the same source. Since the lesser heavenspan mountain acknowledged me as its master, then the heavenspan mountain's heavenly Tao would similarly acknowledge my existence. Entering this place may seem dangerous, but actually, it's more scary than actual danger." Dustless smiled bitterly and said, "You, kid, are bold but cautious. You really dare to do anything. But this time, you gambled correctly." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "These electric snakes are the true heavenly Tao existences. They should be the existences who truly control this 10-mile heavenspan mountain's rules, right? I say, if I were to use them to temper my fleshy body, would the effects be very good?" Dustless's little heart that had just calmed down was immediately thoroughly frightened out by Yi Yuan's crazy idea. You're really a madman. These are all the lightning of heavenly punishment," Dustless said mortifiedly. He suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and tunneled into the soul, suppressing Pearl, and did not come out again. He knew that the following events would be rather terrifying. But he also knew that he could not stop Yi Yuan at all. This guy was simply a lunatic at times. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, communicating with the lesser heavenspan mountain at the same time. The lesser heavenspan mountain disappeared and reappeared again at Yi Yuan's glabella, emitting a multicolored light. Then Yi Yuan suddenly extended his palm and directly grabbed toward one of the electric snakes. But virtually instantly, Yi Yuan's entire body started twitching violently. That horrifying energy undulation practically burned Yi Yuan to ashes. However, the waves of light that the lesser heavenspan mountain emitted were like a shield, protecting Yi Yuan firmly. Two horrifying auras intermeshed and cancelled each other. Then, traces of energy bored into Yi Yuan's body. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's hairs suddenly stood on end, all of his hair standing up. At the same time, Yi Yuan revolved the heavenly dragon Dharma body frenziedly. Horrifying dragon aura spread out. That trace of energy activated the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's entire body all at once. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly. His entire body caught in intense pain. In the 300 years, he had long cultivated his fleshy body to the peak third transformation. But this fourth transformation, he could not find the threshold from start to. And today he planned to borrow this power of heavenly Tao and break through the shackles in one stroke. One reminder, there are separate paths for different realms via the different towns. There are different towns for different realms. Southfoot Town was for divine lords. The energy in the electric snake was being stripped away bit by bit. Yi Yuan's body was absorbing energy little by little. Amidst the incredible pain, Yi Yuan's entire body radiated with a dazzling light rumble. Yi Yuan's golden body became incomparably bright, illuminating the gloomy realm fog space akin to daytime. The 9 transformations golden body's 4th transformation was finally completed. Yi Yuan's physical body directly broke through the shackles. Now, Yi Yuan could contend with Divine Lord realm powerhouses just based on his physical body. However, it was not over yet. The crazy Yi Yuan was still stripping away energy and tempering the fleshy body. He was challenging his limits. The berserk energy poured into Yi Yuan's body frenziedly. Finally, Yi Yuan could not withstand it and let go of the electric snake, while his fleshy body directly broke through to peak initial stage 4th transformation. Ha ha ha. Awesome. This electric snake's energy is really too strong. I only used a little bit and it can actually let me break through to the 4th transformation. After enduring the suffering, Yi Yuan currently felt that he was filled with explosive power. That invigorating feeling made him unable to refrain from lifting his head to the sky and howling. Dustless smiled bitterly and said, "It was really accomplished by you, this brat. Truly a freak. Now you can blow up a 3rd-layered heaven divine lord." With one punch, peak initial stage 4th transformation, the strength was comparable to 3rd-layered heaven divine lord. But powerhouses who cultivated the physical body could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. The power of Yi Yuan's dragon race martial technique far surpassed ordinary fleshy body powerhouses. Blowing up a 3rd-layered heaven divine lord was nothing difficult. Even facing 4th-layered heaven divine lords, he had the strength to fight. 2. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "After breaking through this time my atavism, dragon soul awakened again. Now my fleshy body's combat strength can finally be put to use." Yi Yuan's dragon race martial technique was mastered through extensive study. His combat strength immediately soared by more than a level. Amen? Yi Yuan, look at your golden body. There seem to be some additional profound patterns. Dustless suddenly said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, lowering his head and looking at his physical body. Under the electric snake's berserk energy, Yi Yuan's body was long and tattered. Ruins already. Yi Yuan discovered to his surprise that there were indeed some blue-colored, profound patterns on his physical body. These blue profound patterns were inlaid into his golden body. If not looking closely, one really could not tell. This? What the hell is this? Yi Yuan said in surprise. Dustless shook his head and was also puzzled as he said, 9 transformations. Golden body would not have this kind of patterns show up. I don't know as well. However, the color of these patterns is very similar to that electric snake. Is it possible that inside the energy which you absorbed just now, some attribute inside the electric snake was absorbed over? The moment Yi Yuan heard, his scalp could not help tingling. This electric snake was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Even if encountered by celestial deity powerhouses, they would likely turn to ashes instantly too. Now, getting it onto his body, don't know if it was a blessing or disaster. Forget it. Don't care about it. It's a blessing if not a calamity. If it's a calamity, it can't be avoided. As he said, Yi Yuan withdrew the golden light on his body and took out a blue robe from his storage ring to wear, and continued moving forward. No idea how long he walked either, it suddenly became bright in front of Yi Yuan. At the same time, the pressure on his body suddenly increased again. He realized that he could not go any further. Yi Yuan's control of the lesser heavenspan mountain currently was merely limited to the 4th level. The further up this heavenspan mountain, the more powerful heavenly Tao's pressure. Now, it already reached the limit of the lesser heavenspan mountain. Going further would be an unknown area for Yi Yuan. Even if he had the lesser heavenspan mountain, he would still be crushed into meat paste by heavenly Tao. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of turning back. He felt the surrounding spiritual energy and immediately, a feeling of gladdening the heart and refreshing the mind transmitted over. What powerful spiritual energy! Breaking through here is the most suitable, Yi Yuan said with a grin. Getting to work at once, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly sitting down, cross-legged, and started digesting the comprehension he had along this 10-mile road bit by bit. The Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 4th-level cultivation methods framework was already built. Now, it was only a matter of understanding it thoroughly. When the fourth-level cultivation method was thoroughly formed, he could break through the shackles in one fell swoop, breaking through to the fourth level realm. Yi Yuan shut his eyes and meditated, completely isolating the outside world. Either way, no one dared to attack inside the Heavenspan mountain. He was not worried that someone would take the chance to deal a blow while he was meditating. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 15 days. In a blink, half a month passed. Suddenly, a storm came out of nowhere. Wind formed under Yi Yuan's feet, gradually forming a spiritual energy vortex. Then, the vortex became bigger and bigger, the commotion became more and more horrifying. Rumble. A shocking aura surged to the sky. Yi Yuan's body emitted rays of electric light. The spiritual energy above 10 miles closed in toward Yi Yuan's place frenziedly. All around, the celestial deity powerhouses who were currently meditating with closed eyes were abruptly startled awake by this surge of powerful aura. What's going on? Somebody is breaking through? Who is breaking through? This commotion is also too frightening, right? Is my eyesight failing? That is an origin deity realm martial artist. He's breaking through to the divine lord realm. It's really an origin deity realm. My God, where did an origin deity realm come from? Above 10 miles, the group of celestial deity powerhouses burst into an utter uproar. The Heavenspan mountain was very calm until even throwing a rock could not stir up a hint of a wave, because no one dared to behave atrociously here. But now, the situation completely exploded. The commotion of Yi Yuan breaking through was too great, disturbing all of the celestial deity powerhouses, causing them to be unable to sit quietly and meditate at all. This level of heavenly Tao was thoroughly thrown into disorder by Yi Yuan. Back then, when Yi Yuan came out of the martial tower, the commotion caused was already sufficiently big. But compared to this time, that paled greatly in comparison. One had to know the Heavenspan mountain was the source of the Heavenspan world. Its spiritual energy was also the most in the entire Heavenspan world. The spiritual energy here was virtually more than 100 times of heavenly. Eagle Imperial City. Back then, when Yi Yuan comprehended the Chaos Heavenspan canon, the heavens bestowed a blessing. The spiritual energy of the Heavenspan mountain skyrocketed several times. Until now, it still had not completely dissipated. Yet, the Heavenspan mountain's spiritual energy could be described as horrifying. Furthermore, this place was the territory of celestial deities. The spiritual energy was far more compared to the territory of divine lords to begin with. Under such an environment, Yi Yuan still caused such a horrifying influence. It could be seen how astonishing his breakthrough this time was. Moreover, his breakthrough was different from ordinary people. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds gathered overhead. It was simply like the end of the world had descended. Yi Yuan's entire being was surrounded by a cloud of thick fog. The celestial deity powerhouses could not see clearly at all. How could this kind of commotion be what an origin deity realm martial artist breaking through should have? They pointed and gestured to Yi Yuan, each and every one of them with dumbfounded faces, completely ignorant of how this kind of thing could happen. Even if it were them, celestial deity powerhouses breaking through, they were unable to arouse such a terrifying commotion. I say, guys, do you think that guy wouldn't have run over from the realm fog, right? There's really a possibility. His position is at the edge of the fog realm. The passageway also hasn't opened up currently, so there's no way that he came straight up from outside. Yeah, an origin deity realm, it's impossible to run up by hiding among us. 2. Where did this genius pop out from? Is the Heavenspan world sky going to change? An origin deity realm breaking through actually has such commotion. Isn't that so? Even if you and I break through, it's also impossible to cause such a big commotion. Looking at his appearance, he'll only give up after absorbing the spiritual energy above 10 miles clean. The group of celestial deity powerhouses looked at the Yi Yuan inside the storm and was struck even more with wonder. Too many unknowns, too many mysteries. It made them feel unbearably itchy, wanting to take a look at just who was breaking through. And Yi Yuan's divine sea was currently undergoing earth-shaking changes at this time. Innumerable spiritual energy entered his body from every pore, finally merging into the divine sea. His divine sea was just like a bottomless pit, unable to be filled no matter what. Yi Yuan's divine sea was long already saturated. Logically speaking, it was unable to accommodate more divine essence at all. However, at this time, those viscous divine essence in his divine sea started to slowly revolve under the urging of the fourth level cultivation method. This revolution was just like a millstone compressing and condensing the originally paste-like divine essence once more. As a result, after a large quantity of spiritual energy was refined by Yi Yuan, it merged into that vortex. This vortex was just like a black hole, devouring the refined divine essence. Frenziedly. Now, inside Yi Yuan's divine lord, a slowly rotating viscous cyclone formed. In terms of size, this viscous cyclone was much smaller than before, but the thickness of the divine essence was 100 times more than before. Rumble, a horrifying aura transmitted out of the storm, reaching straight for the firmament. Yi Yuan's aura soared frenziedly inside the storm. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck of origin deity realm in one stroke, entering the divine Tao fourth stage. Yi Yuan's two eyes suddenly opened, his eyes shooting out rays of brilliant light. His eyes were full of shock. The storm started gradually dissipating. The celestial deity powerhouses outside all opened their eyes wide, wanting to take a look at just who it was that actually caused such a powerful influence. Swoosh! Just as a figure was faintly discernible, that person's figure moved, directly, tunneling into the fog realm. When the celestial deity powerhouses who were waiting eagerly saw this scene, they could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. What a cunning lad, actually ran. F***ck. This kid is too wily, scratched until your father's heart is unbearably itchy, but he actually slipped away. Bastard. Get back for your father. You're being extremely irresponsible here. You'll die a horrible death. This bastard, he actually really passed through via the fog realm. How in the world did he do it? This kid is too mysterious. I can't take it anymore. Who the hell was that punk? Right now, these celestial deity powerhouses were like watching a suspenseful movie. All of the mysteries would be revealed at the last second. But when this movie played out until all of the mysteries were about to be unveiled, the power suddenly cut off. This emotion of going crazy, only the parties involved could understand it. If Yi Yuan showed up right now, he would definitely be dismembered by a flurry of blades by these celestial deity powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan could not be bothered with those celestial deity powerhouses. He knew that his commotion was too big. Furthermore, passing through from the fog realm, those people would definitely be very curious. Once he revealed his true self, there would be countless troubles. Those were all celestial deity powerhouses. Even if Yi Yuan's current means were immensely formidable, it was also impossible to be their match. If someone had a malicious intent, wanting to find him to be a guinea pig or coveted the treasures on him, that would not be too good. As for their unbearably itchy hearts, Yi Yuan did not care. Whatever. Of course, Yi Yuan being anxious to get away was because naturally there was a more important thing to do, because he broke through to a brand new realm, a completely different realm. Yi Yuan needed to figure out just what kind of realm he broke through to. Creating a cultivation method, everything was empty talk. What it was like after breaking through, Yi Yuan was completely unsure too. Everything needed him to go and fumble. Entering the fog realm, Yi Yuan found an open space and started introspecting his own body. Inside the divine sea, a viscous cyclone was revolving systematically, like a cluster of nebulae. But Yi Yuan could feel that his divine essence was already completely different from before. As for the specifics of what was different, he could not tell either. The size of the viscous divine essence was around 1/4 smaller than before, but the total reserve of the divine essence was 100 times more than before. Yi Yuan sensed that this viscous cyclone seemed to be very mysterious. Further compressed the viscous divine essence. He clearly absorbed a large amount of divine essence, but the size became even smaller than before instead. However, what surprised Yi Yuan was that his divine sea became small too. Other people breaking through to the divine Lord realm, it was transforming the divine sea into a small world. Him, on the other hand, not only did his divine sea not become big, it shrunk. Instead, Amen? What's this? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the surroundings of the viscous cyclone seemed to have some minuscule patterns. These patterns seem to be somewhat similar to the patterns on your body, Dustless suddenly said. Yi Yuan looked carefully. It really was so. But studying it for a long time, he also did not figure out what use these patterns had. What's my realm? Seems like calling it Divine Lord Realm isn't too appropriate, right? Yi Yuan suddenly said with a bitter smile. By creating a small world and becoming the sovereign of a world, only then could one be called a divine lord. But Yi Yuan did not have a small world at all and naturally could not be called a divine lord. Dustless also looked speechless as he said, "This path of yours is unprecedented and unrepeatable, but I can feel that your realm is likely extraordinary. Maybe the path that you take is correct and others, forget it, you'd better name it." Yi Yuan had a bitter smile on his face, suddenly having a feeling of how the world was drunk and he alone was awake. He thought about it and said, "Since a cyclone formed in my divine sea, why not call it Divine Vortex Realm?" Dustless nodded when he heard it and said, "Divine Vortex Realm, it's apartment he. This old man is somewhat looking forward to just where this kid, can walk to." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "I don't dare to say which step I can walk but right now I'm somewhat itching to have a go. I want to try the power of this Divine Vortex Realm." Dustless froze when he heard that and said with uncertainty, "How to try?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't there a live target ahead? Let's go." Back. Dustless was stunned and immediately revealed a knowing smile. When that group of people saw Yi Yuan return, they would definitely get a big shock, right? Don't look anymore. You don't think that he can really come out, right? At a summit of 10 miles, Lung Choling was somewhat absent-minded. This 1 month's time, she was unable to sit quietly and meditate, looking over in the direction of the fog realm from time to time. When Zhuohan saw this, his jealousy could not resist bursting out. Speaking sarcastically, Lung Choling gave him a glance indifferently and said coolly, "Maybe he can really come out." Zhuohan laughed in spite of himself and said, "I know what you're thinking, but there's a saying called can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Does he really think that he's something? An origin deity realm barging into the fog realm. This is purely courting death." Lung Choling opened her mouth but did not speak. What Zhuohan said was reasonable, even though she knew that Yi Yuan was very mysterious and had a lot of means. But this fog realm clearly already surpassed the normal scope. No matter how immensely formidable one's means were, it was also impossible to come out from inside. Lung Choling also did not know why she would be like this. Perhaps it was that stepping up for her without the slightest hesitation. Different from other people's deliberate striking up a conversation with her, Yi Yuan was purely just helping her out. Lung Choling could tell that when she took out the jade sword. Yi Yuan hesitated for that split second. Clearly, he did not want to take it. Zhuohan gave Lung Choling a glance and said, "Junior sister Lung, I admit that this kid has some capabilities, but people like him will screw themselves to death sooner or later. This kind of guy isn't worth you recalling with nostalgia at all." Right at this time, a nonchalant voice sounded out, drawing everyone's gaze. "Oh? So a moron like you is worth recalling with nostalgia?" It was only to see Yi Yuan slowly walk out of the fog with a playful smile on his face. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance immediately caused an uproar. Is my eyesight failing? He really came out alive of the fog realm. Hang on. His aura seems to be different. It's no longer origin deity realm anymore. It really is. His aura is much more powerful, but you can't quite see through him. What in the world did he experience inside the fog realm? Could it be that inside the realm fog, there's some fortuitous encounter? Everyone had disbelieving looks. For an origin deity realm to be able to enter the Heavenspan mountain, fine. An origin deity realm being able to walk to the summit of 10 miles could also be understood. But an origin deity realm entering the realm fog and still being able to come out. What the hell was this? Could it be that this guy was unkillable? Why you? How did you come out? Impossible. Even celestial deity powerhouses can't come out of there. So how can you possibly come out? When Zhuohan saw Yi Yuan, he had an expression like he had seen a ghost, stammering when speaking. How did I come out? Naturally, it's walked out, Yi Yuan said with a smile. That was not a smile. Zhuohan had shock written all over his face. Why was this guy's life so tenacious? The so-called forbidden land, he walked across it as easily as flat ground. There was actually such a freakish person in this world? Not far away, Leng Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan, pleasantly surprised, but also shocked. She did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really came out of the fog realm. This man was truly an enigmatic existence. This 1 month's time, what on earth did he experience inside? Yi Yuan slowly walked over toward Zhuohan and said with a grin, "Still, remember what I said before I left." Even though Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed significantly, with his 9th layered Heaven Divine Lord strength, he naturally would not be scared of Yi Yuan. Recalling the words before Yi Yuan left, he smiled coldly and said, "This place is the Heavenspan mountain. Even if I don't dare to attack you, could it be that you dare to make a move on me?" Yi Yuan chuckled as he looked at Zhuohan and said, "Then, let's give it a try." Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly slammed a fist out, directly striking Zhuohan's face. Zhuohan completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually dared to really attack. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by one punch. A person must not hit the face when hitting people. But this punch of Yi Yuan's aimed for the face, hitting until his face was full of blood. Zhuohan staggered to his feet, his entire person dazed and confused, unable to even differentiate the direction. So strong. A casual punch actually breached Zhuohan's divine essence. Protection, Leng Qiuling said with a face full of shock. Yi Yuan himself also looked at his fist, pleasant surprise all over his face. The power of this punch somewhat exceeded his imagination. This punch earlier, he did not employ the power of the fleshy body. Completely relied on the power of divine essence. He discovered that his divine essence seemed to be totally different from before. Even though his punch did not have world power, he could sense that there was another kind of power contained inside, enhancing the power of his moves. Yi Yuan did not know what this power was called, but he was certain that it was absolutely not weaker than world power. No, wait, it should be above the standard rather than below it. Zhuohan shook his head hard before barely managing to come back to his senses. He looked at Yi Yuan and burned with rage. You actually really dared to make a move. I'm going to kill you." Zhuohan being so old, it was still his first time being so disgraced to actually get hit by a brat who just broke through to the Divine Lord realm. He currently already lost his head in fury and completely forgotten that he was at the Heavenspan mountain. The aura of 9th layered Heaven Divine Lord suddenly released. That terrifying divine essence undulation gave people a feeling of palpitation. This Zhuohan's strength indeed was not just for show. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly not worried at all. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from above the sky. Dark clouds virtually formed in an instant. The terrifying aura instantly overshadowed Zhuohan's aura. Zhuohan suddenly shuddered. A scent of death instantly clutched his throat, making him unable to breathe. Without thinking, Zhuohan dismissed his divine essence and recovered to his normal state. Only then did the dark clouds in the sky calm its angry and dissipate away. Even though the dark clouds dissipated, Zhuohan's back was already drenched in sweat. Only now did he abruptly and completely come to his senses. This was on the Heavenspan Mountain. As long as someone dared to make a move, it would trigger heavenly punishment. Fortunately, he did not attack just now. Otherwise, he would have already turned to ashes now. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. Looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Why was this guy fine? Not just him. Everyone used a horrified expression to look at Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's momentum was far from Zhuohan's, he had indeed employed divine essence and the power of laws. Why didn't heavenly punishment descend? Weren't you going to kill me? I'm standing right here. Bring it on. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan with a smile that was not a smile and said. Zhuohan's expression was incomparably ugly. Currently, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out monster. If you're not coming over, then I'm going over. That punch earlier wasn't done to my satisfaction yet. Yi Yuan slowly pressed in on Zhuohan. Zhuohan was really frightened this time. He repeatedly backed away, expression panicky as he said, "Don't come over. You don't come over. Why doesn't it bring on heavenly punishment? When you attack, rumble." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain to him at all. His figure suddenly vanished from where he was standing, and then he dealt another punch at Zhuohan's face. Yi Yuan's current realm was merely more or less the same as a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan's fist could not cause real damage to Zhuohan, but each punch of his was fist to the flesh, pummeling Zhuohan's face brutally. Zhuohan's protective divine essence could not block Yi Yuan's fist at all. With a few fists, Zhuohan's entire person was hit until he was dizzy, unable to differentiate north, south, east, west at all. He only had one thought right now, that was to run. Don't hit anymore. Everything turned dark before Zhuohan's eyes. Eyes kept on rolling back, shouting as he ran wildly. That appearance was comical to the extreme. On the massive Heavenspan Mountain, the two people could be described as you chased, I fled. Except a first-layered heaven divine lord pursuing a ninth-layered heaven divine lord and beating the latter. This image was seriously too impactful. Yet one could not fly on the Heavenspan Mountain. Yi Yuan even knew spatial, magical abilities, walking as if on wings. No matter how Zhuohan ran, he could catch up in a couple of steps. Then firmly give him a punch. By the side, the people were all dumbfounded. This guy is also too strong, right? The crux is that why didn't he trigger heavenly punishment? This kid is really too mysterious. All along the way he subverted our understanding. TSK. Zhuohan suffered a big loss this time. An exalted ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord could only be beaten and not fight back. It's really a grieving to death. Zhuohan's junior apprentice brothers all did not dare to step forward. They did not dare to make a move either and could only watch Zhuohan get beaten helplessly. Finally, Zhuohan could not take it anymore and cried out tearfully, "I beg, you don't hit anymore. Keep hitting and I'll be disfigured. As long as you don't hit anymore, I'll agree to anything you want me to do." Sure enough, Yi Yuan stopped and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Anything really goes?" "Yes, anything goes. As long as you stop attacking." Zhuohan was really frightened. This was simply an endless torture. This guy in front of him was simply a devil. Zhuohan suddenly felt that in this Heavenspan Mountain Yi Yuan was invincible. The Heavenspan Mountain's various restrictions on ordinary martial artists completely had no effect on him. You could not attack, but he could. You could not enter the fog realm, he could. In this world, was there still such an unreasonable thing? A dignified ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord placed outside That was a powerhouse of a region. Now, he was actually beaten by a fellow who just broke through to the divine Lord realm until his looks were beyond recognition. Who would I go and find to reason things out? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I'll say two things, and as long as you can accomplish them, not attacking you is doable. You say whatever and I'll agree." Zhuohan did not even think and immediately said. He was not dumb and naturally knew that Yi Yuan would demand an exorbitant price, but currently he had no choice. Facing an invincible opponent other than yielding, what other choices did you have? Yi Yuan said coolly. Firstly, apologize to Miss Lung and swear a heavenly Tao oath to not pester her again in the future. Zhuohan's brain had just come back to his senses. Hearing this, his expression could not help changing, and he pointed at Yi Yuan and said furiously, "Yi Yuan, you're despicable." Yi Yuan did not get angry either, raising his fist smilingly. Zhuohan could not help choking and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Fine, I promise you." In Zhuohan's view, Yi Yuan definitely wanted to lust after someone out of his league, using this kind of method to force him to quit. Actually, Yi Yuan really did not have improper thoughts toward Lung Qiuling. It was all Zhuohan's own wishful thinking. But Yi Yuan also would not explain it. After all, in front of so many people, a lady's face was still very important. Letting everyone misunderstand a little was unimportant to him. Lung Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not expecting that Yi Yuan's first request was actually for her sake. Honestly speaking, she was really annoyed by this stick candy-like Zhuohan to the max. Yet, she could not shake him off no matter what. The two families' elders were very optimistic about the interaction between them. Now, being able to resolve this problem once and for all, it was naturally a good thing to her. Thinking up to this point, she was rather moved by Yi Yuan in her heart. It was only to see Zhuohan come before Lung Qiuling unwillingly. Using an extremely resentful gaze to look at her, he opened his mouth, but could not say anything. Everyone said that the more unobtainable the woman, the more tempted men were. Conquering an iceberg beauty like this was an extremely fulfilling sense of accomplishment to Zhuohan. He also believed that by relying on his talent, he could melt this iceberg one day. But now, because of one oath, all of his efforts vanished like soap bubbles. What? You still have a chance to go back on your word now. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan with a grin and raised his fist again. Zhuohan was already frightened out of his wits by Yi Yuan. He gritted his teeth, bowed to Lung Qiuling and said, "Junior Sister Lang, in the past, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have pestered you. I Zhuohan swear in the name of Heavenly Tao to absolutely not pester you anymore in the future. If I violate this oath, I'll die a horrible death." Zhuohan hated Yi Yuan in his heart, but he could not do anything about it. He already thought it over. After leaving the Heavenspan Mountain, he must think of ways to kill Yi Yuan. This enmity must be avenged. Hearing Zhuohan's oath, Lung Qiuling also had a feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. She turned to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Thank you." Although the tone was very indifferent, Yi Yuan could feel her sincerity and smiled at once, saying, "A small matter. Miss Lung don't have to mind." These two people's conversation seemed very plain, but it was extremely sardonic in other people's ears. Zhuohan said that he would no longer pester Lung Qiuling, but Lung Qiuling said thanks to Yi Yuan. This smack was really smacked resoundingly. How adverse was she toward Zhuohan to say this kind of words in public? Zhuohan's expression was simply even uglier than having eaten a fly. Of course, his currently pighead-like face, others could not tell either. Many people were secretly snickering. The scene was extremely embarrassing for some time. Lung Qiuling's disposition was cold. Her emotional intelligence was obviously on the low side. She still had not felt that there was anything wrong with her words. But looking at everyone laughing, she was somewhat confused. Zhuohan himself could not take it anymore. Turning to Yi Yuan, he said, "I've Already done the first condition, so state the second. Yi Yuan said coolly, hand over all of the storage rings on you and your junior apprentice brothers. When Zhuohan heard, he immediately wanted to roar. But seeing Yi Yuan raise his fist, that chest full of rage immediately fizzled out. See, consider yourself ruthless. Zhuohan was angered until he was about to explode, but could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Apart from yielding, what else could he do? Zhuohan turned to the group of junior brothers and said crossly, hand over all of the storage rings on your bodies. Finished talking, he himself took out a bunch of storage rings. After removing the imprints, he threw them to Yi Yuan altogether. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan and said with a smile that was not a smile, all swear a heavenly Tao oath. Don't think of smoking through. Zhuohan could not help choking when he heard that and could only fish out another storage ring from his body. Clearly, the things inside this storage ring were very important to him. He looked at Yi Yuan viciously, wanting to say a few fierce words, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he forced it back. Saying fierce words at this time was purely asking for trouble. Yi Yuan collected over 100 storage rings and made each of them swear a heavenly Tao oath before he was willing to drop the matter. No need to check to find out. These 100 over storage rings were definitely a large sum of wealth. These people all came from an imperial capital. They were not shabby like the geniuses of imperial cities. Breaking through to the divine vortex realm, Yi Yuan's expenditure would increase. He naturally would not mind having an abundance of money. Putting away the storage rings, Yi Yuan said to Zhuohan with a smile, you all carry on comprehending heavenly Tao. I won't disturb anymore. If we're fated, we'll meet again. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Left just like that. Everyone had a stunned expression. The Heavenspan Mountain was not what one could come as and when they liked. Each time they came to the Heavenspan Mountain, the martial artist's body would carry away quite a bit of heavenly Tao's aura. Only by refining all of these heavenly Tao ori could one enter once more. To geniuses like Leng Qiuling and Zhuohan, they only used around 100 years' time and could pretty much digest all of these heavenly Tao. But to martial artists with very weak aptitude, they needed to spend thousands, even tens of thousands of years before they could digest these heavenly Tao. Therefore, coming to the Heavenspan Mountain each time was an extremely precious opportunity for martial artists. They all cherished it very much. Looking at Yi Yuan's current intention, he was actually going to leave in advance. Yi Yuan's goal of coming to the Heavenspan Mountain was already attained. He already did not need to stay here any longer. Creating the 4th level cultivation method before Yi Yuan broke through to the 5th level, there would not be much of a bottleneck. There was nothing that could not be solved by a medicinal pill. Moreover, with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain on him, if not for encountering the major bottleneck this time, he did not need to come to the Heavenspan Mountain. Bringing along a Heavenspan Mountain on him was a great thing. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Leng Qiuling actually gave rise to a faint sense of melancholy in her heart. She was taken aback with fright by her feelings. She actually had the feeling of not bearing to part toward a man. This shouldn't be. But Leng Qiuling was indifferent by nature and restrained her thoughts very quickly and started comprehending heavenly Tao. She came to the Heavenspan Mountain this time in order to break through to the celestial deity realm in one stroke. Currently, she already wasted a lot of time. She could not delay any longer. Yi Yuan came to the mountainside and found the Ning Tianping, who was currently comprehending heavenly Tao, and directly interrupted him. When Ning Tianping saw Yi Yuan, his eyes immediately lit up and he said in surprise, Yi Yuan, you broke through. Ning Tianping was secretly shocked in his heart. He did not quite understand. With his strength, he actually could not see through Yi Yuan's depths. He just knew that Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed recently. He definitely broke through to the Divine Lord realm soundly already. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this trip wasn't in vain. Come on, let's go down the mountain. Ning Tianping did not hesitate either and nodded his head and said, "Go!" However, Mo Lifei was indignant and said with a frown, "A chance to come to the Heavenspan Mountain is hard to come by. So how can you give up halfway?" Yi Yuan glanced at Ning Tianping and smiled without saying a word. Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Master, you still don't understand His Excellency enough. Now that he broke through to rank for this disciple, breaking through to the celestial deity realm is also right around the corner. I don't need to waste time at the Heavenspan Mountain at all." Mo Lifei was stunned and full of puzzlement. Ning Tianping continued and said, "Master isn't aware, but His Excellency is. Even a 4-star alchemy god." Mo Lifei thought that Yi Yuan had some astonishing ability. After hearing it, he said disdainfully, "4-star alchemy gods, you can easily find a whole bunch in this world. It's true that he's impressive, but his impressiveness can't transfer onto you either. A 4-star alchemy god can ensure that you break through to celestial deity realm. This celestial deity realm is also too pointless." Ning Tianping was speechless. He also knew that not seeing Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao standard with their own eyes, it was very hard for normal people to believe it. Ning Tianping just chuckled and transmitted his voice to Mo Lifei, who was inside the spirit void ring. "Master, you'll know how terrifying His Excellency's alchemy Tao standard in the future. Perhaps he'll be the second medicine ancestor." The Mo Lifei inside the spirit void ring trembled all over, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Ning Tianping's appraisal was a little too high, right? However, if Yi Yuan's alchemy strength could really rival the medicine ancestors, then helping Ning Tianping to break through to the celestial deity realm was naturally nothing difficult. While Mo Lifei was in a daze, Ning Tianping already went down the mountain with Yi Yuan. At the bottom of each level of the Heavenspan Mountain, there would be a passageway. As long as one entered that passageway, they would be able to get out of the Heavenspan Mountain. The two people passed right through the passageway and returned to the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to leave but returned to Southfoot Town. Within reason and favor, he should bid farewell to the old drunkard. When the old drunkard saw Yi Yuan, he could not help getting a shock. You really returned safe and sound. No, wait, you even broke through. But why? Do I actually have a feeling of not being able to see through your actual situation?" Seeing Yi Yuan again, the old drunkard discovered that monumental changes took place on Yi Yuan's body. This kind of transformation was very hard to use words to describe. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan broke through to rank 4. At this moment, he finally understood why Dustless thought so highly of Yi Yuan. Entering the Heavenspan Mountain with origin deity realm strength, not only did he come out unscathed, he even broke through the shackles. Just based on this, it was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior's cultivation method is a little special, so it looks somewhat like inside a cloud and fog." The old drunkard's expression changed and he said in surprise, "Since you obtained Lord Immortal Grove's inheritance, you actually didn't cultivate his cultivation method." The old drunkard understood Immortal Grove very well. Even though Immortal Grove was very formidable, his cultivation method could not possibly let Yi Yuan give him this kind of feeling. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This junior didn't cultivate Senior Immortal Grove's cultivation method." The old drunkard's expression changed, incredibly shocked in their hearts. One had to know Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method was the Heavenspan world's peak cultivation method. As long as one cultivated in the proper order, forget about Heavenly Empyrean realm, even peak Heavenly Emperor was completely not an issue. But Yi Yuan actually did not cultivate. Then where did his cultivation method come from? Dustless also appeared and said with a smile, "You don't have to guess here and there anymore. This cultivation method was created by Yi Yuan. He encountered a bottleneck, so that's why he would come to the Heavenspan Mountain to seek opportunities to break through. Now that he already broke through successfully, there's naturally no need to stay as well." Old drunkard, You just wait at ease. About Immortal Grove's grudge, Yi Yuan will help him too. Avenge it before long. Old Drunkard's entire body trembled, with titanic waves setting off in his heart. For Dustless to dare say this, it showed that he had full confidence in Yi Yuan. Looking at it now, this kid in front of him was really not as simple as he imagined. After the astonishment, the old drunkard gave Yi Yuan a deep glance and said, "All right, this old man will wait for your good news. If you can help Lord Immortal Grove take revenge, this old man will serve you all your life by slaving and toiling for you for life." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Senior Drunkard is too serious, that heavenly emperor. Zhoushang I have a great enmity to, even if not for Senior Immortal Groves sake. I won't let him go either." Dustless scolded with a laugh. "You old fogey, you really take yourself to be someone important. This kid's future accomplishments are far from what you can
imagine.
Zhoushang is merely one of his stepping stones." After the two people went out of the boundary of Southfoot Town, they directly entered the Purple Extreme Hall and sped like the wind toward the incoming road. After several days, the Purple Extreme Hall came to a canyon. Suddenly, the Purple Extreme Hall seemed to have been caught in a quagmire and was actually unable to advance an inch further. "Your Excellency, what's going on?" Ning Tianping said in surprise. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Looks like there are some small tails that weren't cleaned up and came to look for abuse again. Come, let's go out and take a look." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment the two people just revealed their figures, over a dozen sharp arrows tore through the air and interwoven to form a dense network of arrows. Ning Tianping's expression changed and he cried out, "Careful, Your Excellency." Normally, they were naturally able to dodge these sharp arrows, but currently they were similarly caught in the quagmire, their figures being greatly restricted. Yi Yuan discovered that even his spatial laws were actually unable to work. Well, clearly they were caught in a powerful array formation. What was fatal was that after these sharp arrows entered the array formation, they would not slow down like the trapped people, but they accelerated. Instead, the timing was grasped perfectly, not giving even any chance to enter the Purple Extreme Hall once more. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a loud roar. Golden light burst out on his body. The faint blue patterns seemingly came to live, wandering around on Yi Yuan's body. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt like his body was filled with strength. The furious dragon roar surged straight to the sky, the voice of the dragon god that had not been seen for a long time. By the side, Ning Tianping looked at this scene in immense shock. He completely had no idea that His Excellency actually still had such a trump card. The horrifying sound wave spread out. Those dozen over sharp arrows were directly shattered into smithereens. Regarding the voice of the dragon god's power, Yi Yuan also did not expect that it would be so powerful. Those arrows were obviously specially made and were already peak celestial deity artifacts, with the quality being extremely hard. Furthermore, array formations were enchanted on the arrows. They could traverse freely and not be affected by this large formation. Yi Yuan originally only wanted to change the trajectory of the arrows through the voice of the dragon god. He did not expect that they actually directly shattered. A roar shattered celestial deity artifacts. How powerful was this voice of the dragon god's might? Yi Yuan was wildly elated in his heart. He knew that it must be because of those blue patterns. Avoiding this wave of certain kill assault, Ning Tianping was already drenched in sweat all over his body. He knew that he already circled one round around the gates of hell and back. If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be shot into a sieve now. Outside the large formation, a group of people appeared on the hillside. Xiang Yunfei bellowed, "Boss He, you bragged to me how powerful your wind breaking arrows were every day. This is how powerful it is." One roar from that punk caused all your arrows to shatter. All shattered. I gave you guys all of my assets. Now, you give this kind of result to repay me? They were outside the large formation and could not feel the power of Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon god at all. Therefore, Xiang Yunfei felt that this boss He's wind-breaking arrows were only the latter's brag. The power simply did not cut it. Boss He was a very powerful bandit in a gang in the vicinity of Riverluck, capital city. Of course, they were also a group of notorious bandits. They came and went without traces, frequently highway robbing some passing merchants and experts. The powerhouses who died in their hands were too many to enumerate. It was said that they had even killed before a seventh-layered heaven divine Lord Powerhouse. This group of people, their strengths were not even beneath the three major forces. Xiang Yunfei had wide connections. He expended considerable effort and finally contacted this group of bandits. He handed all of his assets to the boss He Tianxiang, inviting them to make a move to intercept and kill Yi Yuan. Of course, his bit of assets, boss He thought little of it. But when Xiang Yunfei told boss He the news that Yi Yuan had the purple extreme haul, he was moved. This kind of spatial flying-type mystic treasure. Furthermore, it was at least a celestial deity mystic treasure existence. There was no way they would not be moved. Therefore, this group of people followed closely behind Yi Yuan, arrived in the vicinity of the Heavenspan mountain, and lay in ambush in this canyon. This canyon was a road that must be passed through back to Riverluck capital city. If Yi Yuan wanted to return, he would definitely go through from here. Actually, the strength of boss this group of bandits was not strong. What they were truly powerful in was this array formation and the wind-breaking arrow. This array formation was a powerful peak divine Dao rank 4 array formation. Even if late-stage divine Lord Realm powerhouses get caught inside, it would be very hard to get away too. They had indeed killed before a seventh-layered heaven divine Lord powerhouse. It was by relying on this chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. Xiang Yunfei also took fancy on precisely boss He's grand array. That was why he would come and find boss He to take action. He did not expect that this certain kill attack was actually shattered by Yi Yuan. How could he not be furious? Boss He shot Xiang Yunfei a cold glance and said, "Xiang Yunfei, you dare to roar at your father? Do you think that you're still a fifth-layered heaven divine Lord Powerhouse?" Xiang Yunfei's expression changed, his anger immediately reducing considerably, but he still said furiously, "You screwed things up. I'll see what you do now." Boss He's brows were tightly locked as he said with a cold snort, "This chaos element profound water deity trapping formation coupled with the wind-breaking arrow, unless one's strength reached 8th-layered heaven divine lord. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to resolve it. Do you think that his roar earlier was that simple? Your father's wind-breaking arrow, each one is a peak celestial deity artifact. Its entire body was forged with thousand-fall profound ice metal. More than 10 being released in a volley, even an immortal will find it hard to block. This kid is very troublesome." Xiang Yunfei gradually calmed down and discovered that it seemed like he really simplified things. Peak celestial deity artifact, even if it was him at his prime, wanting to shatter one barehandedly was extremely difficult, let alone more than 10. But Yi Yuan actually shattered more than 10 with a shout. This roar naturally would not be so simple. "What to do now then?" Xiang Yunfei said with a grim expression. "Boss," he said, "relax. His bit of strength can't break the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation at all. This grand array is very powerful and even has the effect of devouring divine essence. Didn't you say that he doesn't have much divine essence stones on hand anymore? I'll see when he can hold out until getting caught in the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. He'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings." Hearing this, Xiang Yunfei revealed a look of great joy. "Xiang Yunfei, you're very good, since you found helpers to come and ambush this Yi. Then be prepared to suffer this Ye's wrath." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice was transmitted out of the grand array. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually directly guessed that it was him. However, at the thought that Yi Yuan was caught in the grand array, he immediately felt much more relieved. He smiled coldly and said, "Brat, this chaos element profound water deity trapping formation, even a seventh layered Heaven Divine Lord is unable to break free when trapped inside. I want to see what your wrath is. Want to use Divine Lord mystic treasures to detonate. Again, I want to see how many Divine Lord mystic treasures you have." When Bossy heard that, he also smiled coldly and said, "Kid, getting caught in the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation, you just wait to die with peace of mind. Your spatial laws are too weak and can't crack this array formation at all. Is that so? Then I'll let you take a look at this young master's wrath. Right now." Yi Yuan's voice transmitted over faintly. "Shameless boasting fool. This set of array formation your father has already used for 10,000 years. No one has ever." Boss, he was extremely confident in the chaos element profound water deity.
Trapping formation.
He had used this set of array formation to trap God knows how many experts to death before. It had never failed. But his words were just said halfway when a loud explosion sound came from inside the canyon. Bang! 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 Countless explosive sound interwoven together. Then a beam of light burst out of the array formation, forcefully escaping the chaos element profound water.
Deity trapping formation.
Boss, he was startled with fright, looking at this scene in disbelief. The purple extreme hall stopped in midair, revealing Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping's figures. Yi Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent. "No one has ever come out before." These few words were forcefully swallowed back into his stomach by him. He used an expression like he had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan and cried out, "Impossible! How did you come out? The chaos element profound water deity trapping formation is absolutely without chinks in its armor. How in the world did you do it?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "No chinks in the armor? How is there any array formation without weaknesses to exploit in this world? No matter how invulnerable it is, it's also merely a rank 4 array formation. Just blow it up will do." Blow it up?" Boss, he muttered. He naturally saw the explosion in the grand array, but he could not imagine what kind of explosion could blow up his array formation. Yi Yuan looked at him and said in a cold voice, "Yeah, over 30 middle rank Divine Lord mystic treasures exploding at the same time. Wouldn't it break?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiang Yunfei and Boss he both could not resist, shuddering. "Over 30 middle rank Divine Lord mystic treasures. You lunatic! How can you possibly have so many middle rank mystic treasures on you?" Boss he and Xiang Yunfei's hearts were dripping blood. More than 30 middle rank Divine Lord mystic treasures were actually gone just like that. This guy was not only a madman, but he was also a prodigal son. Yi Yuan originally did not have so many middle rank Divine Lord mystic treasures on him, but he fleeced Zhuohan and his junior brothers of their storage rings. They virtually had quite a few Divine Lord mystic treasures in each of their hands. Middle rank Divine Lord mystic treasures were naturally not in the minority. Just Zhuohan alone had 7 or 8 middle rank Divine Lord mystic treasures. Imperial capital's geniuses were indeed loaded as hell. If not for these middle rank Divine Lord mystic treasures, it would really not be easy for Yi Yuan to want to come out. Yi Yuan had long discovered that his divine essence was very special. After injecting into middle-rank Divine Lord mystic treasures, it could actually detonate, but it had no effect on high-rank Divine Lord mystic treasures. Detonating more than 30 Divine Lord mystic treasures in an instant, it was equivalent to more than 30 middle-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouses, attacking all out. These explosions concentrating at one point, the power in that instant practically rivaled the all-out attack of late-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouses. Therefore, this unassailable grand array had a crack blasted out. One crack was sufficient Yi Yuan looked at Boss He with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Yeah, thanks to you, not one of the middle-rank divine lord mystic treasures on my remains. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you." Looking at Yi Yuan's gaze, Boss He could not resist shuddering. Over 30 middle-rank divine lord mystic treasures. This was a colossal sum of wealth. Even for Yi Yuan it also somewhat hurt. But when Xiang Yunfei heard this, he suddenly laughed wildly and said, "Yi Yuan, you're saying that you don't have middle-rank divine lord mystic treasures on you anymore? Ha ha ha. You fool, don't even know how to put on an empty show of strength to actually tell me this sort of thing." What he was most wary of was Yi Yuan detonating divine lord mystic treasures. Because of this, he was blown until his realm fell the last time. Currently, he was only peak 4th layered Heaven Divine Lord, and it was difficult to return to 5th layered Heaven Divine Lord anymore. Now, Yi Yuan actually told him that he did not have middle rank Divine Lord mystic treasures on him anymore. He no longer needed to be afraid anymore. Although Xiang Yunfei could not see through Yi Yuan's actual situation. Even if he broke through, he was at the very most 1st layered Heaven Divine Lord. Now as well, with his peak 4th layered Heaven Divine Lord strength, killing Yi Yuan was more than plenty. Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at a dead man. He said coolly to Ning Tianping, "That bunch of guys will be left to you. Leave this guy to me." Ning Tianping nodded and said, "Your Excellency, be careful." Boss He was merely a 4th layered Heaven Divine Lord, while the others were all initial stage Divine Lord Realm. The battle of middle stage Divine Lord Realm, they could not stick a hand in at all. The moment Xiang Yunfei heard, he could not help laughing wildly as he said, "You're saying that you want to challenge me alone? Foolish fellow, do you really think that you can go against the heavens by breaking though? Even if your father's realm fell, I'm still middle stage Divine Lord Realm too. Killing you is merely lifting a finger." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said nonchalantly, "Oh? Is that so?" Swoosh. Finished saying this sentence, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Xiang Yunfei's gaze turned sharp and he exclaimed, "So fast! Universe Dragon Claw!" Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, blue patterns flashing on his body. An azure dragon's enormous claw suddenly reached out of the void, smacking over towards Xiang Yunfei. The moment the dragon claw emerged, the world was alarmed. This claw was too fast. Xiang Yunfei could not react in time at all. Bang! Poo work! Xiang Yunfei was directly smacked flying by a claw, fresh blood spouting wildly. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of letting him catch his breath. Following that, another claw smacked out. Bang! 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 In the sky, only to see dragon claws disappear and reappear again. Yi Yuan was currently in a state of violent rage, venting the frustration in his heart frenziedly, pummeling Xiang Yunfei. The battle over there had not started yet because Boss He they all were long dumbstruck with amazement. The battle indeed took on a one-sided situation, but it was totally different from what was imagined previously. One-sided, but the side leaned towards Yi Yuan, and not Xiang Yunfei. Above the sky, Xiang Yunfei already unleashed all of his abilities. But the power of this dragon claw was too strong. He could not resist all. Yi Yuan actually used pure strength to suppress him. Xiang Yunfei was wildly shaken in his heart. Did not expect that after Yi Yuan broke through, his strength was actually so terrifying. His apprehension towards Yi Yuan entirely stemmed from middle-rank Divine Lord mystic treasures. But he discovered to his dismay that Yi Yuan's own strength. He was completely unable to resist even a bit. Yi Yuan was also inexplicably pleasantly surprised in his heart, because he discovered that the dragon race martial techniques were stronger all round. He could feel that each time he launched a martial technique, there was a profound and mysterious power that gathered in his martial techniques, making the power of his martial techniques multiply. Yi Yuan knew that this was all the effect of those blue patterns. Looking at it now, these blue patterns were a good thing and not a bad thing. Even though the dragon race's martial techniques were strong, it was not strong to the degree where it could suppress Xiang Yunfei in all aspects. Xiang Yunfei was a fifth-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse. Even if his realm fell, he was also not what ordinary fourth-layered heaven divine lords could compare to. His strength was sufficient to sweep across fourth-layered heaven divine lords. Hence, that was why he would be so confident and also dare to find Boss He for help. Now, with these blue patterns, he could completely suppress Xiang Yunfei just by relying on the power of the fleshy body. Sure enough, the voice of the dragon god previously was not a coincidence. Xiang Yunfei only had one thought in his heart right now, that was to run. Suddenly, bloodlight radiated on Xiang Yunfei's body, his figure suddenly streaking out, flying far away in a blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his hands quickly forming a seal. Nirvana seal, Yi Yuan roared. The Nirvana seal sped like the wind, speeding swiftly towards the Xiang Yunfei in the horizon. Under everyone's eyes, this black huge seal tore straight across the sky and landed on Xiang Yunfei. Rumble. The Nirvana seal arrived first despite launching later, striking Xiang Yunfei firmly, directly blasting him into dregs. Back then, when Yi Yuan was only origin deity realm, he could also use the Nirvana seal to kill the second-layered heaven divine Lord Jinglu. Now that he broke through to divine vortex realm, the power of this move already could not be mentioned in the same breath. If Xiang Yunfei did not use that blood escape art, he might still be able to resist a little. But he took the road to ruin by using that move. His condition immediately fell drastically, virtually becoming a living target. Yi Yuan had witnessed this move of his before. How could he possibly not guard again his move and give him the chance to escape? Boss He. This group of people was long dumbfounded from watching. Over a dozen breaths of time, Yi Yuan finished off a fourth-layered heaven divine lord neatly and tidily. This kind of strength simply made people despair. Just what kind of monster did Xiang Yunfei that fellow provoke? Boss He was overwhelmed with terror. He had roamed Riverluck capital city, unhindered for so many years, and had never met such a terrifying opponent before. His guts could not be said to not be big. To dare act against a seventh-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse and even successfully killing the other party. To others, he was a nightmare-like existence. But today, he finally encountered his nightmare. Killing Xiang Yunfei with one move, Yi Yuan looked down from high above, looking at Boss He with his hands behind his back, just like a god of war. Descending, Boss He's entire body shuddered, not daring to meet Yi Yuan's gaze at all. Why, Your Excellency, I was wrong. I beg you, don't kill me. Boss He. This kind of person always liked to hide and scheme against people. He was actually very fragile inwardly. Yi Yuan's domineering assault already utterly shattered his confidence, giving him an image of invincibility. Hence, he yielded. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said in a cold voice, Tianping, do it, spare no one. He was genuinely enraged. If not for him making use of the electric snake to temper his fleshy body in the realm fog, he would already be a corpse right now. This group of guys colluded together with Xiang Yunfei. One look and it was clear that they were not good people. Not killing was insufficient to calm his fury. Ning Tianping was similarly like so. Previously, if not for His Excellency's dragon roar shattering those arrows, he would have long been shot into a sieve. His anger currently was not the slightest bit less than Yi Yuan's. But the combat power that Yi Yuan displayed just now also made him secretly tongue-tied, too fierce. Witnessing Yi Yuan's fury, how could Boss He still dare to stay? With a loud roar, he turned tail and ran. It was just that his strength was even worse than Xiang Yunfei's. So how could wanting to run be that easy? Over 10 people scattered and fled in all directions. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his figure moving, shuttling through the void and arriving straight amidst the crowd. Roar! A dragon roar reverberated throughout the sky. Those divine lord realm powerhouses who were just about to escape, their figures suddenly stopped. Those who were slightly weaker were directly shattered into dust by the voice of the dragon god. Boss, his entire body trembled, his eyes full of astonishment. Only now did he know how terrifying this roar of Yi Yuan's was. His fourth-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses was actually unable to control himself under this roar, almost falling down. One had to know, even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body reached the peak of initial stage fourth transformation, it was still a long way off from fourth-layered heaven divine lord. With just a roar, it was actually able to make him this fourth-layered heaven divine lord, unable to move. Right at this time, Yi Yuan stopped the voice of the dragon god. Ning Tianping understood tacitly, long sword brandishing, turning into a stream of flowing light and charged towards Boss He. Puchi. Ning Tianping did not give Boss He the slightest chance, directly killing him. The remaining people were all shaken by Yi Yuan until they were dazed and confused, unable to differentiate north, south, east, west, at all. Ning Tianping, one person and one sword, reaped wantonly, virtually wiping out the other side in a few breaths. After doing this, Yi Yuan was hit with exhaustion, almost unable to stand firmly and dropping down from the sky. The great battle just now seemed like the wind scattering away wisps of clouds. Actually, to Yi Yuan, the expenditure was immense too. Employing the voice of the dragon god twice in a row and using the universe dragon claw coupled with the horrifying nirvana seal, this kind of expenditure was not what ordinary people could support at all. After all, he had merely just broken through to divine vortex realm currently. 2. Ning Tianping's expression changed and he cried out, "Your Excellency, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Don't need to care about me. Go and collect all of their storage rings. This set of array formation is indeed very powerful. Boss, he definitely can't set it up. There should be array flags supporting. Having this set of array formation is also a major card up my sleeves." Ning Tianping's eyes lit up and he immediately acted accordingly. Sure enough, Ning Tianping found a pile of storage rings on Bossie's body and found an array flag inside. Yi Yuan rested and rehabilitated for a while. His complexion also looked much better. He took the array flag and looked, and said with a nod, "That's it. This array formation is indeed good stuff. No wonder Boss he could kill a seventh-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse. Caught off guard, even a seventh-layered heaven divine lord will be hard-pressed to block this wind-breaking arrow too. If not for the voice of the dragon god being too tyrannical, their current outcome would also be not much different from that seventh-layered heaven divine lord. This array formation was obtained by Boss He in a mystic realm in his early years. At that time, it was already regarded as a precious treasure. Sure enough, in these 10,000 years, he could be said to have slaughtered everything in his path by relying on this array formation. Furthermore, he was low profile and rarely revealed his real body in front of people, very mysterious. Therefore, even though his strength was not strong, other people's faces changed when they heard about him. Seeing the array flag and wind-breaking arrows, Ning Tianping felt lingering fear too. This thing was indeed too dangerous. Moreover, Boss he was clearly already familiar with this move. The timing was grasped beautifully, not giving them any chance to react at all. Fortunately, His Excellency reacted extremely fast, shattering the wind, breaking arrows with a roar. Otherwise, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Your Excellency, you're really too extraordinarily brave today. That Boss he was dumbfounded from watching and didn't react for a long time. I even thought that breaking through to become a fourth-layered heaven divine lord, I can be Your Excellency's guard for a period of time. I didn't expect that I'm already going to hold you back, Ning Tianping said with a bitter smile. Ning Tianping's astonishment in his heart was not the slightest bit less than Boss he's. After Yi Yuan broke through, it was also his first time truly seeing Yi Yuan take action. This was true blue raw power, without the slightest trickery. Xiang Yunfei's strength naturally need not be said. But under Yi Yuan's hands, he actually did not even have the strength to retaliate. His excellency was indeed still as freakish as before. When at Origin Deity Realm, he could already annihilate a second layered Heaven Divine Lord. After breaking through, Ning Tianping did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan was able to defeat third-layered Heaven Divine Lords. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan was actually able to directly annihilate fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lords. One had to know the gap between Origin Deity Realm and first-layered Heaven Divine Lord was far from the disparity between first-layered Heaven Divine Lord and fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Yi Yuan patted Ning Tianping's shoulder and said with a smile, I had some fortuitous encounters at the Heavenspan Mountain, so my strength increased significantly. Alright, let's go back to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The Ning family at the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. These several decades, the Ning family's pressure was very great. The Ning family's number one genius, Ning Tianping, actually disappeared into thin air. This was too great a loss to the Ning family. However, the Ning family's people were not fools. Yi Yuan had just left and Ning Tianping disappeared. 10-1 that he followed Yi Yuan and left. It was just that Yi Yuan said that he wanted to go out and venture, finding the opportunity to break through. Nobody knew when this opportunity would appear or what kind of dangers he would encounter outside. The uncertainty was too great. One had to know when geniuses trained alone outside, the chances of dying were too high. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there were quite a number of genius disciples who died outside each year. Some of them were even Divine Lord Realm Protectors, even deacons. If Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan died outside, that was simply a devastating blow. To the Ning family, a genius like Ning Tianping could not be groomed randomly. The Ning family's upper echelons already hated Yi Yuan to the core long ago. It was fine that he left, but he actually abducted the Ning families, even the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities, most prodigious junior away. Over the years, Ning Ziyuan seldom stayed in seclusion, devoting considerable effort into the grooming of young disciples. Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan going out, Ning Ziyuan was equivalent to being a cripple unable to help at all. Honestly speaking, Ning Ziyuan was really not optimistic that Ning Tianping could return alive. Even though the matter had already passed for several decades, the moment Ning Ziyuan thought of Ning Tianping, he still felt very dejected. On this day, someone from below suddenly came in to report that Ning Tianping came back. Ning Ziyuan's entire body trembled, suddenly getting up, figure directly, disappearing from where he was. Inside the Ning family's main hall, quite a number of elders had astonished faces looking at that young man currently in the main hall. In a short few decades' time, Ning Tianping's realm actually broke through. Once more, directly becoming a middle-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouse. This kind of cultivation speed could be rated as terrifying. Could it be that this kid had some lucky encounter outside again? Is it possible that he went out himself to train? Disappearing with that good-for-nothing was merely a coincidence. There's really the possibility. Going out with an Origin Deity Realm trash. What lucky chance can there be? Not being dragged to death is already pretty good. The clan elders discussed in low voices, directly separating Ning Tianping and
Yi Yuan.
Among Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's upper echelons, Yi Yuan already became a laughingstock, earth-shaking when being at the Origin Deity Realm before. But such a genius actually could not even break through to the Divine Lord Realm.
Ning Tianping sprose furovet.
He was just about to fly off the handle when a figure arrived with a howl. It was precisely Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan originally came ablaze with anger, but seeing that Ning Tianping actually broke through his realm, the anger on his face immediately dissipated considerably. Ning Tianping also endured his anger and bowed to Ning Ziyuan and said, Tianping pays respect to family head. Even though Ning Ziyuan already forgave Ning Tianping in order to demonstrate the prestige of the family head, he still snorted coldly and said, Humph, Leaving without saying goodbye? Do you still have any respect for me, this family head, in your eyes? Actually, before Ning Tianping left, he was somewhat unhappy with Ning Ziyuan. The matter during the elders' meeting, what Ning Ziyuan did was unvirtuous. But in all fairness, Ning Ziyuan's grooming of him was without sparing any effort. He really did not have much to say, so he used this method of leaving without saying goodbye. It was also considered declaring his dissatisfaction. Regarding Ning Ziyuan's wrath, Ning Tianping accepted it calmly and said, respectfully, Tianping dares not. Ning Ziyuan snorted coldly again and said, already done it, what's there, that you dare not? But forget it, I previously even thought that you left with Yi Yuan that good for nothing, so I was very worried. Looking at it now, you had another fortuitous encounter. To be able to break through to the middle stage Divine Lord realm within several decades, you're also considered to have rendered merit for the Ning family. Count it as making amendments for your wrongdoing in view of your accomplishments then. Ning Tianping could still accept it with an open mind at the beginning. But, upon hearing Ning Ziyuan call Yi Yuan a good-for-nothing, he immediately exploded. He suddenly stood up, giving the surrounding people a scare. Tianping is extremely respectful toward family head in my heart. But the respect toward His Excellency is akin to beholding a great mountain. Family head, I hope that you take back your words just now. His Excellency isn't a good-for-nothing. He's an unparalleled genius. Otherwise you'll feel regret for the words you said today. Ning Tianping's words sounded very cold. Ning Ziyuan was rendered dumbfounded by Ning Tianping's attitude. His understanding of Ning Tianping had always been that he was very obedient and sensible and also very respectful towards him. But today, for a Yi Yuan, he fell out with him. Ning Ziyuan's expression turned cold and he said in a cold voice, regret? Good-for-nothing who can't even break through to the Divine Lord realm is also considered an unparalleled genius? Ning Tianping, you're very good. For the sake of a trash, you actually dare to rebuke me? The moment those clan elders heard, they also flew into a great rage and started condemning Ning Tianping. Tianping, you went out for a trip, and your wings became hard, to actually dare be so rude to the family head. Really getting out of hand. Do you think that breaking through to become a fourth-layered heaven Divine Lord, you can disregard the family head? For a good-for-nothing, you actually dared to be insolent to the family head. Truly preposterous and should be punished by family laws. Listening to these people clamor by his ears, Ning Tianping finally erupted. He was respectful toward Ning Ziyuan, but it did not mean that he also respected these people. These old things, apart from normally telling people what to do and coming up with lousy ideas, they did not do proper business at all. Putting it bluntly, it was a bunch of old fellows who were sitting around, doing nothing and waiting to die. Ning Tianping said in a great rage, all of you shut up for me. Good for nothing? Can't break through to the Divine Lord realm? Talking bullshit here. You guys don't ask His Excellency for pills in the future if you have the capabilities. Let me tell you guys, His Excellency is already very disappointed toward the Ning family. Are you fools going to push the Ning family into an abyss beyond redemption? The moment one of the extremely senior clan elders heard, he immediately exploded, pointing at Ning Tianping and scolding angrily. Little bastard, you dare to speak to us like this? Rebelling. Family head, you take a look. This little bastard went out for a trip and really became lawless and unbridled. That trash can't even break through to the Divine Lord realm. Could it be that this old man still needs to go and beg him for pills? However, Ning Ziyuan ignored him, but looked at Ning Tianping and asked with a suspicious look, Tianping, what's the meaning of your words? Ning Tianping smiled coldly and said, what meaning? Not only did His Excellency broke through to the Divine Lord realm, but his growth in these several decades is also beyond your imaginations. Family head, Tianping isn't showing disregard for my elders. It's really that I feel heartache and headache. If back then you fervently supported His Excellency back then, during the elders' meeting right now absolutely won't be this kind of situation. Our Ning family would become Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's number one great clan. But now, sigh. Ning Xuan's gaze turned intent and he said in shock, "What did you say?"
Yeah.
Yuan he really broke through? That's impossible. Back then he even consumed the vast sun universe pill, but he didn't even reach half-step divine Lord Realm. How can he possibly broke through to the divine Lord Realm? Ning Tianping gave Ning Xuan a glance and could not resist sighing quietly. Ning Xuan was deeply pricked by Ning Tianping's look as if a thorn pierced into his heart. Yi Yuan entered the city very low-profiled, without drawing anyone's attention. He came straight to Zheng Qi's residence. "Who is it? Halt! Amen? Your elder Yi Yuan." The guard's gaze turned.
Intent? Recognizing Ye Yuan.
"Oh? You know me?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. The guard smiled and said, "Elder Yi must be joking. In this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, who doesn't know you?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "In this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, everyone knows that I'm a good-for-nothing." The guard's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Elder Yi, no matter what others say, our Zheng manor from top to bottom, not a single person dares to be disrespectful toward you, including this lowly one. Head elder had once said that his life was saved by you. If anybody dares to speak impertinently about you, if minor, they will be chased out of the Zheng manor. If severe, directly flogged to death." Yi Yuan did not expect that Zheng Qi actually used this kind of method to block everyone's mouth. But the emphasis on loyalty and friendship could be seen as well. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "How is head elder's body?" The guard let out a sigh when he heard that and said, "Sigh, head elder's body is getting worse each day. Head elder Xian, you tried everything. But he is also unable to salvage the situation. Right now, head elder is already unable to get out of bed." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "What's going on?" Before Yi Yuan left, he specially checked Zheng Qi's body before. It was not to the extent of not being able to get out of bed so quickly. Listening to the guard talk about the sequence of events, the rage in Yi Yuan's heart started blazing fiercely. It turned out that after a celestial deity powerhouse of utmost peace Imperial City came out of seclusion and got to know the news of Gao Yuan's demise, he came to visit. That celestial deity powerhouse came to find trouble with Yi Yuan and Zheng Qi, two people who knew that only after reaching the city did he know that Yi Yuan already left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. A celestial deity powerhouse arriving in person, this kind of thing naturally could not be brushed off lightly. Utmost peace Imperial City's strength was much stronger than Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. They had 4 celestial deity powerhouses, while Heavenly Eagle Imperial City only had 2. After that celestial deity powerhouse came, he asked Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to sentence Yi Yuan to death with a domineering attitude and to hand over the origin magnetic divine mountain. Additionally, he even wanted Gao Yuan's disciple to challenge Zheng Qi, saying that it was to take revenge for his master. This situation followed the same pattern as Zheng Qi back then. It was just that Gao Yuan, this person, was insidious and cunning, schemed to harm fellow Taoists. It was beneath contempt. Now, this move was purely nonsensical. How could Zheng Qi's physical condition at that time be able to withstand a great battle? However, Zheng Qi argued strongly on his point of view back then, saying that the fiend calling Ridge battle killing Gao Yuan was his doing alone and had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. Moreover, he accepted the challenge. And the result of the challenge naturally went without saying. Zheng Qi was beaten to serious injuries by Gao Yuan's pupil. Right now he was only left with half a life. Yi Yuan burned with rage when he heard this. The aura of divine vortex realm unconsciously exuded out as he said in a cold voice, "What, take revenge?" Simply aiming for the origin magnetic divine mountain, right? That guard was merely origin deity realm. Suddenly seeing the powerful pressure than Yi Yuan released, it crushed him until his face turned pale. The guard was shocked inwardly, only now realizing in shock that Yi Yuan seemed to no longer be at the origin deity realm anymore. This aura was absolutely divine lord realm. Elder Yi actually really broke through? Yi Yuan suddenly realized the guard's awkward state, restrained the aura on his body and said coolly, "You go and notify them. Just say that I'm back." The guard hurriedly said, "Elder Yi must be joking. Head Elder is at the courtyard. Head Elder Xian Yu and Head Elder Coldfeather are both there. Please." Yi Yuan nodded and casually fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to the other party, saying, "Thanks for the hard work. This is for you." The guard received the medicinal pill and could not help being wildly ecstatic. Void Mystic Divine Pill. Elder Ye's Void Mystic Divine Pill was hard to request for. Now it was actually bestowed on him. "Many thanks, Elder Yi." In a courtyard, Coldfeather and Shen Yu, two people, looked at the Zhengqi, lying on the bed, frowning heavily. Zhengqi's aura was weak. Clearly, he was on the verge of dying. But his face did not have too much regret. On the contrary, he seemed very open-minded. "Grandmaster Brother Shen Yu, you guys don't have to be like this. Back then, when Master's great enmity was avenged, my long-cherished wish in this lifetime is also considered fulfilled. Living for these additional few years is already a profit." Zhengqi gasped for air as he said, seeming very strained. Shen Yu had a look of self-blame as he said, "It's all this old man who is incapable. If Yi Yuan he can break through to Divine Lord Realm, he can definitely save you." Sigh. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, Coldfeather flared up with anger and said with a cold snort, "That bunch of fools actually said that when Yilin was provoked by Yi Yuan, all of them don't have the capability but still want to push the responsibility onto others. Truly the act of a scoundrel to the extreme." Shen Yu sighed and said, "This bunch of guys has always been like this, unable to take on responsibility at all. Hoo-hoo, when Yi Yuan breaks through and returns, I'm very much looking forward to how this bunch of people will look like. It's too bad that you can't see it." Zhengqi sighed and said, to talk about his only regret that was not being able to see Yi Yuan breakthrough. Everyone had a score in their hearts. Yi Yuan going out this time probably would not be able to come back within a short time. The opportunity to break through was not that easy to find. It was just that they never dreamed that Yi Yuan, an origin deity realm, actually dared to go to the Heavenspan Mountain. Who says that you can't see it? Not only can you see it, but you can also even teach them a lesson one by one. Hearing the voice first before seeing the person. This voice, Shen Yu, three people were too familiar. Indeed, looking outside the door, they saw a young man walk in with large strides. Who was it if not
Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan? You actually came back so quickly? Shen Yu said in pleasant
Surprise.
But Coldfeather's expression changed and he said suspiciously, You broke through." Although Yi Yuan's aura became much stronger, it gave him a feeling of inscrutability, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not breaking through, how would I dare come back? The feeling of being scolded trash while having my nose pointed doesn't feel good." When the three people heard, they all burst into laughter. Coldfeather laughed hard and said, "Like I said, how can a mere divine lord realm possibly stump you? That bunch of fools, see what they still have to say. This time, I'm really looking forward to their reaction right now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Let's make idle talk again later. I'll take a look at Head Elder Zheng first." Zhengqi was feeble and weak, but seeing that Yi Yuan broke through, he was extremely overjoyed too, his entire person's state becoming much better. Yi Yuan investigated Zhengqi's physical condition and his brows could not help furrowing as he said with a cold snort, "What an insidious thing." Yi Yuan detected that inside Zhengqi's body, there was a stream of gentle energy constantly whittling away Zhang Qi's life force, hastening his death. Clearly, this was intentional by the other party. Xian Yu sighed and said, even though that Yang Fan's talent doesn't match up to younger brother Zhang, his strength indeed can't be underestimated. This gentling force, this old man expended a Herculean effort and was also unable to purge it. I can only helplessly watch younger brother Zhang suffer away. Zhang Qi smiled when he heard that and said, Brother Xian, you doesn't need to blame yourself. This old man knows that you've already done your best. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Brother Zhang's medicinal pill originally, I've already prepared it. It's just that I didn't expect that his situation is actually so serious. You guys wait for a moment, wait for this Yi to go and refine another medicinal pill. After Yi Yuan left, Coldfeather said with an astonished look, he should have just broken through not long ago, right? He's already able to refine such a high level of difficulty medicinal pill. Xian Yu mused for a moment and said, the power of Tao realm is not what the likes of us can surmise. To us, we're still stuck at the shallow realm of seeing a mountain as a mountain. He has likely already reached the realm of seeing a mountain as not a mountain. What he came into contact with is the source of alchemy Tao. Learning yields twice the result with half the effort. It is far from what the likes of us can imagine. Coldfeather was completely clueless about alchemy Tao, but he knew Xian Yu's strength. Xian Yu saying this showed that Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao boundary was already unimaginable. He suddenly thought of something and said to Xian Yu, did you feel that this kid's realm is somewhat difficult to ascertain? It doesn't seem as simple as a first-layered heaven divine lord. Xian Yu nodded and said, seeing him just now felt like he was completely reborn anew. Moreover, I couldn't see through his actual situation. It seems like a first-layered heaven divine lord, but at the same time it is not. Coldfeather drew a deep breath and said, I have a feeling that this kid's accomplishments in the future, we probably can't imagine it. Xian Yu nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. After several hours, Yi Yuan came out of seclusion. Yi Yuan handed over 2 medicinal pills, seeming slightly tired as he said, this is the pure Yang Strong Divine Pill and Mystic Longevity Replenishing Essence Pill. Let Brother Zhang consume it. Clearly, these 2 medicinal pills were not easy for the current him. The pure Yang Strong Divine Pill's effect was to purge the Yin energy within the body, while the Mystic Longevity Replenishing Essence Pill's effect was to nourish the blood and vitality, recovering one's energy. Zhang Qi used the crazed sword evanescent, the vital essence within his body had long been emptied out already. It was very hard for ordinary medicinal pills to replenish it. Hence, that was why Xian Yu had always been at a loss on what to do, because he could not refine a high-grade Mystic Longevity Replenishing Essence Pill. When Xian Yu saw the 2 medicinal pills, his entire body involuntarily shuddered and he said in surprise, Divine grade, you just broke through and can actually already refine these 2 medicinal pills to divine grade. This is truly inconceivable. These 2 medicinal pills were not simply. It was difficult for Xian Yu to even refine superior grade pills. Yi Yuan just broke through to rank 4 and could actually refine divine grade already. It was not up to him to not be surprised. This also showed that after breaking through to rank 4 Yi Yuan's pill, refining standard already surpassed him in all aspects. Right now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Alchemy Dao's #1 person also officially changed hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Xian Yu, I wasn't just thinking about how to break through in these close to 400 years' time. Rank 4 medicinal pills. I've long become thoroughly familiar with them. What was missing was just the level of attainment. Xian Yu smiled bitterly and said, even so, it's also sufficiently astonishing. For 100 years, Xian Yu already immersed in rank 4 medicinal pills for more than 40,000 years. Yi Yuan only used 400 years and already completely defeated him. This was perhaps the disparity between mortals and geniuses, right? But Xian Yu did not have the thought of being jealous of Yi Yuan but felt happy for him instead. The current Yi Yuan truly held extraordinary meaning to Heavenly Eagle. Imperial City already. Yi Yuan said, Brother Coldfeather, Brother Zheng's body is empty and already can't refine medicinal pills himself. You go and help him refine the medicinal pills. Coldfeather nodded and said, All right, I'll take him there straight away. After the two people left, Yi Yuan was just about to go into seclusion to recover his divine essence when someone outside came to report that the Ning family's Ning Ziyuan was requesting an audience. The moment Xian Yu heard, he could not help sneering as he said, Heh, really, materialistic. Back then, when you weren't able to break through to the divine Lord Realm, he dropped a rock down the well at the elders' meeting. Now when he heard that you broke through, he's the first one to come to find you. Yi Yuan said coolly, Just the way the world works. You go and tell him, just say that I'm currently helping head elder Jingqi refine pills and isn't free to meet guests. The servant did not dare to disobey and could only back down. These two were both big shots that could not be offended. Outside the Zheng Manor's front door, Ning Ziyuan's expression was somewhat ugly. He was the head of the Ning family, an eighth-layered heaven divine lord. Powerhouses. Now, he was actually turned down at the door. Oh, Tianping, this kid is also a little too arrogant, right? This family head already came to seek an audience in person. He actually isn't even meeting, Ning Ziyuan said with a frown. Ning Tianping gave him a glance and said with a sigh, Family head, it's not that I'm lifting His Excellency up. Ever since he stepped into Heavenly Eagle, Imperial City's gates again, this is already an era that belongs to him. His alchemy strength. I believe that you're very clear. As long as he's willing, he can groom a small family clan to become a Leviathan like the Ning family. Within a few hundred years, do you think he has the capital to be arrogant or not? Ning Ziyuan could not help choking when he heard that and was indeed incredibly regretful in his heart. This family head, was actually not even as farsighted as a junior. The return of Ning Tianping's investment in Yi Yuan would be unimaginable. Ning Ziyuan already knew that the cultivation method Ning Tianping was currently cultivating was no longer the Ning family's cultivation method anymore. It was a peak rank 6 cultivation method, and this lucky chance Yi Yuan turned his nose up at it, giving it to Ning Tianping with both hands. This matter was top secret. Ning Tianping only told Ning Ziyuan alone. What kind of concept was a peak rank 6 cultivation method? That was a cultivation method that could cultivate all the way to peak true God. With Ning Tianping's talent, cultivating to celestial deity realm was simply like playing around. Pausing for a bit, Ning Ziyuan eased up his tone and said to Ning Tianping, Oh, Tianping, you're currently the closest person to Yi Yuan. Why don't you help put in a good word for the Ning family? Let him not hate the Ning family anymore, all right? Ning Tianping smiled bitterly and said, Family head, not that I'm not willing to speak up for the Ning family. His Excellency, this person, you don't understand. He has his own very firm set of views and clearly distinguishes kindness and hatred. As long as it's a person that he acknowledges, he can put his life on the line under any circumstances and won't ever hesitate. But if it's somebody that he doesn't acknowledge, even if you wear your tongue out, it's useless too. If the Ning family wants to reconcile with His Excellency, family head, please show your sincerity. As long as His Excellency is willing to let the past misdeeds become bygones, on the account of my face, he'll more or less take care of the Ning family a little. But family head, not that I'm exaggerating things to raise an alarm. This is also the last chance. Ning Tianping had followed Yi Yuan for a long time and already knew Yi Yuan very well. Wanting to shake Yi Yuan's judgment of a person, that was impossible even for him. In Yi Yuan's eyes, Ning Tianping was Ning Tianping. The Ning family was the Ning family. These were two different things. Yi Yuan absolutely would not show extra care to the Ning family because of
Ning Tianping.
Hearing Ning Tianping's words, Ning Ziyuan was slightly fearful in his heart. He suddenly realized that the Ning family already reached a very crucial fork in the road. No idea how long had passed either. Inside the hidden chamber, Coldfeather was currently helping Zheng Qi refine the medicinal pills when suddenly his expression changed, hurriedly withdrawing his divine essence. He looked at Zheng Qi in great shock and muttered, "This medicinal pill seems to be somewhat unusual. Zheng Qi, do you feel it?" Zheng Qi's spirit already recovered 50% to 60% at this time. Hearing that, he nodded and said, "Grandmaster, I already feel it. Most likely, I'm going to break through." Coldfeather's gaze turned intent and he said in shock, "What? These two medicinal pills are only supposed to help you recover from your injuries. But you're actually going to break through?" I'm not too sure either. I just feel that I seem to have touched something. Maybe I can already break through to become a half-step celestial deity. As the two medicinal pills gradually melted, there seemed to be some mysterious thing that fused into his body, making him have a feeling of sudden epiphany. Zheng Qi had already stopped at the 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord realm for several thousand years, failing to touch the threshold of celestial deity realm. This step was too difficult for 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lords. Zheng Qi never dreamed that at his most hopeless, Yi Yuan's two medicinal pills let him touch this threshold. Forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, Coldfeather said, "The opportunity can't be missed. You must go into seclusion properly. Your injuries are already 50% to 60% recovered, so you already don't need my help anymore." Zheng Qi nodded his head and continued to close his eyes and refine the medicinal pills, while Coldfeather quietly backed out of the hidden chamber. Exiting the hidden chamber, Coldfeather went straight for Yi Yuan. He wanted to figure out just what mystery was in Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. At this time, Yi Yuan and Xian Yu were currently chatting. Xian Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "Ning Ziyuan is at any rate the head of a family. Are you really not going to give him face like this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. This Yi isn't someone who is extremely petty, but I also detest people who kick others when they are down. If not looking on the account of Ning Tianping's face, even if he stood guard at the door for a lifetime, I won't meet him either." Xian Yu let out a sigh and said, "Among the numerous family clans in the Imperial City, actually, the Ning family received the greatest favor from you. Back then, I didn't expect that he did such a thing at the elders' meeting. Indeed chills people's hearts. Forget it, just a Ning family. With your current strength, even those two upstairs also have to do things according to your mood." Just as they were talking, Coldfeather rushed over in a hurry. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, he asked, "Yi Yuan, what mystery is in your medicinal pills? Why is Zheng Qi actually going to break through after refining it?" The moment Xian Yu heard, he looked at Yi Yuan with a face full of shock. Those two medicinal pills, he was all too clear. How could it possibly help Zheng Qi breaking through? Could it be that Coldfeather made a mistake? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "These few years, I have some comprehensions toward medicinal pills again. I discovered that refining pills according to this kind of method will let the medicinal pill produce some change. I didn't expect that it can actually help Brother Zhang to break through. It's also considered an unexpected surprise." When Xian Yu and Coldfeather heard that, their entire bodies trembled violently. Divine-grade medicinal pills were already extremely impressive. Coupled with this kind of change, the medicinal pills refined were simply priceless treasures. Actually, Yi Yuan had long discovered that ever since breaking through to the divine vortex realm, his divine essence seemed to have some changes. It actually produced a sort of mysterious power. Regardless of whether it was using martial techniques or refining pills, there would be a very large degree of amplification. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to rank 4, He did not have world power. But he had this kind of mysterious power. Yi Yuan called it the power of chaos. He could feel that chaos power seemed to be even more profound and mysterious than world power. Very clearly, having this chaos power, not only would Yi Yuan's strength be no weaker than those at the Divine Lord realm, it would also be a magnitude stronger instead. But these things were strictly a secret. Hence, for these two people, Yi Yuan could only say that he used special pill refining methods. That was why it would make the medicinal pills produce a mutation. Actually, what truly made the medicinal pills produce a change was his chaos divine essence. But the chaos divine essence was Yi Yuan's greatest secret. He could not tell others. Even in combat, Yi Yuan would also use the power of chaos to simulate the effect of world power, lest others see through the flaws. Yi Yuan discovered that his chaos power was all-encompassing. Just like when he imitated a fiend race powerhouse back then, no one could tell at all. This also let Yi Yuan have a guess that his chaos power should be a power that was of a higher level than world power. Yi Yuan could feel that this divine essence's mutation should be due to those mysterious patterns. But Yi Yuan's words were sufficiently astounding already. Xian Yu said in immense shock, "You're truly an alchemy Dao's peerless genius. In my view, even if it's the medicine ancestor, when at your age, it's also impossible to be more impressive than you." Cold Feather sighed with admiration and said, "You, kid, are simply a freak. Really can't imagine how in the world you cultivate. Haha, back then when you kid couldn't break through, those guys all dropped rocks down the well. Now, I want to see how they are going to grovel and lick your feet now." Xian Yu smiled and said, "Isn't that so? There's already one groveling outside, and already waited for 7 days at the Zheng Manor's front door. I reckon that the news of Yi Yuan returning can't be hidden for long." Cold Feather was stunned and said, "Who is it to actually get the news so quickly?" Xian Yu smiled and said, "Who else can it be? Of course it's Ning Ziyuan, that old fox." Mentioning Ning Ziyuan, Cold Feather's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Serves him right." Finally, on the 15th day, Yi Yuan met Ning Ziyuan. This half a month's time, Ning Tianping had always accompanied him at the gatehouse and did not go and find Yi Yuan. Regarding Ning Tianping's performance, Yi Yuan was still very satisfied. This guy was very smart. He knew that speaking up for the Ning family would only be counterproductive, so he might as well say nothing. But him constantly accompanying at the gatehouse also showed the Ning family's standpoint, loyalty and staunch, but also had a sense of propriety. This Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan really could not find any fault. Elder Ning, truly sorry. Head Elder Zheng's body was deteriorating with each passing day and seriously couldn't be delayed, resulting in neglecting Elder Ning. I hope that Elder Ning doesn't blame me. Everyone still had to meet in the future, they still had to put on an act on the surface. It was just that Yi Yuan's words sounded very perfunctory. Clearly it was intentional. But this half a month, Ning Tianping revealed to him a corner of Yi Yuan's iceberg. Ning Ziyuan also deeply realized that this great god could not be offended. Therefore, there was absolutely no way he dared to offend Yi Yuan. True, Brother Zheng's body concerns the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's safety. It should naturally be a top priority. I wonder how Brother Zheng's situation is now. Ning Ziyuan asked without leaving a trace. Cold Feather gave a cold snort by the side and said, "No need for you to be concerned. What's the point of coming? When he was injured, I didn't see any of you come to see him until today." Ever since that elders' meeting, Cold Feather had never shown Ning Ziyuan a good attitude. His seniority was exceedingly high and his strength was also powerful. In this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there were really not many who could do anything to him. Ning Ziyuan also had an awkward look, having met with a rebuff. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since this ye broke through, Brother Zheng is naturally fine. Elder Ning can rest assured." The few people were currently talking when a figure came in from outside the door. Who could it be if not Zhengqi? The current Zhengqi had a robust physique and was light on his feet, agile, and nimble. How was there still the slightest hint of being heavily injured on the verge of death? The moment Ning Ziyuan saw Zhengqi, he could not help getting a shock. Not only did the other party's strength fully recover, it actually improved a step further, breaking through to half-step celestial deity realm. Ha ha ha, younger brother Yi, your alchemy strength is truly getting more and more transcendent. Zhengqi entered with a big laugh. Ning Ziyuan's eyes popped out. Was this really that seriously injured Zhengqi on the verge of death? Zhengqi had been stuck at 9th layered Heaven Divine Lord, this threshold, for God knows how many years already. One had to know the significance of half-step celestial deity was completely different from being a 9th layered Heaven Divine Lord. Half-step celestial deity realm meant that it was possible to step into the true celestial deity realm anytime and anywhere. Although this chance was not great, what if they suddenly had an epiphany one day? The majority of Imperial City's celestial deity realm powerhouses actually broke through muddle-headedly like that. Those who truly relied on their talent to break through were exceedingly rare. It was not that there weren't 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords who broke through to celestial deity realm, but they were far too few. So little until it was negligible. The vast majority of martial artists stepped over from the threshold of half-step celestial deity. One medicinal pill of Yi Yuan let him break through the bottleneck that he could not break through for several tens of thousands of years. This kind of means was also too inconceivable, right? Seeing the energetic and vigorous Zhengqi, Yi Yuan also said happily, haha, that brother Zheng in the past who was full of high spirits is finally back. Again, Zhengqi laughed loudly and said, all these are still thanks to you. I really didn't think that your medicinal pills actually can have such a magical effect. Those ungrateful damn things will probably regret it this time until their intestines turn green, right? If I were to say ignore all of them in the future, whoever wants to request for pills, take divine essence stones to come and buy. One medicinal pill, 30 billion, even a single one short won't do. Ning Ziyuan, you're here too. Zhengqi had an excited look just now and only saw Yi Yuan in his eyes. Now, suddenly noticing the Ning Ziyuan, who was extremely embarrassed by the side, he could not help being a little surprised. Ning Ziyuan had a look of embarrassment, but he still gave a flattering smile, and said, congratulations to brother Zheng for recovering and strength. Improving a step further. Zhengqi rolled his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, Ning, your nose is sharp enough. Yi Yuan had just come back and you came to find him. The thing that your Ning family did back then was unfair and shallow. Ning Ziyuan had made the preparations to throw this old face out. Heaving a sigh, he said, yes, this Ning had eyes but couldn't see. Back then I shouldn't have dropped a rock down the well in the elders' meeting. This Ning came this time to sincerely apologize to Elder Yi. Zhengqi sneered and said, who doesn't know how to add flowers to embroidery? Is there really such a good thing in this world? Do you think that Yi Yuan lacks an apology from you now? Ning Ziyuan had an appearance like the situation was already so bad that to make it worse makes no real difference, but his attitude was very humble as he said, this Ning knows that saying anything now is too late. It was this Ning who was blind, so I can't blame others. Fortunately, Tianping, this child, is loyal and righteous, hiding from the Ning family's top to bottom, accompanying Elder Yi through untold dangers. It's also considered to have slightly made up for the mistake that this Ning made. Hearing Ning Ziyuan's words, Yi Yuan secretly scolded the sly old fox. But this old man could swallow humiliation and bear a heavy burden. It was also considered hard on him. Looking on the account of Ning Tianping's face, he would not really do anything to the Ning family either. Hence, he opened his mouth and said indifferently, all right, it's matter in the past. No need to mention them again. Elder Ning, please return. The moment Ning Ziyuan heard, he could not help revealing great joy and said, with clasped hands. Elder Yi is indeed magnanimous. Then this Ning will go back first. In the future, as long as there's use for the Ning family, Elder Yi feel free to speak up. Oh right, the Ning family also collected quite a number of precious rank 4 spirit medicines these few years. I don't know if they can enter Elder Yi Yuan's arcane sites or not. Elder Yi, please accept them. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, put it down then. Half a month passed. Then news of Yi Yuan returning already spread like wildfire. But toward this, the vast majority of the people still held disdainful attitudes. Ruosu led a group of elders and gathered together. Everyone all had contemptuous expressions towards this news. This kid actually still had the face to come back. Reckon that he couldn't hack it anymore outside, right? Heh. A trash who couldn't even break through to the Divine Lord realm. What can he do coming back? Might as well die outside. I guess that he also felt that he had no face to meet people, so that's why he blocked off the news, right? But doesn't he know that there's a saying called, there isn't a wall in the world which hasn't a crack? Ha ha ha. Everyone guffawed. In their view, Yi Yuan returning and directly hiding and not meeting people, he definitely had not broken through yet and felt ashamed to meet people. Of course, Yi Yuan even consumed a vast sun universe pill back then, but it did not have any effect at all. This was already synonymous with trash in everyone's view. Ruosu smiled and said, you guys can't say it like this either.
Ye Yuan's
attainments in rank 3 divine pills are still unmatched. In this heavenly, Eagle Imperial City, he still has a place for himself. That is, making good use of trash. Everyone roared with laughter again. Ha ha ha! When Ruosu learned of this news, he felt extremely liberated in his heart. These few years, even though he was demoted to become the second elder, his influence in the Elders Association did not diminish in the slightest. One could say that Xian Yu, this head elder, was just a symbol built without foundations. Xian Yu did not like fighting and was also unwilling to get involved in this kind of thing. Therefore, Ruosu also became even more brazen and unscrupulous. Rather, the martial tower that side Coldfeather's control was very domineering, making it very difficult for Ruosu's hand to extend his reach. But with the power on the pill tower side, it was already enough. After all, the martial tower still had to rely on the pill tower. Which martial tower elder dared to not give face to the pill tower's elders? Right at this time, a subordinate suddenly came to report, saying that Grand Elder He Chong wanted to personally convene an emergency elders meeting to discuss an important matter. Everyone's expressions could not help changing when they heard it. This timing was also too coincidental, right? An elder asked, second elder, could it be that this elders meeting is related to Yi Yuan? Otherwise, it also wouldn't be so coincidental, right? Hey, don't scare yourselves. Back then, Yi Yuan was practically chased out of the Imperial City. If he really broke through and came back, why would he be so low-key? He would have long come to smack our faces. In my view, he doesn't have the face to meet people. Grand Elder convening an elders meeting, I think that there should be another important matter. Perhaps utmost peace. Imperial City is causing problems again, said another elder. When everyone heard that, they all nodded their heads. One elder said with a look of dissatisfaction, speaking of this, I feel angry. If not for Yi Yuan and Zheng Qi, we wouldn't be so passive right now. Either. This Yi Yuan is good on self-taking the origin magnetic divine mountain and running. Ruosu said, all right, don't simply guess anymore. When we see Grand Elder, we'll know. In the Great Hall, He Chong sat at the top position and still had an unfathomable appearance. The elders' meeting started. He Chong opened his mouth and said indifferently, convening everyone today, there's an important matter to tell you all. Xian, you say it yourself. Everyone was uncertain what it meant, looking at Xian Yu in surprise, not knowing what medicine was being sold in the gourd. Xian Yu nodded his head and slowly said, Everyone, this old man's personality, everyone is also aware. Taking on this position of head elder is truly a little an onerous task. Hence, I requested from City Lord and Grand Elder for me to resign from this position of head elder. The moment these words came out, everyone was in an uproar, everyone's gazes cast toward Ruosu one after another. Xian Yu was admitting defeat. The moment Xian Yu retired, only Ruosu could become this head elder. This struggle finally still ended in Ruosu's victory. Indeed, Xian Yu had been the head elder for so many years, but his presence was virtually zero. The major and minor matters of the Pill Tower were mostly decided by Ruosu. Xian Yu was practically made a figurehead. If it was another person, carrying on like this also had no meaning. Might as well resign from the position of head elder to avoid embarrassment. Ruosu's face revealed a look of great joy. He had suppressed Xian Yu for so many years. Suddenly being ridden on top of his head by him, he was naturally rather unhappy. Now he finally brought Xian Yu down. There was virtually little hope of Ruosu to break through to the celestial deity realm and become a 5-star alchemy god. And his desire for power had inflated limitlessly. Losing the position of head elder was a crowning humiliation to him. Today, this disgrace was finally washed away. Those Pill Tower elders all looked very excited too. Clearly, they felt happy about the success of their team. Of course, under this kind of circumstances, they could not behave too overboard. But they were already ready to go back and congratulate properly. Head elder, why are you doing this? In our Pill Tower, your strength is the greatest. This position of head elder, you're the most suited. Yeah. Head elder, you have to think thrice before acting. Head elder, this kind of joke mustn't be joked. Be careful. Take caution. These elders all started urging. It was just that their tones appeared very perfunctory. Those present were all extremely experienced people who could not tell. Coldfeather looked at this scene with a smile, having a disdainful look on his face, while Ning Ziyuan had his head lowered, looking straight down as if it had nothing to do with him. Clearly, he already learned to be wise. Today's matter was rather unusual. It was very likely to be related to Yi Yuan. Opening his mouth again, he would be a fool. At this time, Ning Ziyuan was very grateful to Ning Tianping in his heart. If it wasn't for him, the Ning family also would not benefit from being in a
Favorable position.
They would definitely capsize again today. Doing it again today, that would be offending Yi Yuan to the core. Regarding these perfunctory voices to persuade him to stay, Xian Yu understood in his heart, but he just smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks, everyone." Not being the head elder, this old man is still a member of the Pill Tower and can still contribute to Heavenly Eagle. Ruosu's face had unconcealable smugness, but he still consoled. Actually, I feel that it's a good thing for younger brother Xian Yu to temporarily resign from the position of head elder. He's only a step away from becoming a 5-star alchemy god right now. It's time to put down secular affairs and seek to break through wholeheartedly. If younger brother Xian Yu can break through to become a 5-star alchemy god, that will truly be a great thing for our Heavenly Eagle. These words sounded nice, but breaking through to become a 5-star alchemy god, it was easier said than done. It was not that to reach the half-step celestial deity realm you just had to work hard slightly and you would be able to break through to the celestial deity realm. Take Gao Yuan, that guy, as an example. Reached half-step celestial deity realm for several tens of thousands of years, but he didn't break through to the celestial deity realm either. Following that, everyone feigned another round of persuasion to stay. Xian Yu said coolly, "Everyone, there's no need to persuade me. This old man's mind is made up." At this point, the surface work had been done. Everyone naturally no longer try to persuade him. He Chong said coolly, "What Ruosu said is right. Xian Yu has already stepped into becoming a half-step celestial deity and should go into seclusion properly and strive to break through to become a 5-star alchemy god. Since his mind is made up, then this matter is decided. Now I'll announce the new candidate for head elder. Hearing this, Ruasu's face revealed an eager expression. Other people's gazes are also cast on him. Ruasu was a little excited in his heart. The feeling of being the focus on attention was pretty good. In Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the Pill Tower's position of Heavenly Eagle. Imperial City had high authority and power. Could be said to be beneath two people and above tens of thousands. This kind of power, who could be unmoved? He Chong slowly opened his mouth and said, "The position of the Pill Towers head elder is of utmost importance to my Heavenly Eagle. Naturally, the person with the greatest strength has to take on the post. This person is..." Speaking until here, He Chong deliberately paused, sweeping a glance over everyone's faces, finally stopped on Ruasu's face. That expression was somewhat complicated. However, the current Ruasu clearly did not notice it. His buttocks already left his seat, preparing to receive the new appointment.
Ye Yuan.
At this time, He Chong lightly spat these two words out of his mouth. Ruasu's smile instantly froze on his face. He stood up halfway currently, but in the end, what He Chong spat out of his mouth was not his name. This scene was rather awkward. Everyone was extremely shocked, being rendered dumbfounded by this name. How could the head elder be Yi Yuan? How could the head elder possibly be Yi Yuan? G Grand Elder. Is there a mistake? Ruasu said with a look of disbelief, even though he knew that Yi Yuan returned. Even if he broke through, he was also not qualified enough to be the head elder, right? He Chong's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Ruasu, do you take this old man to be muddle-headed? Such a major matter, would I be mistaken? Brother, Zwa, come on out." He Chong's words made everyone's entire body tremble. The city lord actually came in person? At this time, the door to the side hall slowly opened. An old man and a young man, two people, walked out. The old one was the city lord's Washujie, whose movements and traces were elusive and secretive. The young one was naturally Yi Yuan. Even Ning Ziyuan also trembled all over when he saw city lord personally send Yi Yuan out. This matter of Yi Yuan assuming the post of head elder, he did not know beforehand. It was just that he felt that the timing of Xian Yu's resignation was too coincidental, so he faintly felt that it was related to Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually going to replace Xian Yu and take on the post of head elder. Furthermore, it was even city lord escorting him over personally. The shocked ones were naturally not just Ning Ziyuan alone. The others were dumbfounded too. The matters in the city lord never took an interest in them. If there really was something, it was also He Chong acting in capacity. They did not expect that this time, for the sake of Yi Yuan assuming the post, he actually came personally. Looking at Yi Yuan again, they were shocked again. Yi Yuan really broke through. Even though it somewhat could not be seen through, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was absolutely one in the Divine Lord realm without a doubt. However, letting a guy who just broke through to Divine Lord realm be the head elder, it was taking it too lightly, right? With Zwashujie appearing, He Chong took a back seat. Add a chair for Yi Yuan, put in on Xian Yu's right-hand side. Zwashujie said coolly. Under the word of command, someone immediately added a seat to Xian Yu's right, letting Yi Yuan sit on it. Even though it was just a small gesture, it revealed Zwashujie's regard for
Ye Yuan.
Ruasu's expression flickered incessantly. He could not understand what capability this brat had to actually climb on top of his head. Zwashujie gave everyone a glance and slowly opened his mouth and said, "I know that many people among you all are puzzled why Yi Yuan should be the head elder. Actually, Yi Yuan wasn't willing to be this head elder. It was this city lord who requested repeatedly until he was willing to take the post. What? See, city lord personally invited him to take the post. What a joke. What capability does he have? Even if he broke through, becoming the head elder is also too forceful, right? I'm not convinced." When the elders heard Zwashujie's words, Each and every one of them was extremely shocked. A brat who just broke through to the Divine Lord realm actually became the Pill Tower's head elder. This was also taking things too lightly. They all did not understand why City Lord would regard Yi Yuan so highly. Ruosu was extremely unwilling in his heart. Xian Yu riding on his head, he was already very upset to begin with. Now it was actually changed to Yi Yuan riding on his head. He could not tolerate it even more. He gritted his teeth and said, "City Lord, I'm not convinced. Divine Lord who just broke through becoming our Heavenly Eagle's head elder. This is also taking things too lightly." Zhushujie gave him a glance and said coolly, "Head elder, this position has always been reigned by the strong. Otherwise, how to convince the masses? Inviting Yi Yuan to be the head elder is naturally because his ability is sufficient to convince the masses." Everyone's faces could not help changing when they heard that, all revealing disbelieving looks. Those present were all Alchemy Dao major powers. They were not characters who were easy to fool. Even if a person refined rank 3 divine pills until it was transcendent, it also did not mean that the person could similarly do so with rank 4 divine pills. Same for those of the martial Dao. There was similarly a massive gulf between martial Dao rank 3 and rank 4. This gulf needed time to bridge. Rank 4 divine pills, an alchemist needed to integrate world power to be able to form a pill. And the technique involved in this absolutely could not be utilized to the highest level in 1 or 2 days. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao talent was unparalleled, so no one doubted that he could refine rank 4 divine pills as impressively as rank 3 divine pills in the future. But, at the very most, Yi Yuan merely broke through in the past several decades. How could he possibly have such profound alchemy Dao strength? Ruosu's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "City Lords, meaning is that Yi Yuan's current alchemy Dao strength already surpasses mine? Ruosu isn't convinced. I want to compete with him." Zhushujie smiled and said, "No need. Let you see a person, you'll understand." Zhang Qi. At this time, a figure outside the great hall slowly walked in. It was precisely the Zhang Qi who had already been missing for a long time. Seeing Zhang Qi, everyone's faces changed. Half-step celestial deity. Head elder Zhang he actually broke through. The stubborn injury on him is already all healed. Could this be Yi Yuan's work? This is impossible. When the group of elders saw Zhang Qi, their expressions abruptly changed. Forget that injuries fully recovered, he actually even broke through. Zhang Qi slowly stepped into the great hall. The past declining trend was swept clean, and what replaced it was boundless enthusiasm. He clasped his hands at Zhushujie and he chong and said, "Paying respects to City Lord, Grand Elder." Zhushujie slowly nodded and said to everyone, "Yi Yuan already completely cured Zhushujie's hidden injuries. Furthermore, he even helped him improve a step further. Yi Yuan's strength." Xian Yu also candidly acknowledged his defeat. That's why he would take the initiative to resign. Do you all still have any objections? The group of elders exchanged glances, being dumbstruck by amazement with today's sudden turn of events. Before coming, they were even mocking that Yi Yuan had no face to see people. But now, with a sway of his body, he actually became the head elder. What shocked them even more was that Yi Yuan just broke through not long, and his strength actually bested even Xian Yu already. Such horrifying strength, it was naturally more than enough to be the head elder. However, Ruosu was awkward. Seeing that no one spoke anymore, Zhushujie said coolly, "Actually, Yi Yuan originally already resigned from his post as an elder and wasn't willing to come out of retirement again. Yesterday I found Yi Yuan for a long talk. Before he reluctantly agreed to it. Starting from today, Yi Yuan is the Pill Tower's head elder, presiding over all matters of the Pill Tower. Xian Yu is the second elder, Ruosu is the third elder, so on and so forth." Finished talking, Zhushujie said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, the Pill Tower, this Whole works will be entrusted to you in the future. However, your most important task is still cultivation. After all, you're my heavenly eagles. Future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, City Lord, rest assured. Yi Yuan has a score in my heart. Zhuo Shujie was not overselling Yi Yuan. He really talked until his jaws ached. Before convincing Yi Yuan. To Yi Yuan, the reason why he returned to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was primarily still because of the 500-year agreement with Lier they all. Yi Yuan still had feelings for Heavenly Eagle. At least in this place there were quite a few of his fetters. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also understood that making an exception to promote him to become a Pill Tower elder back then was naturally Zhuo Shujie's intention. 2. If this were not the case, he might still have to wait until God knows when to find Qin Shao to take revenge back then. In the end, he owed Zhuo Shujie a favor. Hence, that was why he agreed to take on the post of head elder. Yi Yuan naturally understood that this position of head elder was not easy to be, but he did not mind either. Ruosu could bully Shen Yu, but wanting to bully him, Yi Yuan, he was still a bit too tender. Moreover, in front of absolute strength, any tactic was utterly useless. In alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan had such confidence. Zhuo Shujie said coolly, I can naturally set my mind at ease with you. All right, this matter is settled like this. Finished talking, Zhuo Shujie and He Chong, two people, left straight away, leaving behind everyone with baffled faces. Ruosu shot Yi Yuan a glance coldly, gave a cold snort and turned around, about to leave. Halt! Did I let you go? Yi Yuan said coolly. Ruosu suddenly turned around, eyes spewing fire as he said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, you don't be too smug. Yi Yuan looked at Ruosu and said coolly, It's true that a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. No wonder back then Song Qiang, a disciple, dared to even turn his nose up at me, this elder. Turns out that it was taught well by you, his master. City Lord's words earlier. Could it be that you didn't hear? Ruosu was already beyond furious and roared loudly. If this old man wants to leave, could it be that you can still stop? Finished talking, his figure moved, directly walking out of the great hall in large strides. Right at this time, Coldfeather and Jingqi got up at the same time, one left and one right, stopping Ruosu. The power of half-step celestial deity emitted off the two people's bodies. Ruosu's expression finally changed. He suddenly realized that these two great half-step celestial deities were both Yi Yuan's close buddies. Yi Yuan said coolly, Brother Coldfeather, you're the martial hall's head elder. Defying one's superior and affronting the prestige of the head elder. What should be the punishment? Coldfeather broke into a smile and said, Apart from City Lord and Grand Elder, the head elder's authority is paramount and isn't permitted to be affronted. If there are offenders, throw into the Martial Tower's God Refining Abyss. The God Refining Abyss was a separate space inside the Martial Tower, a place used specifically to punish prisoners. That Qin Shao was currently imprisoned in the God Refining Abyss. Ruosu's expression changed when he heard that and glared at Yi Yuan as he said, Yi Yuan, you dare? Yi Yuan laughed when he heard it and said, Why wouldn't I not dare? Today is this elder's first day taking office and you gave me an opening gambit. If I let you go out like this, how will I still be a head elder? Brother Coldfeather, Brother Zheng, take him down and throw him into the God Refining Abyss for 3 months, so as to punish him. Yi Yuan, just you wait. Don't think that you can do whatever you please after becoming the head elder. Ruosu's voice got further and further. Then the entire great hall was silent, quietly until even a pin dropping on the ground could be heard too. In these several tens of thousands of years, no one had ever dared to throw Ruosu into the God Refining Abyss before. Yi Yuan actually did so. Who was Ruosu? He was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's person in charge in these few tens of thousands of years. Even the former head elder Jingqi also did not dare to offend him too much. In reality, even though Jingqi had many discontentments with Ruosu in the past, it was basically all swallowing the knocked-out teeth into his stomach. After all, the Marshall Tower had many areas where they needed to request the Pill Tower. Even if Xian Yu became the head elder, this kind of situation still did not change in the slightest. Coldfeather was unhappy with Ruosu, but he did not dare to really do anything to him as well. But today, this move of Yi Yuan's was too ruthless. Staying 3 months in the God-refining abyss, the time was not long, but this punishment was awful. More importantly, to Ruosu, this kind of high and mighty important person, it was simply unprecedented humiliation. How would he still show his face to people after coming out? The group of elders all used extremely stunned gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Everyone said that new officials would make drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge, but this change was also done a little too aggressively, right? One had to know, Ruosu's prestige in Heavenly Eagle was extremely high. His forces were even deeply entangled and difficult to deal with. Wanting to use one God-refining abyss trip to uproot his forces, this was impossible. The elders on Ruosu's side all used gloating expressions to look at Yi Yuan. This newly appointed head elder was still too inexperienced, thinking that it could bring down Ruosu, but Yi Yuan did not have this awareness. Sitting on the seat of honor, he swept a glance over everyone and opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "In the future, if somebody dares to defy their superiors, the crime will be the same as Ruosu's. Additionally, this elder has just taken office. I naturally have to give everyone some benefits. Starting from today, within 3 months, all elders can rely on their contribution points to find me to refine medicinal pills. You all can also refine pills for your juniors." When Yi Yuan finished talking, he discovered that these elders' reactions were all very indifferent. No one actually took the initiative to come find him to refine pills. But regarding this kind of situation, Yi Yuan had long expected it. Ruosu was too deeply entrenched in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. These elders, regardless of whether the Pill Tower or Marshall Tower's elders, all did not dare to offend him. It was still unknown who would gain supremacy. How could they dare to easily choose teams? At this time, the Ning Ziyuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up and said to Yi Yuan with an excited look, "Head Elder, I wonder if you can refine the Tenghai space-splitting pill." Yi Yuan gave Ning Ziyuan a glance rather surprisedly, not expecting that the one who stepped forward at this time was actually him. One had to know, stepping forward at this time was equivalent to utterly falling out with Ruosu. But, thinking about it, Yi Yuan also felt relieved. Compared to falling out with Ruosu, Ning Ziyuan clearly valued the increase of his own strength more. Reaching Ning Ziyuan's current realm, the medicinal pills capable of letting him improve were not many anymore, and this Tenghai space-splitting pill was precisely one of them. Reaching the Divine Lord realm, the increase in strength was not just how much divine essence amassed anymore. What they regarded more highly was developing the inner world. Ning Ziyuan had stopped at the 8th-layered Heaven Divine Lord realm for many years already, failing to break through to become a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord for a long time. He had also found Ruosu to refine the Tenghai space-splitting pill before, but Ruosu refined a few times and it all failed. This was a level 7 difficulty medicinal pill. Even for Xian Yu and Ruosu, the success rate of refining was extremely low too. Yi Yuan gave Ning Ziyuan a glance and said coolly, "You gather the spirit, medicines and come find me tomorrow. Alright, all disperse." Ning Ziyuan was scheming and calculating and rarely got excited. But now, his face actually appeared somewhat flushed, became of agitation. "Heh, Elder Ning, you really believe that he can refine the Tenghai space-splitting pill? At that time, if he can't refine it, your Ning family will have a good show to watch." "Yeah, Elder Ning, you were also too reckless this time. Elder Ning, I'm somewhat pitying you right now." These elders all came in front of Ning Ziyuan, expressing their sympathy and gloating over his misfortune. They totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine the Tenghai space-splitting pill. In fact, they did not even believe that Yi Yuan could cure Zheng Qi. The vast majority of them were guessing if Yi Yuan obtained some essence, replenishing and vitality, nourishing supreme treasure while traveling outside. That's how it brought Zheng Qi back to life, even breaking through the shackles. To say that Yi Yuan refined such a high-difficulty medicinal pill, they really did not believe. Toward this, Ning Ziyuan just smiled, did not say much. With Ning Tianping around, his understanding of Yi Yuan was naturally not what these fools could compare to. On the second day, Ning Ziyuan indeed came to find Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan saw that he was somewhat hesitating and said coolly, "Just say whatever you want to say. I don't like to beat around the bush." Ning Ziyuan was slightly embarrassed as he said, "Head Elder, it's like this. There are some people in our clan who heard that Head Elder can personally refine pills and all want to request pills from you. Wonder if—" Yi Yuan gave Ning Ziyuan a glance. The other party could not help feeling somewhat guilty, as if being seen through by Yi Yuan. The Ning family's clansmen would request pills from him? This was probably Ning Ziyuan deciding all on his own, right? He wanted to increase the family clan's strength and was also afraid of offending Yi Yuan. That was why he said it like this. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since I personally promised, I naturally won't go back. On my words, you leave behind all the spirit medicines, the contribution points will be deducted from you. 5 days later, come over to fetch the pills." The moment Ning Ziyuan heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Head Elder." After Ning Ziyuan left, Ning Tianping revealed his figure and thanked Yi Yuan. With a bow, "Many thanks, Your Excellency, for not taking prior transgressions to heart and refining pills for the Ning family's members." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This family head of yours helped me out a lot this time. Otherwise, this deadlock would really be hard to clear." Ning Tianping smiled and said, "That's Your Excellency's charity to the Ning family." With this chance placed in front of him, the family head naturally values the Ning family's future more. Family head has already been stuck being an 8th-layered heaven divine lord for tens of thousands of years and has always been unable to break through. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be hard for him to want to break through. With his shrewdness, how could he possibly let go? Yi Yuan sized Ning Tianping up and said with a nod, "Your cultivation recently, the rate of progress is pretty good." Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Is Your Excellency praising yourself? This is all thanks to Your Excellency's medicinal pills. After Your Excellency broke through to become a 4-star alchemy god, the medicinal pills refined are even more miraculous. My cultivation simply advances by leaps and bounds. This speed, I can probably assault the 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord realm in less than 50 years. These few days, Yi Yuan refined quite a few medicinal pills for Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping ate those ordinary rank for divine pills like swallowing miracle elixirs, strength improving by leaps and bounds. Now he already became a middle-stage 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This cultivation speed could be rated as horrifying in Divine Lord realm. Very soon, a month's time passed, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City stirred up overnight. A Ning family's clan elder who was a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, Ning Songhai, broke through to become a 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Another Ning family's clan elder who was a 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, Ning Zhongkai, also broke through, becoming a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The Ning family's patriarch, Ning Ziyuan, finally broke through his bottleneck, becoming a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. News after another stirred up the entire city, sweeping across the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City like the wind. It was as if overnight, the entire Ning family ascended. Those Ning family clan elders sitting around waiting to die, without any hopes of breaking through, actually all broke through. This news was too shocking. Of course, the most shocking one was still Ning Ziyuan's breakthrough. What did a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord mean? It meant standing at the summit of the Imperial City. Apart from celestial deity powerhouses, ninth-layered heaven divine lords were the strongest. Furthermore, after becoming a ninth-layered heaven divine lord, it also meant that Ning Ziyuan had the chance to touch that fleeting and ephemeral celestial deity realm. No matter whether it was successful or not, at least he had this qualification. In the city, how many could have such qualifications? Hey, this news wouldn't be fake, right? Those few old fellows were already approaching their hour of death. They actually broke through. How can this be fake? Those few old things are beside themselves with joy, wishing for the entire city to know that they broke through. This is also too coincidental, right? Couldn't be that the Ning family collectively gained enlightenment, right? Enlightenment, my asterisk is, are you dumb? Head Elder Yi Yuan promised at the elders' meeting that all of the elders confined him to refine pills, but nobody took him seriously. Only Ning Ziyuan alone requested him to refine pills. In the end, the Ning family's members all ascended overnight. Is this real or fake? Didn't Head Elder Yi Yuan just break through not long ago? His alchemy skills already reached such a terrifying degree. The powerhouses in the Imperial City were all discussing this matter. To Divine Lord Realm martial artists, what else could be more attractive than breaking through? Hence, within the major family clans, they were all thrown into utter disarray. Especially among those elders' families, it became a total mess. Those clan elders were all blaming the patriarchs. Why didn't they go and request pills from Head Elder Yi Yuan? At the Shi family's residence, several old fellows were pointing at Shi Feng's nose and scolding him. Shi Feng and Ning Ziyuan could be said to be two heroes who existed side by side. The two were both eighth-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses, both occupying a very important position in the Elders Association. The Shi family and Ning family had also been secretly competing all along. Shi Feng and Ruosu walked very close, so they had always been suppressing the Ning family. In this matter, Shi Feng chose to stand on Ruosu's side without any hesitation. That day, Ning Ziyuan's very cautious appearance, Shi Feng was still very disdainful when he saw it, even somewhat looking down on Ning Ziyuan's groveling. In his presence, he did not have qualms reproving Ning Ziyuan behind his back. But who knew that only a month's time passed, and then Ning Ziyuan actually directly broke through, becoming a ninth-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse. Shi Feng was utterly stunned by this news, but he had not come back to his senses yet, and a bunch of clan elders blocked him in tightly, all pointing at his nose and scolding. Shi Feng, how are you serving as the family head? Shi Feng, you're also too much. Head Elder Yi Yuan was personally invited by City Lord, but you actually didn't give him face. It's great now, right? The Ning family members' noses are all facing the sky. You look at us. Take a look at us. These clan elders were all very elderly figures. Many of them were Shi Feng's elders. Scolding him was not weird at all, not giving him any face at all. Shi Feng was scolded until his face turned green, but he could not do anything at all. These old fellows did not have other capabilities and only knew how to say this and that all day long. All right, hold your horses. Elders, aren't I thinking of ways to remedy it here? Shi Feng brushed it off for quite a while, finally throwing these old fellows off. But he felt his head aching too. Right now, the development of the situation in the city far exceeded his imagination. This move was truly earth-shattering. One could imagine that right now, the threshold of Head Elder Yi Yuan's manor was already being trampled flat. Shi Feng finally understood why Yi Yuan dared to directly throw Ruosu into the God-refining abyss. He based it on absolute confidence in his own strength. Without genuine ability, don't go and do what you can't accomplish. Yi Yuan and Xian Yu walked very closely, so it was impossible to not know how great Ruosu's force in Heavenly Eagle was. But he still dared to take over this position of head elder. This showed that he definitely had some reliance. What Yi Yuan needed was merely a breakthrough point. Very luckily, the Ning family became this breakthrough point. Feng suddenly discovered that he reacted too late after it happened. Thinking these through now was already too late. One misstep and then every step was wrong. The time limit given by Yi Yuan was only 3 months. Now a month had already passed. The next 2 months' time, there would be countless families racking their heads wanting to fight for this spot. The time was too short. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to put all of his energy on one family like the Ning family. Currently, the initiative was already completely grasped in Yi Yuan's hands. Whoever he wanted to refine pills for, he would refine pills for. Whoever was an eyesore, he could completely cast you aside. Feng heaved a sigh, slowly stood up, and walked over towards Yi Manor. Sure enough, the guardhouse of Yi Manor was already packed full of people. Could already open up a tea house. Except, everyone's faces had worried looks, looking like prisoners awaiting trial. Normally, when everyone saw Feng, they would definitely say hello right away. But today, not a single person actually cared about him. Feng saw an elder he was on good terms with and went up to ask, "Brother, Zhao, who is head elder meeting?" This person was called Zhao Yibin, the Zhao family's patriarch. When Zhao Yibin lifted his head and saw that it was Feng, he could not refrain from complaining. He said, "Who else can it be? Isn't it all the Ning family, that bunch of bastards? Humph! Look how smug they are." The moment he said this, the others immediately exploded. "Zhao Yibin, if you want to offend head elder, don't cause trouble for us." "Yeah, the Ning family is the favorite of head elder currently. What's wrong with being a little smug? Aren't you just feeling unfair in your heart to see Ning Songhai's cultivation catch up to yours?" One person, one mouthful of spittle, they could directly drown Zhao Yibin to death. Yet, Zhao Yibin did not dare to lose his temper, immediately realizing his loss of composure, and apologized to everyone. "Everybody, calm your anger. Everyone calm your anger. It was all this Zhao's fault." Only after a bout of apologizing did everyone's wrath subside. When Feng saw this scene, he was immediately dumbfounded. Everyone's nerves were already sensitive to such an extent. Who knew that Zhao Yibin shot Feng a fierce glare and stopped talking. Feng was speechless. Only now did he know what kind of shock the Ning family's collective breakthrough brought to everyone. Now, everyone was afraid of offending Yi Yuan by saying a word. Right at this time, Ning Ziyuan brought a group of old fellows and came out of the Yi Manor hastily. The moment Ning Ziyuan saw Feng, he laughed smugly and said, "Feng, what did you all say to me that day? Grovel and wagging my tail? Now even if you grovel in the dirt and wag your tail, head elder might not give you this chance either. Ha ha ha." Feng's face immediately turned black like the bottom of a wok. But he could not refute it. Did he want to grovel and wag his tail? Of course he wanted to. Too freaking wanted to. Who could refuse the allure of achieving a breakthrough, becoming a 9th layered heaven divine lord? If Yi Yuan gave him a chance to grovel and wag his tail right now, he definitely would. But the problem was, would Yi Yuan give it? Ning Ziyuan's body faintly exuded a powerful aura. That was the aura belonging to a 9th layered heaven divine lord. Feng yearned for such strength so much. Looking behind him again, that bunch of old fellows were in high and vigorous spirits. How was there any hint of being old and ailing like a candle in the wind? Especially Ning Songhai, breaking through to become 7th layered heaven divine lord in one stroke. He would have the qualifications to enter the Elders Association. The Ning family would occupy another spot in the Elders Association. This significance was huge. Heh! Family head is really wise. This time our Ning family thoroughly overshadowed the family. In the future, our Ning family will do head elder Yi Yuan's bidding without a word. Oh, you guys better hurry up and think of ways on how to let head elder Yi Yuan cool down. Haha. The Ning family's clan elders were all extremely pleased with themselves. That appearance was like villains intoxicated with success. However, they had this qualification, because they knew that in the future no family could surpass the Ning family anymore. Yi Yuan naturally would not be indifferent to the other families, but he absolutely would not treat the other families like the Ning family. This was the difference in the degree of intimacy. Ning Ziyuan laughed and said, "Sure Feng, don't blame me for not warning you. It's best that you rack your brain and think of how to cut off relations with Ruosu. This is your only hope." Ha ha ha. Finished talking, Ning Ziyuan brought the group of elders and swaggered away. Shi Feng's brows furrowed and could not help musing. Not just Shi Feng, the others similarly fell into deep thought. There were some hints in Ning Ziyuan's words. 3 months passed in a blink. During these 3 months, Ruosu suffered the pain of having his mind withered away. Even his entire person withered considerably. Leaving the God-refining abyss, Ruosu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Yi Yuan, do you really think that you do whatever you want when you become the head elder? This old man will let you know what's called too high to touch." Ruosu did not even return home and went to the Shi family straight away. But what he did not expect was that the one who came out to meet him was actually Shi Song and not Shi Feng. The person that the Shi family sent out was Shi Song. Seeing Ruosu, Shi Song clasped his hands and said, "Shi Song has seen third elder." Ruosu's face fell, and he said unhappily, "Shi Song, what did you call me?" From being the head elder to the second elder, and then from the second elder to the third elder, this was the greatest pain in Ruosu's heart, and also the greatest shame. This Shi Song actually rubbed his nose in it. However, Shi Song said very calmly, "Third elder, this was personally dictated by City Lord. This Shi Song is just a nobody. Third elder, you've already stayed in the God-refining abyss for 3 months. Please don't make things difficult for Shi Song." Ruosu's face turned black. Shi Song's words rendered him speechless. Yes, Yi Yuan had just set the rules, so who would slam into the spearhead? Wasn't this looking for abuse? Ruosu said unhappily, "We're in private, so what are you scared of? Can he, Yi Yuan, really cover the sky with one hand? This old man coming out this time, I'll definitely play him to death." Shi Song sneered in his heart but said indifferently on the surface, "Third elder, there are no walls in the world without a crack. Shi Song is just an unimportant character. Third elder, don't make things difficult for me anymore." Ruosu was in an irritable mood and waved his hand and said, Forget it. Where's Shi Feng? Call him out to see me." Shi Song said, "Third elder really came untimely. Patriarch, he recently had some accidental gains and just entered seclusion a few days back. He likely won't come out anytime soon." The moment Ruosu heard, he said in a great rage, "What?" At this juncture, he actually went into close seclusion. Could it be that he wants to see Yi Yuan shit and piss on the Shi family's head? This bloody bastard. Ruosu had an enraged appearance from disappointment. Clearly, he was very angry. Not going into a retreat earlier or later, he just had to enter closed seclusion at this juncture where Ruosu came out of the God-refining abyss. If it were before, Shi Song naturally would not have any problem with it. But now he was very unhappy in his heart. Did this Ruosu really take the Shi family to be a dog of his? Shi Song said, "This is also something that can't be helped. If third elder has something, please come again another day." The expression on Ruosu's face was very ugly, giving Shi Song a fierce glare. He then left. After Ruosu left, Shi Feng's figure slowly came out. Shi Song said with an angry look, "Patriarch, this old fogey really takes our Shi family to be a dog raised by him. Does he think that the current heavenly eagle is still the heavenly eagle 3 months ago? If I were to say, we might as well directly lose all decorum with him." Shi Feng said coolly, "Do you think that by losing all decorum, head elder will be able to accept us? Our muddy waters are too deep. Sigh. Right now, our Shi family can only tuck our tails between our legs and behave. We can't provoke anyone. A single misstep and it's eternal damnation." Shi Song's expression changed and he said in surprise, "Patriarch, It wouldn't be so serious, right? Shifeng gave him a glance and said, "It will be only more serious than you think. Head elders means already surpassed your and my understanding. As long as he's willing, he can support another family up like the Ning family at any time. At that time, it wouldn't be the situation of whatever Shi family and Ning family contending for hegemony anymore. The Shi family's existence will also become dispensable. Do you think it's serious or not?" Shifeng's heart shook wildly. He suddenly discovered that the Shi family was glorious on the surface right now, but actually it was already in deep crisis. Furthermore, what Shifeng said was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Within a short 2 months, there had already been more than 20 middle-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouses who broke through in the city. When others were breaking through and you still marched on the spot, then you would be eliminated sooner or later. Currently, it was not just the Marshall Tower's elders. Even those Pill Towers elders could not sit still anymore as well. Did the Pill Tower's elders not need to break through? They desired to break through too. But they themselves could not refine medicinal pills capable of breaking through at all. But the problem was that they could not, but Yi Yuan could. "Will you beg me? Do you acknowledge me as the head elder?" Within 3 months, the heavens of the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already thoroughly changed. After getting rebuffed at the door several times in a row, Ruosu finally discovered that something was rather wrong. These guys seemed to have discussed it. It was either close seclusion or busy. It was as if he became a plague, and everyone was staying away from him. When suffering torment in the God-refining abyss, he already thought of a countermeasure and prepared to come out and go all out. But after he came out, Ruosu suddenly discovered that he already became a loner, a belly full of methods, but he was unable to use a single one. Finally, Ruosu came to find the disciple that he was proud of, Song Qiang. Upon asking, he finally understood what happened. Ruosu's heart shook wildly. He completely could not imagine that Yi Yuan, who had just broken through, his alchemy Dao strength was already actually overwhelmingly horrifying. At the Yi Manor, a burst of hearty laughter came from inside a hall. "Ha ha ha! Truly refreshing. This old man fought with Ruosu, that punk, for so many years, and couldn't do anything to him. You only used 3 months and you cleaned him up properly," Coldfeather said with a big laugh. Zhang Qi also smiled and said, "That old punk? I've also had enough of him. When I was the Marshall Tower's head elder these few years. Now it feels all better." The Marshall Tower was under the control of the Pill Tower. This was something that could not be helped. Whoever came could not change the situation either. Hence, no matter whether Coldfeather or Zhang Qi became the head elder, the result was all the same. Even if their strength was stronger than Ruosu. 3 months' time passed. Ruosu came out of the God-refining abyss but discovered that everything had changed. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was not receptive to him. Even those Pill Tower elders who looked to him for instructions in the past also all dove into Yi Yuan's camp, using Ruosu's words to say, this was going to lick Yi Yuan's stinky boots. Yet, everyone gladly endured the hardship. Coldfeather, the 3 of them simply prostrated in admiration towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was clearly different from them, these martial arts and alchemy fanatics. His means emerged in endless streams. Dealt a blow, gave a sweet date. Struck another blow, gave another sweet date. He did not keep people 1,000 miles away and did not bring you in either, just letting you wait at the entrance. These elders and deacons obeyed and carried out whatever Yi Yuan said now. Yi Yuan said head east. They absolutely did not dare to head west. The method of political games, Yi Yuan played it to perfection. Coldfeather, they all were also dumbfounded with amazement from watching these few days. Was this kid really only several hundred years old? This was simply an old cunning demon. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Ruosu, this person's desire for power is too strong. This kind of people wielding power, the internal friction will be too much. I'm not willing to join in this kind of struggle. But since I promised City Lord, I naturally have to do it well. Xian Yu nodded and said with a smile, "You've already done sufficiently well. Right now, the pill tower has already gone onto the right track under your management. You handle affairs fairly, show no partiality to either side. Even though the time was short, you already won people's hearts." Cold Feather also nodded and said, "You, kid, indeed have some skill, much more capable than the few of us old fellows. Now, regardless of whether the pill tower or martial tower, they are convinced by you, head elder Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. Just nice. This old man will also be retiring, having made my mark." Yi Yuan, being head elder, did not appoint people on the basis of favoritism. A few days ago, someone was haughty from being conferred favors and was even fiercely punished by Yi Yuan. Ever since then, Yi Yuan's prestige was also truly established. The current Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could be said to be strongly united as one. Yi Yuan looked at Cold Feather and said, "Brother Cold Feather, so many years have already passed. You still haven't touched that threshold." Cold Feather smiled bitterly and said, "How can it be that easy? This half-step is as hard as ascending to heaven." Although Cold Feather was called an unprecedented prodigy, wanting to break through to the celestial deity realm, it was still somewhat beyond his reach. These few hundred years, even though his realm soared wildly, his foundation was also completely used entirely during these few hundred years. The celestial deity realm could not be broken through just based on one's foundation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Say that it's hard. It's also hard. Say that it's not difficult. It's not difficult either." One sentence made Zheng Qi and Cold Feather's bodies tremble at the same time. Yi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning. Xian Yu, who was by the side, seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "Yi Yuan, are you able to refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill already?" Supreme Jade Void Pill. This, Yi Yuan, it isn't real, right? Cold Feather's entire body trembled violently, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Rank 3 had the Vast Sun Universe Pill, while Rank 4 had the Supreme Jade Void Pill. This medicinal pill was naturally used to help martial artists break through to the celestial deity realm, except like how 3-star alchemy gods could not refine a Vast Sun Universe Pill, for 4-star alchemy gods to want to refine a Supreme Jade Void Pill, it was simply a fool's talk. To Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, no one had ever thought of wanting to go and refine this medicinal pill either. Hence, when Xian Yu said this name, Cold Feather, two people palpated with eagerness. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As for now, it's still too early, but this day shouldn't be far either." After breaking through to the Divine Vortex realm, the majority of Yi Yuan's effort was placed on researching alchemy Dao. For him to be able to refine the Tinghai space-splitting pill, such a high difficulty medicinal pill so quickly, this was naturally inseparable from his hard work too. Except Rank 4 divine pills were indeed a massive watershed. The refining difficulty was God knows how many times harder than Rank 3 divine pills. Even if it was Yi Yuan wanting to refine level 9 difficulty Rank 4 divine pills in a short time, it was still somewhat beyond his power. However, although Yi Yuan's words were spoken out nonchalantly, in the other few people's ears it was akin to a bolt out of the blue. Xian Yu smiled bitterly and said, "You brat, you really don't know what to say about you. This old man studied alchemy Dao for 100,000 years, but I haven't even touched the borders of level 8 difficulty. You just broke through for several decades and are already almost able to refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill. If this old man's skin was a little thinner, I'd really hit my head and die." When the few people heard, they all guffawed with laughter. Although it was teasing, Yi Yuan's alchemy talent indeed made them visibly moved. It's just that the few primary medicines that the Supreme Jade Void Pill requires are all extremely hard to come by treasures. Our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't seem to have a complete range, right? Cold Feather suddenly said. A clever housewife could not cook a meal without rice. Even if Yi Yuan had the ability to refine pills without spirit medicines, he still did not have a way. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You guys set your mind at ease about this. On this trip out, this Yi collected quite a few precious spirit medicines. Disregarding other things, helping the two of you break through is no big problem." The moment Coldfeather two people heard, they were wildly elated in their hearts. Coldfeather said, "Yi Yuan, if this old man can break through to the celestial deity realm, this old life will be considered sold to you." Zhang Qi smiled bitterly and said, "Grandmaster, my life was saved by him in the first place. This grace is hard to repay even with 10,000 deaths." The few people were currently talking when a layer of ripple appeared in the space. Two figures slowly walked out. They were City Lords Washujie and He Chong. Paying respects to City Lord, paying respects to Grand Elder Coldfeather, and the rest hurriedly went up to salute. Washujie's expression was rather ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "All sit down. This City Lord has something to tell you all." Seeing Washujie's appearance, Coldfeather and the rest of their hearts involuntarily thumped. Looks like it was not some good thing. Washujie reached his hand out. A small golden sword suspended on his palm. Golden sword token. This is Utmost Peace Imperial City's golden sword token. They're going to activate the Golden Sword Pact. Zhang Qi's expression changed greatly as he said. Washujie nodded and said, "This seat has just received Utmost Peace Imperial City's Golden Sword Token. They've agreed upon to launch the Golden Sword Pact. 10 years later, looks like this time they will not rest until they are dead." Coldfeather few people's faces instantly became ugly to the extreme. They are bullying others too far. Coldfeather gritted his teeth and said, "Utmost Peace Imperial City, among us low-order Imperial cities, their strength is very powerful. Activating the Golden Sword Pact, who can stop them?" Zhang Qi said full of bitterness. Washujie heaved a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, Utmost Peace Imperial City is aiming for you this time. Why not you leave Heavenly Eagle first and avoid the limelight for the time being?" They came for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain? Yi Yuan did not reveal a visible change in countenance, appearing very calm. He did not understand what this Golden Sword Pact was, but Utmost Peace Imperial City provoked them time and again. Apart from the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, there was likely no other possibilities. Washujie nodded and said, "They activated the Golden Sword Pact and mentioned that they wanted us to hand over the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. If not for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, Utmost Peace Imperial City also would not go through such great trouble." Even under the command of the same Heavenly Emperor, the relationship between Imperial cities was also not very harmonious. Imperial cities were different from capital cities. Because of the geographical relationship, Imperial cities were extremely far apart. It was also impossible for the Imperial capital to be able to control every Imperial city. Hence, an Imperial city of this level was actually relatively independent. Therefore, some friction often happened between Imperial cities, and it was also very normal. Even if there was a valid reason, there was no incident of one Imperial city destroying another in a normal situation. An Imperial city was equivalent to the mortal world's vassal state, and one Imperial city making a move against another Imperial city needed to issue a Golden Sword token to the other party. The Golden Sword Pact that Utmost Peace Imperial City activated was the first mode of the Golden Sword token. It was considered relatively gentle. This was the direct contention between both sides' upper echelons. The loser would have to hand over the item that the other party asked for with both hands, and the second mode was to directly shatter this golden sword. Then it was an irreconcilable till death situation for both sides. The two Imperial cities would be plunged into war. Yi Yuan gained a clear item of this Golden Sword Pact and asked Washujie, "City Lord, that Utmost Peace Imperial City's City Lord, I don't know if you're his match." Are you? Swishujia's eyes narrowed slightly, extremely shocked in his heart. Could the meaning in Yi Yuan's words be to really have a life and death struggle with utmost peace imperial city? He shook his head and said, Yi Yuan, I know that you aren't willing, but utmost peace imperial city is powerful and is a mid-upper imperial city in strength among our Southridge 10 cities. Our heavenly eagle imperial city has no way of competing. As for that Chao Anshan, even though he's the same as me, both second-layered heaven celestial deities, he is already a peak second-layered heaven celestial deity. I'm not his match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then if I lend you the origin magnetic divine mountain? Swishujia's entire body trembled and he said rather excitedly, If I have the origin magnetic divine mountain in possession, I have at least 70% assurance to defeat him. However, he immediately became dejected and continued, It's no use. Utmost peace has 4 great celestial deities. Even though 3 of them are first-layered heaven celestial deities, He Chong alone isn't a match. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small black hill emerged. City Lord, it is not that Yi Yuan is stingy, but this origin magnetic divine mountain is still very useful to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, even giving to you is fine. In these 10 years, the origin magnetic divine mountain will be under the charge of City Lord. I hope that City Lord uses it to win victory at the unfurling of the flag. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's palm pushed. The origin magnetic divine mountain landed in Swishujia's hand. Swishujia's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so generous to be willing to lend the origin magnetic divine mountain for him to use. Before waiting for him to get over his shock, Yi Yuan took out another dark, yellow-colored rope. Swishujia and He Chang's gazes turned intent and they cried out, Immortal binding rope. Yi Yuan threw the immortal binding rope to He Chong and said with a smile, Grand Elder, this immortal binding rope is useless to this Yi. Give it to you. At this time, He Chang's entire person was in a daze. He had never thought that he would actually own a celestial deity mystic treasure one day. This was a celestial deity mystic treasure. Yi Yuan gave it to him just like this. Is this really given to me? He Chong still had a look of disbelief until now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Can this still be fake? Lend me a gallbladder and I also won't dare to crack jokes with Grand Elder. Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes, He Chong was convinced that he was not joking with him. He Chong sucked in a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, All right, then I won't be pretentious anymore. Yi Yuan, if you have any needs in the future, feel free to ask me. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Even if Grand Elder doesn't say, Yi Yuan has to ask the 2 of you for help too. Swishujia and He Chong exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise from the other party's eyes. Seemed like this Yi Yuan had long had a plan in mind. Yi Yuan said, In these 10 years, the 2 of you please collect more rank. For spirit medicine's back, the more the better. As for the Golden Sword Pact, the 2 of you can rest assured. They won't be cocky soon enough. Swishujia and He Chong suddenly felt that this world already did not belong to them. They came to urge Yi Yuan to leave, but now it was different. Yi Yuan had one word for them, fight. Could a first-layered heaven divine lord be dictating this struggle between celestial deity realms? Thinking about it, the 2 people felt that it was inconceivable. Xian Yu was rather worried as he said, Yi Yuan, there are only 10 years more. Do you have confidence in refining the Supreme Jade Void Pill within 10 years? What? Supreme Jade Void Pill? Although they were celestial deity powerhouses, Swishujia and He Chong's reactions were no different from Coldfeather and the others previously. Supreme Jade Void Pill, this term was too distant from them. At this time, the 2 of them finally understood where Yi Yuan's confidence lay. Yi Yuan said, I don't know either, but I will give it my best. All in all, running isn't a solution. activating the golden sword token this time. They are clearly coming for us. Even if I really leave, they probably won't let Heavenly Eagle Imperial City go that easily either. Having said this, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he said, since they dared to reach their hands out, then they'll have to be prepared to be bitten. Yi Yuan was naturally not willing to leave. At present, close to 400 years had passed. There was still around 100 years to the 500-year agreement. Leaving at this time, if he missed Liu and they all, there would be many twists and turns again. Yi Yuan had long made a decision in his heart. Since he was not able to avoid it, then just battle. He wanted to rely on his own power and let the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City become powerful. At utmost peace Imperial City, Chao Anshan's gaze swept over the group of powerhouses below and said coolly, this time we must obtain the origin. Magnetic Divine Mountain. If Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people are impervious to reason, then kill without mercy. When Yilin said, this kid called Yi Yuan has escaped several calamities time and again. This time we absolutely can't let him get away. Chao Anshan said, relax, this seat has already laid down an all-encompassing net, just waiting for him to escape. Zhuojie, that coward, after receiving the golden sword token, he'll definitely let Yi Yuan escape. When Yilin gave a thumbs up and praised, City Lord truly takes every conceivable possibility into account. This punk called Yi Yuan is truly tired of living to actually dare provoke a lion in its den. Not only did he kill Gao Yuan, he even snatched away the origin magnetic divine mountain and immortal binding rope. If he doesn't die, it will be hard for this old man to dispel the hatred in my heart. Chao Anshan smiled and said, relax, he's dead for sure this time. Also, you get Yang Fan to prepare well. This time, let him personally avenge Gao Yuan. Chao Anshan never dreamed that the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, which only had 2 celestial deity powerhouses, actually dared to have a battle with him. After guarding bitterly for 10 years, every important communication route of Heavenly Eagles yielded nothing, making Chao Anshan badly depressed. One had to know, he paid a considerable price in order to seal off Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After all, he, a powerhouse from utmost peace Imperial City, had no way of completely covering Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But the final result was pointlessly wasting 10 years. City Lord, the day of the Golden Sword Pact is getting closer and closer. Zhuojie, that guy wouldn't really want to fight to the bitter end with us, right? When Yilin asked rather anxiously, Chao Anshan had a feeling like his heart was dripping blood. Hearing that, he said in a cold voice, since Zhuojie himself wants to seek death, then this seat will fulfill his wishes. This time we'll wipe out Heavenly Eagle Imperial City while we're at it, turning it into our puppet. When Yilin nodded and said, this is them courting death, then we can't be blamed. Between imperial cities, if it was not a last resort, they would not exterminate the other party, killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own. Although Chao Anshan's strength was strong, if he really wanted to kill Zhuojie, he would pay a terrible price too. The truly weak ones had long been eradicated. Now, those able to survive were clearly all not weaklings. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was just relatively weaker, and Zhuojie was the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sea-stabilizing needle. But the situation this time was somewhat different. Chao Anshan finally could not hold back anymore. As long as this seat refines the origin magnetic divine mountain, I'll be able to break through to become a third-layered heaven celestial deity. That time, our utmost peace Imperial City will be sufficient to rank in the top 3 among the Southridge 10 cities. Therefore, even at the risk of severe injuries, we have to obtain the origin magnetic divine mountain this time too, Chao Anshan said in a solemn voice. On this day, the cloud and winds above Heavenly Eagle Imperial City suddenly changed erratically. Over a dozen powerhouses stepped over through the air. The commotion created was astonishing. The faces of the powerhouses in the city all changed drastically. They knew that the moment of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's life and death had arrived. Receiving the golden sword token, it must be announced to the whole city. Everyone in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had long known that utmost peace. Imperial City was going to activate the Golden Sword Pact already. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's powerhouses all looked up to the sky. That powerful lineup virtually made them despair. For great celestial deity powerhouses, this is finally coming. Wonder whether or not Heavenly Eagle can make it through the crisis this time. Fighting 2-on-4, I completely can't see hope. Sigh. Utmost peace Imperial City's action is too fast. If give head Elder Yi Yuan some more time, perhaps it wouldn't be today's situation. In these 10 years, everyone in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City felt the danger. But this was also Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most united 10 years. The various major families gave up internal friction, putting more effort into cultivation. Under the catalyzing of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City gave birth to a large batch of powerhouses. Presently, in the city, just the 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords were as many as 3 people. Except, 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords were completely useless to battles. At Celestial Deity level, in front of Celestial Deity powerhouses, forget about 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords, even half-step Celestial Deities were ant-like existences. Swishujia, get out for this seat. A thunderous voice instantly reverberated throughout the entire city. Chao Anshan's shout, the commotion was extremely shocking. He was deliberately demonstrating his strength, awing the powerhouses in the city. At this time, 2 figures arrived high up in the air. They were precisely Zhua Shujie and He Chong. Zhua Shujie looked at Chao Anshan and said coldly, Chao Anshan, the hour hasn't arrived yet. Lord Inspector hasn't arrived as well. Flaunting your prowess like this, are you really bullying that my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't have anyone? Chao Anshan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Zhushujia, the golden sword token has already been issued. We're naturally avenging grievances if there are, taking revenge if there's grudge. Lord Inspector hasn't arrived yet, so let's settle the previous scores. Zhushujie's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, What trouble? Do you want to stir up again? At this time, a figure on Utmost Peace's side stepped out of the ranks and said in an angry voice, It's me. The enmity of killing my master is irreconcilable. The last time City Lord was in close seclusion. That's how you forcefully stopped it. This time, I must take revenge for master. Hurry up, and let that Zheng Qi guy come out to die. This person was none other than precisely Gao Yuan's disciple, Yang Fan, celestial deity powerhouse when Yilin was Gao Yuan's master, while Gao Yuan was this Yang Fan's master. Speaking of which, when Yilin and Coldfeather were considered people of the same generation, this Yang Fan's talent was clearly limited. Until now, he was merely an 8th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, being far worse than Zheng Qi. If not for knowing that Zheng Qi's essence was lost, even by lending Yang Fan a few galls, he also would not dare to come to challenge Zheng Qi. However, after Zheng Qi recovered, he rarely showed face. Hence, Utmost Peace. Imperial City that side did not know that Zheng Qi had actually long gone up a level already. This attitude was struck too dazzlingly. At this time, in everyone's eyes, this Yang Fan was like a jumping clown. Clearly, someone who bullied the kind and feared the wicked, yet still wanted to put on eagerness to take revenge for his master. Bluffing who? One had to know back then when Zheng Qi went to take revenge, he went to Utmost Peace Imperial City all by himself. Zhushujie did not know it beforehand. When he found out, he rushed to Utmost Peace Imperial City straight away, only then saving the seriously injured Zhua Shujie who was dying. But this Yang Fan? That was when Yilin leading him over. With when Yilin around, could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City really dared to do anything to him still? prating on and on about taking revenge. It was truly a bit too fake. Putting it bluntly, it was bullying that he was injured. The great battle was about to commence. Getting a jumping clown to come out made the powerhouses on Heavenly Eagle's side relax a little. Zuoshuji had the intent to mess with Qiao Anshan. At once, his brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Yang Fan, you're harassing with unreasonable demands. Last time, Zhengqi was already beaten to severe injuries by you. What do you want still?" Yang Fan sneered and said, "Zhengqi, this guy wanted to harm Master many times. Now he finally succeeded. Humph, not killing him, I'm not worthy as a man." Zuoshuji gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves grandly, and said, "Zhengqi is currently in close seclusion and isn't convenient to accept the challenge." At this time, Qiao Anshan said with a broad smile, "Zuoshuji, back then, Zhengqi came to find Gao Yuan to take revenge. This seat didn't stop it. What's with your deal now? Yang Fan and Zhengqi are of the same generation, and can be said to have irreconcilable enmity. This kind of enmity, how can we intervene? If you don't let him come out, then this seat will take action and destroy his manner first before talking. Even if Lord Inspector came, he wouldn't say much either." Zuoshuji felt great in his heart, but he had rage on his face as he said, "Qiao Anshan, you don't push people too far." Qiao Anshan smiled and said, "Blood debt is paid for by blood. How is this called pushing people too far?" Zuoshuji's expression changed several times and he shouted to the city below, "Send people. Go and invite head elder Zhengqi here." "Yes, city lord." A deacon received the order and left. Actually, Zhengqi was really in close seclusion. Even Zuoshuji did not know his current situation as well. His current mood was also in a mess. Success or failure lay in this one fell swoop as well. If Zhengqi was unable to break through to the celestial deity realm, then Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will really perish this time. Invite here? Ha ha ha. In my view, it should be being carried over. Yang Fan laughed loudly as he said with a mocking look. A wave of loud laughter sounded out at Utmost Peace's side. They all knew that because Zhengqi used the crazed sword Evanescent, he lost too much essence and was already not long for the world. Now he must be in a half-dead state. This kind of trash. Still need to go and invite him? Yang Fan looked even smugger. The feeling of stepping on Zhengqi's face was really too awesome. He and Gao Yuan could not be said to be very close in the past. With Gao Yuan's personality, how could he possibly sink in the capital on his own disciple without holding anything back? However, Yang Fan's potential being lacking was a fact. He had always been chastised because of this as well. As someone in the same generation, Zhengqi was respected as Heavenly Eagle, Imperial City's head elder, but he was just a small elder. The disparity between the two was too great. Hence, taking revenge for his master was merely a cover. He wanted to borrow this to give vent to the dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart. Yang Fan understood that having him take action as merely in order to find an excuse that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could not refuse. But so what? Being stifled for too long, he had got to release it. Hence, Yang Fan was like a jumping clown talking drivel there, his words being very disdainful toward Zhengqi. "Hey, Zhengqi, this cowardly turtle. Why haven't you come out yet? I say, your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City wouldn't deliberately want to shield him, right? Since he's already dying. Then hurry up and get him out so that this Yang can send him off." Yang Fong talked in high spirits over there but did not detect that a hint of ripple surfaced in space. Qiao Anshan and the rest were powerful and had long detected something amiss, faces involuntarily changing slightly. At this time a figure slowly walked out. Qiao Anshan and the rest suddenly changed countenance. Yang Fan's haughty voice suddenly stopped, just like a duck with its throat squeezed, emitting a strange cry. "Zizing! Why you? Impossible! My eyesight must be failing." Yang Fong was frightened by the scene in front of him until his entire face turned purple. He rubbed his eyes hard, discovering the Zhengqi was still standing there. Perfectly fine. His aura shocking. At this time, Zhengqi's eyes were profound. Aura shocking. How was there still any hint of his essence being in a deficit, an appearance that he was not long for this world? Of course, what they were shocked at was far from this. Even though Zhengqi did not deliberately release his realm pressure, the aura faintly given off his body was God knows how many times stronger than people. In the Divine Lord realm, even a fool could also tell that Zhengqi was currently a true blue celestial deity powerhouse. On utmost peace Imperial City's side, each and every one of them was shocked, until they could not close their mouths. They scratched their scalps till it hurts and also could not understand why a dying man suddenly became a celestial deity powerhouse. Back then, about Yang Fan beating down Zhengqi with one palm when Yilin saw it with his own eyes. Just how long had passed, not only did Zhengqi come back from the dead, he even broke through the massive shackle and became a celestial deity powerhouse. The faces of Wen Yilin and Zhuoshujie revealed a look of wild elation when they saw Zhengqi's breakthrough was successful. Yi Yuan, this boy truly turned something rotten into the magical. It also could not be blamed that Xiao Anshan they all opened their mouths wide, not daring to believe. Even they themselves were affected, so how did the others not also feel like they were dreaming? City Lord, I heard that someone wants to find me to take revenge? Zhang Qi said coolly. One sentence, Yang Fan's face turned pale with a whoosh. Take revenge? Finding a celestial deity to take revenge? My head *king burned out. Right? Yang Fong wished to find a hole in the ground to bore into at this time. He finally realized that he was simply a clown jumping around just now. He wanted to send Zhengqi off? Zhengqi sending him off was more like it. Zhuoshujie had a broad smile and said by nudging his mouth, "There, it's that person, Gao Yuan's disciple. He said that he has the enmity of killing his master with you and cannot live under the same sky as you. He even said to let everyone be a witness. He wanted to help his master, Gao Yuan, take revenge. Why don't you grant his filial piety?" Ha ha ha. The powerhouses in the city finally could not hold it in anymore, all letting out wild laughter. This scene was simply comical to the extreme. It's really killing me. A divine lord realm actually wants to find a celestial deity powerhouse to take revenge. His head was kicked by a donkey, right? You look at his cocky appearance just now, he probably only knows how to bully the old, weak, sick, and disabled, right? Is this guy really utmost peace Imperial City's elder? This is clearly a clown. Ha ha ha. The entire city roared with laughter. This scene was simply wonderful to the extreme. Yang Fan's face simply had nowhere to put. City Lord, Yang Fan had a bitter look, looking at Xiao Anshan anxiously. Xiao Anshan's expression at this time was not much better than Yang Fan's. This was Yang Fan losing face. Could it be that he wasn't losing face? Scram to one side. Disgraceful thing, Xiao Anshan said in a solemn voice. Yang Fan felt akin to being granted amnesty and hurriedly retreated to the back of the group. But at this time, how could Zhuoshujie be willing to yield? Don't go. Just now, it was you all who were shouting and wrangling, calling to have Zhengqi come out, saying to find him to take revenge. Now that I called him out, why don't you all take it? Yang Fan, where's your filial piety? Zhuoshujie pressed on relentlessly. Now it was turning one's spear against himself. Even Xiao Anshan also did not know how to dodge it for a while. Xiao Anshan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said in a low voice, "Who can tell me what's going on?" When Yilin still had not come back to his senses until now. Hearing Xiao Anshan questioning people, he answered, "This might be that the heavenly eagle, Imperial City, obtained a natural treasure of heaven and earth recently. This punk hit the jackpot, breaking through by a fluke." Another celestial deity powerhouse, Peng Ji, also said, "It must be so. Celestial deity realm isn't as common as cabbages being able to break through. When one wants to break through, Zhang Qi was just lucky, a first-layered heaven celestial deity who just broke through. There is nothing to fear at all. Chao Anshan nodded slightly. He also felt that this was the most likely scenario. Hence, he gave a cold snort and said, Zhushujia, do you still want face or not? Forcing a divine lord realm powerhouse to seek revenge on a celestial deity realm powerhouse? Since Zhushujia already broke through, then he's someone of our generation. How can he go and get involved in the matters of divine lords again? When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This degree of shamelessness was unparalleled. It was clearly you all who pushed people too far. Now, you even played the blame game, saying the heavenly eagle imperial city was shameless. Zhushujia clasped his hands and said with a look of admiration, Chao Anshan, this will got to hand it to you today. Your face is even thicker than my heavenly eagle imperial city's city walls. Even if this Zhua brings out 100% of my power, it probably can't breach the skin of your face either. Chao Anshan's face turned black and was just about to flare up when another horrifying aura descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in azure clothing slowly stepped out of the void. The horrifying aura exuding off his body made the faces of heavenly eagles' powerhouses change greatly. This aura was much stronger than even the two great city lords. Zhushujia's and Chao Anshan's face changed at the same time, saying to the middle-aged man in azure clothing respectfully, paying respects to Lord Inspector. The middle-aged man in azure nodded slightly and said coolly, Southridge 10 Cities has already not activated the golden sword token for several tens of thousands of years. What is it for this time? Reporting to Lord Inspector, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City killed my utmost Peace's head elder inside a mystic realm with extremely shameless means, snatching away the origin magnetic divine mountain. Head elder Gao Yuan was the most promising to break through to the celestial deity realm in our utmost Peace Imperial City. This time our utmost peace suffered heavy losses. Therefore, that's why this lowly official activated the golden sword token out of rage. Lord Inspector, Chao Anshan is making slanderous charges. Gao Yuan plotted to harm my heavenly eagle's martial artists many times in the mystic realm and more than deserves death. The moment they came up, Chao Anshan and Zhushujia engaged in a war of words. Each side believed that they were correct, both sides having their merits. But this kind of thing was clearly unable to distinguish between true and fake. When the middle-aged man in azure heard, Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, these few words, his brows raised up slightly, clearly somewhat surprised. Enough! When the middle-aged man in azure saw the two people quarrel without stopping, he could not help shouting in a low voice. Sure enough, the two people did not dare to speak anymore. The middle-aged man in azure said, I didn't expect that the Southridge 10 cities, this kind of remote place, can actually give birth to a treasure like the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. No wonder you all did not stint to activate the Golden Sword Pact for this. Since the Golden Sword token is already issued, then follow the rules. The victor gets the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. The middle-aged man in azure clearly saw it very clearly. This kind of debate, arguing for 10,000 years, and it was also hard to determine the winner. The crux of the problem was the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Chao Anshan's goal for activating the Golden Sword Pact was clearly for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain too. It was no use fighting a war of saliva. There was only showcasing one's true ability. At this time, Chao Anshan suddenly said, Lord Inspector, we didn't activate the Golden Sword Pact this time just for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. It's also for a person. The inspector was slightly surprised as he said, Oh? Who is it? Chao Anshan said, He's called Yi Yuan, the main culprit who killed head elder Gao Yuan. If we win in the Golden Sword Pact this time, we still want Heavenly Eagle to hand this kid over. The inspector nodded his head when he heard that and said, If you can win, You naturally have the final say. In the eyes of the inspector, only celestial deity realm powerhouses could enter his arcane sights. The life and death of a divine lord, he would not go and pay attention at all. Losing the origin magnetic divine mountain, would heavenly eagle still care about one person? But Swishujia's expression changed and he said, Qiao Anshan, you're shameless. Qiao Anshan sneered and said, Where's Yuan? In front of Lord Inspector. You wouldn't want to hide him, right? Or is it that that kid is already scared? Until he doesn't dare to come out. Yeah, you're too ugly, scaring this elder badly until I don't even dare to come out. See. Right then, a languid voice suddenly sounded out. Yi Yuan's figure stepped on the air and arrived. Poochie. Yi Yuan's words immediately aroused a burst of laughter. Qiao Anshan was very short and his appearance very ugly. It was indeed somewhat frightening. Qiao Anshan was greatly enraged the moment he heard and said, Brat, you're courting death. Yi Yuan still had a lazy expression as he said coolly, The Golden Sword Pact hasn't started yet and you want to make a show of authority already? Do you have any respect for Lord Inspector? Qiao Anshan's expression changed and indeed did not dare to make a move anymore. Yi Yuan gave a bow to the inspector and saluted as he said, Heavenly Eagles. Yi Yuan pays respect to Lord Inspector. A hint of surprise briefly flashed across the inspector's eyes. He discovered, to his surprise, that with his strength, he actually could not quite see through this young man. This kid was not simple. Virtually at once, the inspector drew a conclusion about Yi Yuan. The inspector asked with some confusion, You're Yi Yuan? Qiao Anshan said, That it was you who killed Utmost Peace's head elder, Gao Yuan. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's realm, it was impossible to kill Gao Yuan. Who knew that Yi Yuan nodded his head, admitted it very shamelessly, and said, Gao Yuan, that guy wanted to kill me time and again. In the end, his strength was lacking and was quashed by me using the origin magnetic divine mountain. Instead, inside mystic realms, killing people and snatching treasures is a common occurrence. What's the big deal? Qiao Anshan, if you want the origin magnetic divine mountain, say it open and above board, want to be a prostitute. And also want to set up a memorial archway. Your heart is indeed as ugly as your face. Qiao Anshan's face turned from green to yellow. He discovered that he really was not Yi Yuan's match in arguments. At this rate, he would be angered to death by Yi Yuan for sure. Qiao Anshan glared at Yi Yuan and said, Razor-tongued little bastard. Wait till the Golden Sword Pact is over. I'll see if your mouth can still be glib. Or not. Yi Yuan said indifferently, Is it just two more people in the celestial deity realm? Look at how you're showing off. Mentioning celestial deity realm powerhouses, Qiao Anshan finally found a reason to be proud of himself and said with a big laugh, What reason do I have to not show off? The strong reigns supreme. An ant-like person like you only has the right to be trampled underfoot by this seat. If you have the capability, magic out two more celestial deity realms for me. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan looked at Qiao Anshan like looking at an idiot and suddenly reached his hand out and pointing in the direction of the Marshall Tower and said coolly, Ugly, you look closely. I'll magic one out for you right now. Qiao Anshan's expression changed, looking in the direction that Yi Yuan pointed, but there was no activity at all. His face could not help turning dark as he said, Little bastard, you dare to toy with me? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Toy with you? You take a look again. Qiao Anshan turned his head again and still did not discover any movements. He was practically about to lose it. Qiao Anshan could not wait for a moment longer. He swore in his heart and he must kill Yi Yuan. Qiao Anshan gnashed his teeth in hatred and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, Little bastard, very good. You're very good. After the Golden Sword Pact, you'll know what's called a life worse than death. Yi Yuan had a wide grin and looked at Qiao Anshan as he said, You take a look. Again. Really magic them out. Little bastard, are you done? Lord Inspector, this lowly official requests to immediately start the Golden Sword Pact. Chao Anshan was virtually about to break down and said to the inspector. But he waited for a long time and the inspector did not even move. Lifting his head and looking, Chao Anshan discovered that the inspector had a solemn look, and the direction that he was looking in was precisely the direction of the Marshall Tower, which was also the direction that Yi Yuan pointed at. Chao Anshan was alarmed inwardly and instinctively turned his head to look, his expression instantly changing drastically. It was only to see that the original peaceful Marshall Tower actually raged with a fierce storm at this time. Violent spiritual energy poured over in that direction frenziedly. This commotion was clearly someone breaking through to celestial deity realm. Are really magicked out? It was only to see a figure fly out of the Marshall Tower, standing high in the sky, absorbing spiritual energy frantically. That commotion was extremely shocking. That's Cold Feather. How is it possible? He broke through too. When Yilin cried out strangely and shouted in disbelief. When Yilin was not foreign to Cold Feather. They were geniuses in the same era, and had once contended for a long time in secret. It was just that the final result was that when Yiling stepped into the celestial deity realm, while Cold Feather ended up missing. Even though Cold Feather came back now, he was already no threat to Wen Yilin. How could more than 100,000 years of idling away be that easy to remedy? When Yiling coming this time, he originally wanted to see Cold Feather and even chastise the latter a bit. But who knew that what he waited for was this kind of result? Chao Anshan's pupils constricted. His head felt like it exploded with a buzz. Another celestial deity realm powerhouse. This way, wouldn't Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's celestial deity powerhouses be the same as Utmost Peace Imperial City? Chao Anshan stared fixedly at the Cold Feather above the Marshall Tower sky, his eyes full of disbelief. When did celestial deity powerhouses become cabbages? Overnight, Heavenly Eagle actually had 2 more celestial deity powerhouses. This is impossible. He had wasted more than 100,000 years and has long passed his prime already. How can he possibly break through to reach the celestial deity realm? If say 1 was hitting the jackpot, then what about 2? This is also too ridiculous, right? Who can tell me what on earth happened? Utmost Peace Imperial City's side, each and every one of them was shocked, until they could not close their mouths. The shock that Cold Feather's breakthrough brought to them was too much. To the Southridge 10 Cities Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, the Celestial Deity Realm was like a heavenly chasm, unable to surmount it at all. How many Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were there in the Southridge 10 Cities? No one knew. However, these 10 cities' celestial deity powerhouses added up were merely a scanty few 20 to 30 people. This kind of breakthrough ratio virtually made people despair. Hence, don't look at how those in the celestial deity realm such Zheng Qi, Ning Tianping, they were extremely talented. When arriving in front of the threshold of celestial deity realm, that was an insurmountable high mountain. Put in the past, it was hard for the Southridge 10 cities to produce one who broke through to the celestial deity realm in 10,000 years. But today, 2 broke through all at once. The inspector's gaze flickered incessantly. Titanic waves stirred up in his heart too. With his eyes, he could naturally see through that Zheng Qi also just broke through not long ago. Now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had another one who broke through. What was going on today? Could this really be a coincidence? Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. Just as the inspector and Utmost Peace Imperial City's powerhouses were in immense shock, a tsunami-like clamor came from below. Coincidence? How was this possible? Experiencing the initialmost shock, Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities powerhouses came to realize the truth very quickly. Zheng Qi's and Cold Feather's breakthroughs were absolutely not some coincidental events. All of this was thanks to Head Elder Yi Yuan. If it were before, they would naturally feel that this was nonsense. An initial rank 4-star alchemy god, Could he dictate the breakthroughs of celestial deity realm powerhouses? This was utterly rubbish. But now no one would doubt it. During these 10 years, Yi Yuan created countless miracles with his power alone. Very old, undying existences who already could not possibly break through long ago all gained a new lease on life, making breakthroughs again under Yi Yuan's rank 4 divine pills. Therefore, they had reason to believe that today's miracle was bestowed by head elder Yi Yuan. It was not simple a coincidence. The inspector trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan in incredible shock. Only now did he know that this little fellow who was merely first layered Heaven Divine Lord was actually even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder. What kind of concept was this? Either Zhuoshujia's brain was spoiled, or this kid had extremely extraordinary aspects. Clearly, Zhuoshujia's head could not possibly be spoiled. Then, the answer was self-evident. It was just that he racked his head and also could not figure out how Yi Yuan dictated 2 great celestial deity powerhouses to break through. He did not think of medicinal pills at all. A first-layered Heaven Divine Lord refining the supreme Jade Void Pill? Are you kidding me? Ha ha ha. Chao Anshan, now my Heavenly Eagle has 4 celestial deity powerhouses too. I see what you have to be arrogant, Zhuoshujia said with a loud laugh. Among the Southridge 10 cities, Heavenly Eagle was considered as an existence with the lowest strength. He, the city lord, had always tucked his tail between his legs and behaved. Today he could finally hold his head up high, giving birth to 2 great celestial deity powerhouses within 1 day. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength could soar to the front ranks all at once. Chao Anshan's expression was ugly to the extreme. The sudden change caught him by surprise. Hearing the shouts from below, he was similarly extremely shocked in his heart. Could it be that Zheng Qi and Coldfeather's breakthroughs were actually thanks to Yi Yuan? It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, Zhuoshujia, don't get arrogant. The Golden Sword Pact is a life and death battle. Can 2 celestial deity realms who just broke through change the battle situation? Zhuoshujia simply ignored him, turned to Yi Yuan, and laughed loudly as he said, Yi Yuan, you actually really did it. This battle, you've earned the most credit. Yi Yuan smiled and said, arrange some means in order to enter the martial tower and delayed some time. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Zhuoshujia's gaze turned intent, sniffing a hint of something unusual from Yi Yuan's words. Why did Coldfeather's breakthrough have to be inside the martial tower? Seemed like there was some story. Chao Anshan could not quite stand still anymore. He gritted his teeth, toughened his scalp, and said to the inspector, Lord Inspector, this lowly official requests to immediately start the Golden Sword Pact. Although Coldfeather and Zheng Qi both just broke through to the celestial deity realm, celestial deity realm was celestial deity realm. If it was really 4 versus 4, the variables were too great. However, the inspector's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Are you teaching this envoy on how to do things? Chao Anshan was startled inwardly and hurriedly said, This lowly official dare not. The inspector gave a cold snort and said, Good that you don't dare. Once the breakthrough starts, he's a member of our generation. How can the Golden Sword Pact, such a major event, be treated as a child's play? Starting the Golden Sword Pact now, are you trying to have everyone talk behind this envoy's back? Amen? Chao Anshan broke out in cold sweat and repeatedly said that he dare not. The inspector said in a cold voice, If this matter was passed back to the imperial capital, do you think that I can continue to be an inspector? Or is it that you want this envoy to show partiality to your utmost peace imperial city and slaughter the entire Heavenly Eagle? Chao Anshan's sweat fell like a waterfall and did not even have time wipe away sweat as he hurriedly said, This lowly official knows my mistake. This lowly official was just anxious and didn't expect that it offended Your Excellency. I hope that Your Excellency doesn't blame me, the inspector said in a cold voice. Stand down. After he breaks through, the Golden Sword Pact will commence immediately. How could Chao Anshan still dare to speak? He could only retreat to one side, and did not even dare to let out a fart. Time slowly trickled by, spiritual energy also gradually dissipated. But the aura on Coldfeather gradually became stronger. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it. Truly didn't think that this old man actually still has a day where I broke through to the celestial deity realm. After breaking through, Coldfeather let out a wild laugh, reverberating throughout heaven and earth. Over 400 years ago, he was still trapped inside the spatial inheritance, unable to escape at all. At that time, he never dreamed that he would actually still have a day where he could break through to the celestial deity realm in this lifetime. This was something that he did not even dare to dream about during the past 100,000 years. But today, Yi Yuan actually helped him to actualize it. Swoosh! Coldfeather strode out, crossing a distance of 100,000 feet, directly arriving at Yi Yuan's side. The supreme Jade Void Pill is indeed wondrous. Yi Yuan, the favor that this old man owes you can't be repaid entirely in this lifetime, Coldfeather said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Suddenly, he felt the powerful pressure on the inspector's body. Coldfeather's expression changed and he bowed as he said, Heavenly Eagle's Coldfeather pays respect to Lord Inspector. The inspector nodded slightly and said, Amen. Since you've already broken through, the Golden Sword Pact will start at once. Outside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, 8 great celestial deity powerhouses stood in the air. The great battle had yet to start and the commotion was already monstrous. In the distance, there were already countless Heavenly Eagle powerhouses, surrounding and watching, being stunned by this powerful lineup. Celestial deity powerhouses, they normally could not even see one. Today they saw 8 all at once, as well as the inspector. Swashujia, prepare to suffer my wrath. Today you must die. Chao Anshan had a furious look. Today's situation already completely stepped out of his control. The reason why he dared to activate the Golden Sword Pact was that utmost peace imperial cities' celestial deity realms were powerful. But now, both sides were actually evenly matched. This fight, the variables were too great. However, as long as he could kill Zwashujia, everything could end. The Golden Sword token was already issued. Chao Anshan did not have any way out as well. Either you die or I perish. Zwashujia smiled coldly and said, That will have to depend on whether you have this ability or not. Chao Anshan snorted coldly, the aura on his body releasing fully. Zwashujia's expression could not help changing. This guy, his aura grew a lot stronger again. Looks like he's already very close to a third-layered heaven celestial deity. Zwashujia's strength was still some distance away from peak second-layered heaven celestial deity. There was a massive difference in strength between each minor realm of the celestial deity realm. Even each minor realm was also accumulated over countless years. Chao Anshan's strength had always been half a notch stronger than Zwashujia. But moving out this time, Chao Anshan's strength seemed to be much stronger. Again, if without the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, this battle was really fraught with grim possibilities. Upon thinking of the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, Zwashujia was shocked in his heart again, because the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain was already thoroughly refined by Yi Yuan. The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain was extremely difficult to refine. If it were him, even several thousand years, and he might not be able to refine all of it either. But how many years had it been since Yi Yuan obtained the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain? This kid was full of secrets everywhere on his body. Over there, when Yiling looked at Coldfeather, his eyes full of disdain. Coldfeather, even if you broke through to the celestial deity realm, you're still just an ant in my eyes. You've just entered the first-layered heaven celestial deity realm, while I'm already a peak first-layered heaven celestial deity. Coldfeather laughed in spite of himself and said, More than 100,000 years have already passed, and yet you're still so cocky. When Yilin's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Courting death." Right at this time, the inspector said in a clear voice, "Golden sword pact, life and death battle, begin." Qiao Anshan's expression turned intent, and he yelled coldly, "Kill!" The moment the word "kill" came out of the mouth, Qiao Anshan's entire person was akin to a cannonball charging towards Washujia. For pairs of celestial deity powerhouses instantly clashed together. That commotion could be said to be earth-shattering. Above in the sky, a cloud of smoke floated over the battlefield, auras surging. To the sky, that violent aftershock, even if a trace leaked over, it could still crush them into minced meat. Those divine Lord Realm powerhouses were far away, but their faces were already white-faced without any blood. This battle was on a completely different level from them, especially Qiao Anshan and Zwashujia. The commotion of these two peoples' battle was tremendous, overshadowing the other three pairs of celestial deity powerhouses. The inspector shot a glance at the Yi Yuan not far away and asked rather curiously, "You don't seem worried about them at all?" In reality, even if Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produced two more mighty celestial deity powerhouses all at once, he was still not optimistic about Heavenly Eagle. After all, utmost peace imperial cities' celestial deity powerhouses held an overwhelming advantage. Powerhouses who just reached the celestial deity realms and veteran of the celestial deity realms, their strengths were completely different. If without a very powerful trump card, wanting to defeat the opponent was simply wishful thinking. But when the inspector glanced at Yi Yuan, he discovered that he was calm and composed. There was no worry on his face at all. This made him very curious. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Those few fellows are dead for sure, so what's there to be worried about?" The inspector was stunned when he heard that and said in astonishment, "Dead, for sure?" Yi Yuan said, "Otherwise?" From that moment Qiao Anshan activated the golden sword token. The final result was already decided. These words were domineering. It was just that coming out from the mouth of a first-layered heaven divine Lord Junior. It seemed very comical. The inspector was somewhat at a loss whether to cry or laugh. He shook his head, rather disappointed in Yi Yuan. Unable to even judge the overall situation, it seemed like he was just a prodigy who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. However, even though disdainful, he was still very curious about Yi Yuan. After all, a first-layered heaven divine lord was actually able to refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill, this kind of peak rank 4 medicinal pill. This was seriously too amazing. One had to know even the imperial capital's genius alchemists could not possibly refine peak level 9 medicinal pills when at this realm too. Therefore, even though everyone pledged in all sincerity and solemnness, the inspector himself still had some reservations. The inspector said with a faint smile, "Huhu Junior, you might not know how great the disparity between celestial deity realms is. Even though Heavenly Eagle has 2 more celestial deities, they have just entered the celestial deity realm and are far from those veteran celestial deity realms match this matter. I think that Heavenly Eagle is a little unreliable." Yi Yuan turned his head and looked at the inspector with a smile as he said, "Does your excellency still have something you want to say?" The inspector was slightly startled in his heart. He only said half a sentence. And this kid already knew his intentions? This kid was shrewd. The inspector said coolly, "If Heavenly Eagle is defeated, your little life will be lost. That Qiao Anshan absolutely won't let you off." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What does Lord Inspector want? The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain or the Supreme Jade Void Pill?" The inspector's expression became slightly austere, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. He suddenly discovered that he really underestimated this kid. This fellow was sly and shrewd. He was like an old fellow wise in the ways of the world and not like a young man at all. Since they were clever people, the inspector did not beat around the bush anymore as well. He opened his mouth and said coolly, "The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain is the Golden Sword Pack's wager. It isn't convenient for this envoy to intervene. Rather, your little life, this envoy can save it. At that time, you just have to help this envoy refine a supreme jade void pill will do. However, this envoy wants high grade and above. Do you have the assurance to refine a supreme jade void pill? Even in the imperial capital, it was an extremely hard to come by medicinal pill too. Even 5-star alchemy gods might not be able to refine it too. For the inspector to want to get such a medicinal pill, the price expended was still considerable. People should not look at how he was awe-inspiring in the Southridge 10 nations. If they really settled down at the imperial capital and got to know things, he was also merely an unimportant character. When Yi Yuan knew that Lung Qiuling came from an imperial capital, she was already about to break through to the celestial deity realm at a young age. This at least showed that celestial deity realms were nothing in imperial capitals. Hearing the inspector's words, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Lord, Inspector is worrying too much. If you want the supreme jade void pill, this Yi will just help you to refine. There is no need to use this Ye's life to secure one. Your Excellency, rest assured. Heavenly Eagle will definitely win this battle." The inspector was speechless. He suddenly felt like he could not quite figure out this brat anymore. Clearly an incomparably clever person. But why was he so far off the mark when talking? Win? Use what to win? Right at this time, a series of loud noises came from the sky. Chao Anshan completely rampaged, berserk strength suppressing Zhushujia. Firmly, the inspector looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "This is your certain victory?" In the distance, the cluttered and violent attacks shook until space was trembling. Utmost peace imperial cities, 4 great celestial deity powerhouses already suppressed heavenly eagle's side all round. They were well deserving of being veteran celestial deity realms. Regardless, whether it was divine essence or world power, it was much more stronger. Compared to Coldfeather, they all newly advanced celestial deities. At that start, it still did not show. But along with the passing of time, this kind of advantage was clearly magnifying continuously. Even Zhushujia already showed signs of defeat too. Continuing like this isn't a solution. City Lord, they all almost can't hold on anymore. Utmost pieces celestial deity realms are too strong. Ancestor, the time they broke through is still too short. What to do? Could it be that Heavenly Eagle's Tao teachings are going to wither away henceforth? Far away, Heavenly Eagle's martial artists all revealed worried looks. The joy of 2 great celestial deity realms appearing was already swept clean. Ha ha ha, Zhushujia, so what if 4 celestial deities? Just based on your bit of means? Can you be my match? Chao Anshan laughed wantonly as he unleashed martial techniques frenziedly, continuing his victorious pursuit. Zhushujia's aura gradually weakened, virtually losing the strength to retaliate. The other few people all encountered similar situations. When Yilin laughed loudly and said, "What did I say? Ants are ants in the end. Do you think that the disparity of more than 100,000 years can be made up for by breaking through to the celestial deity realm?"
Ha ha ha, prepare tudi.
The inspector smiled as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Now, do you still think that I have no need to state this condition?" Exchanging pill for one's life and Yi Yuan directly helping him refine pills, this was 2 different concepts. Yi Yuan directly helping him refine pills was equivalent to him owing Yi Yuan.
A favor.
To martial artists, what they were most unwilling to do was to owe others.
Favor.
If the favor could not be repaid when breaking through, it might produce a mental demon. The consequences would be very severe. Therefore, between martial artists, what was valued more was an equivalent exchange and not owing favors. To Yi Yuan, it was similarly likewise. The inspector's status was extraordinary. Having him owe him a favor was equivalent to having a safeguard in this Southridge 10 nations. This kind of bargain deal not making it was a fool. But Yi Yuan's face did not have any hint of worry as he said, "Yes, it's not necessary." The inspector shook his head. feeling that Yi Yuan would not shed tears without seeing the coffin. But he was not in a hurry either and said with a faint smile, "This envoy is giving you this chance now. In a while it will be you coming to beg this envoy." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "If I agree now, in a while Lord Inspector's face won't look good." The inspector chuckled when he heard that and said, "You kid are rather interesting. This envoy wants to see if a miracle will appear today or not." Yi Yuan said, "Not a miracle. It's strength." The inspector shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He could not be bothered to bicker with Yi Yuan anymore. While up in the sky, signs of Zhuoshujie and the rest's defeat were already more evident. Qiao Anshan's face was even more proud of himself. He held a massive great axe and shouted fiercely, "Zhuoshujie, this axe will send you to the west. Overlord heaven-splitting axe. Kill for me." This massive axe was a celestial deity mystic treasure. This axe cleaving out seemed to have the power to split apart heaven and earth. Clearly, this was Qiao Anshan's true killing move. A series of exclamations came from below. Quite a number of people all shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of seeing Zhuoshujie being hacked to death. Rumble. An earth-shaking loud noise came over, but Zhuoshujie was not split in half. Rather, Qiao Anshan himself had been repelled backward several tens of thousands of feet. Qiao Anshan's expression changed and he cried out, "Origin magnetic divine mountain.
Impossible.
You refined the origin magnetic divine mountain? No, wait. This isn't your origin magnetic divine mountain." The current Zhuoshujie appeared slightly wretched, supporting a dark small hill on his palm. That small hill emitted waves of powerful aura on Zhuoshujie's hand. Hearing that, Zhuoshujie smiled coldly and said, "Didn't expect it, right?
Yeah.
Yuan already completely refined the origin magnetic divine mountain. Haven't you always wanted it very much? Then come and taste its true power today." Done talking, Zhuoshujie pushed with his palm. The origin magnetic divine mountain turned into a streak of black light, instantly smashing toward Qiao Anshan. The speed was too fast. Qiao Anshan could not avoid it in time at all and could only block with the giant axe. Bang! Qiao Anshan was directly smashed, flying away, fresh blood spewing wildly. He revealed a look of astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief as he said,
Impossible.
"Just how many years has it been? How can he, a divine lord realm brat, possibly refine the origin magnetic divine mountain?" Zhuoshujie chuckled and said, "If you're able to survive, you can go and ask
Ye Yuan.
But as for now, heh." Zhuoshujie controlled the origin magnetic divine mountain and clashed together with Qiao Anshan once more. The origin magnetic divine mountain in Zhuoshujie's hands, that power was a completely different concept than in Yi Yuan's hands. Qiao Anshan's giant axe was already extremely powerful, but as long as it bumped into the origin magnetic divine mountain, Qiao Anshan immediately flew out backward. Such a battle was simply unreasonable. The might of a Xiantian celestial deity mystic treasure was displayed beyond all doubt at this moment. If the origin magnetic divine mountain could not be completely refined, it would not be able to fully unleash its true power. Yi Yuan could still use it to smash people, but using it in a battle of celestial deity powerhouses would not cut it. Yi Yuan refining it fully, even though he was unable to unleash its true power. Due to his realm being low, lending it to Zhuoshujie to battle, that power was totally different. Therefore, that was why Qiao Anshan would be so shocked seeing the origin magnetic divine mountain. The origin magnetic divine mountain was extremely difficult to refine. Qiao Anshan did not think that this thing could be used to battle at all. Otherwise, lend him a few gallbladders and he also would not dare to issue this golden sword token. For Yi Yuan to be able to refine the origin magnetism spirit would so quickly, it was naturally because of the origin magnetism spirit would. Yi Yuan's comprehension in origin magnetic law was already extremely high. Coupled with the natural affinity of the origin magnetism spirit would, He naturally refined the origin magnetism spirit would many times faster than others. The current Xiao Anshan wanted to vomit blood several times. Under the circumstances where the strength difference was not great, the suppression of the origin magnetic divine mountain was simply too terrifying. The moment the origin magnetic divine mountain came out, the battle situation immediately had a great reversal. Over there, He Chong suddenly brought out the immortal binding rope, catching his opponent by surprise all of a sudden. He Chong was a veteran celestial deity realm too. The difference from his opponent was not big. Now, suddenly having an additional celestial deity mystic treasure, he took the absolute upper hand all of a sudden. When his opponent saw the immortal binding rope, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This was utmost pieces celestial deity mystic treasure. Now it was actually being used by He Chong to deal with him. The most blinding one still had to be Coldfeather. He did not take out any magic treasure. But his figure suddenly became erratic, his entire person seemingly shuttling back and forth in space. Spatial laws. It's spatial laws. Ancestor Coldfeather he comprehended first layered. Heaven's spatial laws. I understand. No wonder he wanted to break through in the Marshall Tower. Turns out that he went to comprehend spatial laws. These 100,000 over years were also not completely wasted away. With spatial laws, even if it's just first layered heaven, one's strength will be totally different too. Watching the scene, Heavenly Eagle's martial artists cried out in shock. When martial artists broke through a major realm, that was when they were closest to the heavenly Tao, and it was also the easiest time to comprehend the Tao. Coldfeather had the foundation of spatial laws, and his comprehension ability was not poor either. Hence, Yi Yuan set up an inheritance space anew, making it more suited for Coldfeather. It was all to help him achieve a breakthrough in spatial laws. And Coldfeather did not disappoint Yi Yuan's expectations either. When breaking through, he finally grasped first-layered heaven spatial laws in one stroke. In normal situation, even if having another few tens of thousands of years, he also might not be able to completely comprehend it. Yi Yuan integrated the power of chaos into the supreme jade void pill. To begin with, it was extraordinary. Coupled with Yi Yuan's ataraxia and tranquil heart, that was how it helped Coldfeather successfully to break through. And now it was finally Coldfeather's turn to display his abilities. Even though Coldfeather did not fuse Sword Tao and spatial laws into one like Yi Yuan, coupled with spatial laws, his strength became totally different. Although when Yilan's strength was decent, he was still considered a newbie in the celestial deity realm. His breakthrough was also something that happened in these few tens of thousands of years. In an instant, his pressure surged. Among the four people, only Zhang Qi's strength was slightly weaker, but his opponent's strength was also average. He could still barely hold on. Therefore, after Heavenly Eagle's people showed their trump cards, the situation instantly reversed. Swish! A swift and fierce sword light flashed past. When Yilan directly had a hole bored through, Coldfeather continued his victorious pursuit, one sword faster than the other. When Yilan was routed like a landslide, how did he still have any strength left over to counterattack? Bang! Another streak of sword light passed through the void, landing on When Yilan, directly knocking him into the ground. Coldfeather raised his long sword, looked at the half-dead When Yilan, and said, coolly, I've indeed wasted more than 100,000 years, but my life is better than yours. Because when I was at my most hopeless, I ran into the person who rekindled my lease of life. When Yilan was already heavily injured, currently on the verge of death, his eyes were full of terror as well as the desire to live on. He was actually defeated just like this. Coldfeather did not have the slightest compassion, swinging his long sword, ending When Yilan's life. When the inspector saw this scene, he was speechless for a long time. Truly, in a blink of an eye, the whole world was turned upside down. Heavenly Eagle actually really turned things around. He never dreamed that Heavenly Eagle actually prepared so many contingencies. The inspector opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came. Up in the sky, the battle still continued. Zhuoshujie controlled the origin magnetic divine mountain, sweeping forth. Ever victorious, Chao Anshan became increasingly unable to hold on. Their strength was originally very close. Zhuoshujie relied on the power of the mystic treasure and became braver as the battle progressed. Bang! A moment of carelessness and Chao Anshan was smashed, flying out backward. Who would have thought that Chao Anshan actually turned into a stream of flowing life and fled at the risk of heavy injuries? This sudden turn of events caught everyone by surprise. The inspector gave a cold snort, figure rushing out swiftly. A powerful to the extreme aura surged straight for the horizon. A swift figure passed by. The inspector actually reached first despite moving, later stopping Chao Anshan. The inspector said coolly, "Where are you going?" Chao Anshan's entire person had already gone berserk, and he roared furiously, "Why do you care where your father is going? Your father doesn't want to die, so get lost." Done talking, the frenzied Chao Anshan actually cleaved an axe blow towards the inspector. Courting death. The patrolling inspector was a paramount existence in the Southridge 10 nations. This Chao Anshan had also lost his head in defeat to actually dare attack him. It was only to see the inspector suddenly erupted with an imposing manner. Was world power. He suddenly punched out. Bang! A loud noise came from the sky. After that, there was no more after that. The inspector put away Chao Anshan's giant axe and said with a cold snort, "Blind and reckless thing, to actually dare make a move against this envoy." In a blink, two great celestial deity powerhouses fell. This battle no longer had any suspense. Following Coldfeather and Zhuoshujie joining the battle royale, Heavenly Eagle completely wiped out utmost pieces celestial deity powerhouses neat and tidily. Once the golden sword token happened, that was a situation of not resting until they were dead. Either you die or I perish. It was just that Chao Anshan never dreamed that utmost peace Imperial City actually ended up in this conclusion in the end. Heavenly Eagle is mighty. City Lord is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City seethed with excitement. From despair to hope, then to victory. This battle met with life in a desperate situation, bringing them too many surprises. No one could have thought that the powerful utmost peace Imperial City was actually wiped out just like this. And the ones who launched the war were even utmost peace Imperial City themselves. Zhuoshujie few people's faces also revealed looks of wild ecstasy. This battle was fought until it was really to their heart's content. As the weakest existence among the Southridge 10 cities, Zhuoshujie this city Lord was actually very vexed and timid. But today, they announced their might to the other 8 imperial cities. Haha! It's really too great. I don't even remember how long it's been since. I felt so refreshed. He Chong said with a big laugh. Zhuoshujie smiled and said, "Yeah, after this battle our Heavenly Eagle is sufficient to rise to the top 5 ranks of the Southridge 10 nations. In the future, no one can think about bullying us anymore. Come, we have to thank Yi Yuan properly. Without him, today's result will be completely different." Everyone secretly nodded their heads when they heard that and followed Zhuoshujie over. For great celestial deity realms arrived together. Zhuoshujie directly returned the origin magnetic divine mountain to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan, this battle. I represent Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to thank you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "City Lord's words are too serious. This Yi is Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower's head elder. I naturally have to contribute effort to Heavenly Eagle." The 4 great celestial deities were all extremely grateful to Yi Yuan in their hearts, except what they could give Yi Yuan was seriously not much. Furthermore, they similarly knew that Yi Yuan's end journey was absolutely not at a tiny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Even the Southridge 10 cities could not pin him down. Sooner or later one day he would leave. But without a doubt, the transformation that Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly Eagle was tremendous. At this time, the inspector slowly came over. His gaze swept past Yi Yuan, but he said to Zhou Shujie, "The Golden Sword Pact has already concluded. This envoy has to make a trip back to the imperial capital and report the situation of the Southridge 10 nations to the higher-ups. According to the rule utmost, Peace Imperial City will be under Heavenly Eagle's jurisdiction now. You guys should send people to take over control of utmost peace as soon as possible, but don't make any trouble." Zhou Shujie hurriedly said, "Yes, Lord Inspector." The inspector nodded his head and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, you come with me." For a bit, under everyone's wondering gazes, the inspector brought Yi Yuan to one side and said, "Kid, this time, count it as this envoy owes you a favor. Returning to the imperial capital this time, this envoy will bring over the spirit medicines to refine the supreme jade void pill. At that time you take action to refine one for this envoy." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your Excellency is too serious. It's just a minor favor. Your Excellency, you don't need to take it to heart." The inspector gave Yi Yuan a deep glance, feeling secretly alarmed in his heart. He finally understood now that this kid already had prepared plans to deal with the situation. When saying and doing things, he seemed very wild. Actually, everything was within his control. No need to take to heart. Even if Yi Yuan did not take it to heart, could he not care about it? But Yi Yuan did not say a word and just said that it was a small matter. This way, it saved his face and also made him owe a favor. This kid was impressive.